start and finish straight over at Woodcote.
Yes, good morning to one and all, and yes, the side of the cars here on the grid, waiting for the start of this staple of the British club racing season, and the tension already beginning to rise. There are lots of problems in practice this morning. Just the minimum MSA stipulated time available for each of the drivers to go out and acclimatise themselves to this Grand Prix circuit, and it's going to be a fantastic race, Josh, isn't it, as ever?
Absolutely, 66 teams we have this year, so it's going to be a massively busy circuit, even on the long circuit we've got here at Silverstone. So the green flag is waving, the cars get underway. It's a huge, diverse range of cars. You've got the sports prototypes, then lots of variety of tin tops as well, the Caterhams as well. So traffic management, of course, a massive factor of this race, Marcus. And this year, the temperature is very low indeed, so tyre temperature on the first couple of laps also going to be vital to how your race goes.
Very much so, and you've got a wide speed differential among the cars. You've got a lot of differential in terms of experience of the drivers too, but nonetheless, with 6 hours ahead of them, it's going to be building to a crescendo over the afternoon to the finish at 5:45. Fortunate that the clocks are with us this year, and nonetheless it's still going to be quite tight at the end of the day with limited daylight in late October. But great to see that original Bentley down in the paddock from the winning team back in 1951, and I know Lewis was down there in the paddock with it earlier on today, but it's the mix of cars as ever which is so fascinating. Everything from the modern prototypes, the Radicals and the Seikers out there, to tin tops of the widest variety that we see with the 750 Motor Club family in club racing action all year long.
And you can see that on the streaming pictures at the moment. We've got a Ginetta G40 next to the Club Enduro Champions for 2018, the Steve Hughes and Matt Notter BMW 3 Series there. And that's just going through the stream. The Club Enduro Champions, the inaugural season for that championship, over 2 and 3 hour races. And it was that car that came out on top of the new championship for this year. Over 50 cars are competing in that at Snetterton that concluded the season there. But of course here to the forefront of the scratch races will be the sports prototype cars, but we will update you when the bulletins come through of the handicap results, and of course that could come from any of the 66 runners here.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? We've had teams reduced to 1 and 2 cars in qualifying as ever. There's always been lots of dramas. 1 or 2 changes as well. One of the little Ginetta Junior G40s broke yesterday, blew its engine, so they've gone back and dug out the team's G55, powered by the 3.7 litre US built Ford V6 engine, and that joins. And that of course materially affects the handicap and where the cars sit in the overall classification. 2 classifications, as we've said, the distance travelled classification, scratch as it's known, and the handicap, which has been finely honed over the years, and often results in very late fights within the framework of the race for that classification. It's the handicap one that's the really important one, the coveted victory, because yeah, you can go out there in a very fast car and cover a lot of ground, but if you can be really consistent in one of the slower machines, then you can walk away with the coveted trophy, as the Deegan boys did with Tom Bell and one of their accomplices in Citroen Saxos a few years ago now. And the Deegans, Shane and Lee, driving a 300 horsepower plus TCR Seat this week, and Lee only drove it for the first time yesterday, so how fantastic it was. And we've got these 3 Radical SR3s and Clive Wood's 1800cc 200 horsepower proto mallet in the chase. One of the Seikers in there too, powered by the flat 4 Subaru engine. Watch for the bright green Seika which is first time out this weekend. That's not out on track at the moment. 540 horsepower, 2.3 litre turbocharged Subaru engine under the bonnet of that car.
There's already been a change for the lead markers, because Wade Eastwood in the Breakaway Racing Heroes team has gone past Elliott Goodman's Raw Motorsport car, and now Elliott Goodman is under pressure as they go onto the hangar straight for the first time. And it's the second of the Breakaway Racing cars. That's Brian Murphy that's sitting right in the slipstream of the Raw Motorsport car, and the Seeker there as well. Paul Rhodes goes up to the inside of both of them. Sparks coming out the back of the Seeker. The Seeker in the past has been quicker in the straight line, hasn't quite got the downforce of the SR3 Radicals that are quicker on the outside line there. But again, another place lost from the pole car, the Raw Motorsport team. Elliott Goodman, who started on pole, down to third. And already still cars going across the line past you, Marcus.
Oh, yes, just about. But yeah, it gets very, very busy, particularly for the marshals who do such a sterling job. And they work their way around us. They're on the Grand Prix circuit as opposed to the historic layout. Understand that the historic layout with that slackened approach to Club Corner is El Finito now.
Paul Rhodes has now got past that Radical of the start on pole, Elliott Goodman, and now Clive Wood trying to go through, and staying with them is Cole Swift. Cole Swift in the Seat, the TCR car, is staying with the sports prototypes on this first lap. There's a much bigger gap behind them, and now the Radical losing a place to Clive Wood. So Clive Wood goes past into fourth position. So a poor first lap from Elliott Goodman. He started on pole and he's down to fifth place now. Yeah,
it's not about the first lap though, is it? It's all about trying to notch 100 laps or whatever over the afternoon. Clive Wood, who was the crowned Classic Clubman's B Sport champion here at Silverstone last Sunday. Wonderful drive from the back of the field through to win the class, pretty much at Brooklands on the last lap. But we've got this 6-car breakaway with the number 2 of the Breakaway Racing Heroes car up front. Breakaway Racing themselves in second, or James Breakaway, that team running in memory of Jeff Breakaway, BRDC member, who died earlier this year, and was so encouraging to his son and 2 daughters who did the Centurion Challenge themselves. JPR Motorsports Seeker, Paul Rose in 3rd place. Defibrillators in 4th through Clive Wood with that Mallock with the 1800cc Rover Stroke MG engine under the bonnet. The Clubman's Proto, in which he's won quite a lot of races this year. Cooper Racing and 47 Carl Swift there, car that they really fancied their chances should the going get wet later on. The TCR Seat right up there in the mix with bags of power.
See on the stream at the moment the Type R Tigueya Racing Civic, a new series for the 750 Motor Club next season. That looks like it's John Peerless, one of the people behind the series, that has taken the start of that. Those cars just coming out of Cops Corner, and the race leaders already down at the wing on their second flying lap of the race. You can see them coming into Beckett 3 and 4 wide there. The Caterham going to the front of that group. You've got the Alfa Romeo at the front in that group as well. The Grove and Dean sponsored car of Andy Hancock. But the leaders are back in my view, and Paul Rose has got Clive Wood still all over the back of him. So Clive Wood in the Mallock going really well, keeping with the 2 Radicals and the Seeker. And now Clive Wood comes up alongside Paul Rose as they come on to the Wellington Straight. But the power of the Seeker means that he stays ahead. And now Paul Rose going after the second of the Breakaway Racing cars, Brian Murphy's Radical, going down towards Brooklands.
Yep, and they'll be back in my sight in a second. There they go, and it's that orange car that leads. That's the car 2 with the Seeker now in second place. The Seeker with its closed cockpit being challenged though on the inside, coming to Woodcote by the second of the SR3s. Clive Wood still there in 4th place. A gap back then to the Seat Cupra of Carl Swift, the mortgage man, with right on his tail the Raw Motorsport number 65 Radical.
The field still streaming past me onto the Wellington Straight as the leaders go through the Beckett's S's. And one of the track addicts, Vauxhall Corsa on the stream there, the James Birch and Chris Morton shared car that regularly races in the 750 Motor Club Road Sports. You're also one of the 330 Challenge cars in there as well. So a great mix of 750 Motor Club regulars, as well as drivers that tend to race in other championships. You can see one of the Fun Cup cars there as well. But a new fastest lap done by Clive Wood in the defibrillators Radical at 2 minutes 10.4 as the cars continue to get up to temperature. But very shortly they are going to be endorsed in the huge amount of traffic that they will have to deal with for the rest of the race, but particularly on these first few laps when everyone's battling amongst similar paced cars. That's when traffic can be pretty difficult. So we wait for the leader to come back into our view. It's Wade Eastwood, that's SR3. Here he comes, the orange car, the James Brakell run machine. Paul Rose in second place. Then in third it is Brian Murphy, and Clive Wood continue to stay with them. Drive that got the fastest lap on the previous run
by
round.
1/100th of a second from the race leader.
It shows you how competitive it is, and still that battle continues for fifth place as Cole Swift is holding at bay the car that started in pole position of Elliot Goodman. Goodman looking to the outside, coming into the loop, couldn't go through, and again past me onto the Wellington straight. Clive Wood right underneath the rear wing of the Radical. That's the car of Brian Murphy as they go down towards Brooklands. Murphy trying to hold on to that position as they come into your view, Marcus.
Yep, and first two there, yes. Wood is now up into third place with the Clubman's car. The problem with the Clubman's car, of course, is that the fuel tankage is relatively small. So they can't run the times that the Radicals can, certainly not the times that things like the TCR Cupras can go. They can go over an hour, which is fantastic. The
car that was slowing on the live stream there was the car that started on 7th on the grid, the DLH Motorsport car, one of the BMWs. I think that was the Hibbard, the Tom Hibbard car, it looked like. One of the Kumo BMWs was slowing, going past the wing. That car only here now. We can hear from Lewis Fields in the pits.
Yeah, thanks very much there, Josh. Yeah, the first car in the pits, it's always one after a couple of laps. It's the WZR Motorsport Cup Ginetta team, the 64 car, B, Roy Alderau. Unfortunately, Roy had an alternator failure, so the car has had to be pushed around the back, and car A has gone out. Vince Caldecott has gone out, and anyway, that's the first pit visitor. Always one after a couple of minutes. Back to you guys.
If you've got a TV set, by the way, you could tune it to channel 813 and pick up some of this streaming. I don't currently have it.
809, it's over
809
here,
now,
so I think there's been a change.
Right.
Yeah, so on the stream at the moment, you can see the leaders carving their way through the traffic. Clive Wood across the line had got into third place, ahead of the Brakell racing car of Brian Murphy, and now Clive Wood going after Paul Rose. One of the Z cars there, one of the Z3s, sideways out over the curbs, out of Club Corner. But back on okay. There's that battle for third, turning their way through Abbey Corner. Car number 36, car letter D. That's Clive Wood, and Clive Wood has Brian Murphy trying to challenge him now, coming into the loop. They're not that far behind Paul Rose either. They've got one of the minis to lap next. Then there's a bit of clear track actually, and they occupying that at the moment is the race leader, which is Wade Eastwood in that Radical SR3. There goes third and fourth past me now. Then Clive Wood up into third position, going really well in the Mallet, Marcus.
Yeah, Clive is flying, and I go back a very long way with Clive. I did my very first races back in 1981. Would have been, I would think, in a Van Diemen Formula Ford car that Clive owned. And yes, I can now pick up the leader. There was a puff of smoke from one of the orange tin tops at Luffield. We lost one of the Honda Integras this morning, by the way, the Nigel Ainge car with an engine failure, but I understand he's now sharing the second Integra in that team.
Into Beckett for the leader. Brakell Racing Heroes, Wade Eastwood at the wheel, going past one of the Caterhams at the moment, turning his way through the Beckett sectors. A gap of 3.7 seconds back to Paul Rose. In that first lap of traffic, the lap times going up by 4 to 5 seconds as they safely negotiate those cars. Paul Rose another couple of seconds ahead of Clive Wood, and then Clive Wood still has the second of the Brakell cars behind. And then in fifth position still is Cole Swift. Lewis?
Yeah, thanks very much there, Josh. Yes, and one of the teams that have some difficulties. That's DLH Motorsport. They only had 2 cars ready. I think Carl Ezra, the car B, I'm the original team, and Team 22 pulled out, and that's only left Michael Hibbert and Tom Hibbert. And Tom's done 4 or 5 laps, and the brakes are, let's just say, not working particularly well on the BMW. So Michael's had to go out in his place. So that's going to be a long 6 hours for this crew. Back to you guys.
We're 5 laps in, working laps 6 as we speak. The fastest laps have dipped down into the 209s. Leading team 209.41. JPR Saker chasing on a 209.81.
Not sure if the Saker's slowing. Paul Rose is slowing in the Saker. He's dropped way behind the top 3. Not sure if he's had a moment, but as they come back to you, Marcus, you'll see Clive Wood is up into 2nd place and Paul Rose dropping down the order.
Okay, we'll look at that. The defibrillators then moving up. We've got 3 cars abreast coming out of Luffield Corner. Among them, the bright yellow VW Fun Cup car chasing a BMW, and the Type R Trophy Honda as well. And the defibrillators 5.89 seconds behind the race leaders. So Clive Wood for the defibrillators. Normally we have the heart attack team as well, but they couldn't get a team together this year, unfortunately, for the first time in donkey's years. Chris Hart's team absent from the Birkett 6-hour team relay.
Paul Rose has continued, hasn't he? Just a much slower lap on that last lap for the JPR Motorsport team. So Paul Rose through now into Beckett's, not that far ahead of Cole Swift, and Cole Swift is continuing to get away from Elliot Goodman in the Raw Motorsport run, Radical, the Rob Weldon team.
Paul Rose must have a spin somewhere. 2:28 was his lap time as opposed to his normal 2:08. He's lost 20 seconds somehow, and I guess if you do have a moment off track, it's very difficult to be able to rejoin expediently. One of the MR2s coming in very early. We've only been running for about 12 or 13 minutes now, something like that. So Lewis can expect one of those cars in.
Meanwhile, through Club Corner, there were 2nd and 3rd place cars. Clive Wood continuing to battle with the Breakall Racing car of Brian Murphy. So those cars making their way. Oh, there's a car off here in front of me. One of the BMWs had a spin coming down towards the hairpin, but that's continued to work out. And there's another BMW coming off actually in front of it. So a couple of BMWs having a moment through the loop. They were cars number 36, I think that was, and 42, and they're just in front actually of Clive Wood, who on this lap has started to pull away once again from the Breakall Racing Radical.
So Breakall Racing Heroes lead the way at the moment with the orange car, which is that of Wade Eastwood. He's a film director and stunt coordinator. That's racing and surfing. Favourite circuit, Silverstone and Barcelona. Started racing back in karts in 2012 to F3 in cars in 2016. And winner of the Radical Challenge race back at Anglesey. 3-hour GT race there as well last year, and the Race of Remembrance in 2016. The 42 BMW, which you mentioned, the blue BMW, Josh has headed for the pit lane, so problems by the looks of things.
That car went really wide at Village Corner, which isn't normally a place you'd do that, the tight left-handed hairpin. So that'll be hoping there's another car to replace it. And of course, at this point, Marcus, you'd certainly hope to have some spare cars in the garage.
You certainly would. Another sign of a lock-up, or maybe just a little puff of oil or even tyre smoke potentially, and that's one of the no, it's not. It's the Integra. It's the orange Integra, which has just been gobbled up by a mighty winged BMW M3 going past the pits.
It's certainly very busy around the circuit, isn't it, Marcus? Already all the way around the circuit. Some cars battling for position, some cars being lapped as well. I guess some of the back runners being lapped for a second time already due to the pace at the front. At 2:09, the fastest lap, whereas the cars towards the back of the field back in the 2-minute 50s, so what, 3/4 of a minute really between the pace. There's a couple of the Civic Cup cars running together, so where that is Area Motorsport, I think. So back in 18th position overall, but you've got a couple of the Civic Cup cars battling together on the circuit, and they're shortly going to be lapped by the race leaders. Those cars will be coming round you at Luffield.
That looks serious, guys.
And there's a car in the gravel. There's a car in the gravel at Vale. That's the second of the TCR cars. That's the Steve Gale's machines. That's team number 68. So team number 68 in the gravel at Vale Corner. So you were talking about this corner earlier on, Marcus, using a different layout this year, and already a car has fallen foul.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You've got to slow the car down. It's difficult to organise the car for that sort of corner, particularly running in traffic. Defibrillators and Brokell Racing running absolutely together. It was 2.5 seconds. It's down to 0.4 of a second. Clive Wood just hanging on ahead of the 3-car Brian Murphy.
Those cars coming out of Cops Corner. They are about to lap that BMW I was speaking of earlier, the car that won the Club Enduro Championship this year, in the hands of Matt Nozziter and Steve Hewson. There's one of the Caterham 7 type cars between them as well now. So through the traffic, the cars have switched around as well, haven't they? Because Brokell Racing have gone ahead of the defibrillators. So that is Brian Murphy going past Clive Wood and starting to pull away through the Birkett Six-Hour.
Hey, guys.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Josh.
Yep.
Yep, here we are. We're outside, I'm outside 11B at the moment, garage there, and there's frantic work being taken place on Nigel Jenkins's car. There's that, the camera might be able to see, a quill shaft which drives the engine, the gearbox. That's Nigel himself. Nigel, you've got a real... You're not Nigel, who are you?
Richard. I'm Richard, yeah.
You're helping Nigel out replacing the, well, basically one of the drive shafts.
Yeah, it's a quill shaft that runs the flywheel, so it transfers all the engine power to the gearbox, and it broke in qualifying.
Yeah, via the clutch.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, so it broke in qualifying.
Well, you can see, look, there we go, right, the end's right off.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're just replacing it and hopefully get him out later on in the race.
So, when are you going to be ready by, do you think?
Oh, we'll be ready in an hour at least, so...
Well, good luck anyway. Thanks a lot. Well done. Thank you. There we go. So there we are. That's Nigel Jenkins's car being repaired right at the moment there. So the other cars, all been everyone helping out there. So back to you.
51 team, isn't it? You've got Dave Coyne, the ex-Formula 3000 racer, who's debuting Chris Compton-Goddard's Ferrari 430 car that's come in from the States, and that's the bright blue car with the Italian stripes over the top. Chris Compton-Goddard running both his Ferraris here in this race this weekend.
Race leader about to complete lap 9 of the race, so another lap in the books. What has been a decent first stint from Wade Eastwood. He turns his way into Cops Corner now. The gap was 10 seconds back to the next car, and of course that has been a change on this lap because Brokell Racing have gone past the defibrillators on what is lap 9.
Yeah, the Saker's still running strongly, but its lap times hindered by traffic.
We've got those two Civic Cup cars making their way through the Birkett S's at the moment. Two both Area Motorsport run cars. Team 48 is Area Motorsport, Team 26 reasonably Northern. So two cars that would race together with each other in their main season are getting to race together now. You can just see those cars coming onto the hangar straight just behind Clive Wood, the two Civic Cup cars, 18th and sorry, they've gone up the order now, 16th and 17th position. And turning into the corner there, the Area Motorsport, that car, that is Rob Baker, I think, at the wheel. Is it? It's certainly Rob Baker's car. I think it's Mark Hughes, by the looks of it, 48B at the wheel. The car that Rob Baker won the Civic Cup Championship in this season. And also in there is that Honda Integra you were speaking of earlier, Marcus, the one that's still going.
Yes, the orange one's is a bit smoky, and the car that's the teammate of the Nigel Ainge regular car, that is also going well. That's the white and turquoise Integra. 32 out there is, I think, a change to your programs. Yes, it's not Andy Lambert with the Ram Cobra, but it's the Samuels family's MGB GT V8.
Yeah, that Honda Integra and DHD Motorsport North are actually battling with the Civics for position, and he's made a pass on both of them on this lap. So I wonder if they started a bit further down the grid. T number 58.
Coming into the pits is the FRS Arrow kit car.
And that was Ben Coles that started that. John Moore and Ben Coles, the two FRS Arrows running this weekend. And Ben Coles in the hire car, and two drivers regularly racing the Sports Specials Championship. And that Integra, you can see on the screen now, the DHD Motorsport team started back on 32nd on the grid and are up to 16th. They've gained 16 places in the first 10 laps.
Got one of the Radicals here wending its way through the traffic. It's number 65 car running down in 6th place. That's one of the entries in Rob Weldon's RAW Motorsport, Raw Motorsport team. And he went outside two cars into Woodcote, back inside another. Currently running in 6th place.
Another slower last lap from Paul Rose, a 2:24, so that means Cole Swift now only 5 seconds off the JPR Motorsport team. So that's 4th and 5th. So Cooper Racing, Mark, is really doing a great job in those front-wheel drive Seat TCR cars.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Shane Deegan was saying that he tested the car at Donington a few weeks ago, but Lee only had his first go yesterday, and Lee was saying how nice and responsive it is to drive. That particular car has the one they're sharing has a DSG gearbox operated by paddle shifts. Ooh. The other cars in the team full sequentials.
One of the Radicals off here, car number 3, that's Breakwell Racing, the car that was running in 2nd place. Brian Murphy out over the runoff, out over the grass. He's still in 2nd place, but Clive Wood now much closer. Clive Wood was 3 seconds behind, turning into Brooklands. Now those two cars are absolutely together. Clive Wood on the tail of Brian Murphy because of that mistake.
The leader comes through then at the end of 11 laps. It's still Wade Eastwood for Breakwell Racing Heroes who leads the way. And yes, we've got Murphy and Wood absolutely together. And so Breakwell Racing's number 3 car is in 2nd place with Clive Wood for the defibrillators right on his tail. And then we look back to the Seika, which is just rounding Luffield, the black Seika with the Subaru flat 4 engine, charging down behind the very pretty number 85 Honda. So 85 is its normal race number, not its race number in the today's bit like a Super Tourer. It's got 2 sets of numbers on it.
A bit confusing, isn't it?
It is.
The two back cars battling for 2nd place through the Birkett S's. One of the cars they just left there was the hot hatch regular Leon Shepherd. It's still though Brian Murphy ahead of Clive Wood as they dive in towards Stowe Corner on what is lap 12 of the race now. As Marcus was saying, the Clubman's cars and such that Clive Wood is driving a much smaller fuel tank, so not being able to go as far as the Radicals.
Bear in mind also that the Clive Wood car is far and away the quickest car in that team. It's a different spec to the others. The other Clubman's cars present.
And that's Eddie McKean they're going up the inside of now. One of the RAF cars.
Yeah, they're the reigning champions, aren't they, in the handicap, and they've won the handicap on several occasions over the years. The RAF Motorsport Association team.
Eddie McKean, a regular in the Armed Forces Challenge, which run with the 750 Motor Club for the last few seasons. Clive Wood diving through the middle of a Caterham and an MGB there. The Caterham there was the Sofa King Fast team that are running in 12th place. So already you can see basically only the top 10 cars are left on the lead lap, which is the pace of the sports prototypes at the front of the field.
Why couldn't it have been settee rather than sofa, I wonder? You've got Norfolk Enchance also running well. They're in the number 29 team, running inside the top 10 now. Clive Wood's come in. Clive Wood has got to the end of his fuel run, I would have thought, at 12 laps. So the defibrillators into the pits from 3rd place. Still going to cross the timing line ahead of the Seiko, which comes towards things now.
Steve Dickens now taking over over from Clive Wood. I was going to say from the Heart Attacks teams, but it's not, is it? But it's one of the Clubman's team. Back to you guys.
Mini racing against BMW Compact through here. There's some great teams. We've got the Brooks teams with their minis. We've got dad and daughter. That's Bob and Christy in one of the cars. We've got Vicky in the other. And the team's managed by Phil Keane, now a fully fledged Lamborghini Works GT driver.
Steve Dickens came out right with that battle between Cole Swift and Elliot Goodman in the Radical, and they've both gone past him into the Birkett Six-Hour. So Steve Dickens getting up to pace and dropping behind those 2 cars. So 6th position for the defibrillators after that first pit stop.
Yeah, the defibrillators will be probably better placed than some of the others in terms of handicap because of their necessity to stop so regularly.
It's Dave Coyne that started the Ferrari team, isn't it?
Yes.
The 430.
In the 430, yeah. He's not driven before. That car is new to Chris Thompson-Goddard, say, in from the States recently.
That car just heading down towards Brooklands, and he's about to be lapped by the 2nd place car, the Breakall Racing team, with Brian Murphy at the wheel. Meanwhile, down here into the loop, absolutely together for 4th and 5th, Cole Swift in the Sayat, and Elliot Goodman now starting to pick up some pace in the Radical SR3, trying to get alongside Cole Swift. They've got traffic, they've got one of the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2s, they go past that safely, but now that Radical, the Raw Motorsport car of Elliot Goodman, right on terms with Cole Swift. They're making their way down towards Brooklands. There's full of traffic down there as well, so you'll see pick up those 2 cars, Marcus, the Sayat and the Radical. So Cole Swift, I think that's how it probably got quicker straight line speed, in fact, because by the end of the straight, a bit of a bigger gap back to Elliot Goodman, but then Goodman using the lighter Radical, the car with more downforce to get closer to the Cooper Racing car. They go past one of the minis there that Marcus was talking about a moment or 2 ago, and they complete another lap. And out of Cops Corner, so down towards Beckett's. This is where Elliot Goodman can use his downforce to try and get past Cole Swift. He's trying to go through the middle of a back marker, and Swift decided against it. That was Russell Clark, another of the competitors that run in the Club Enduro Championship this year. Cole Swift, a bit of a twitch there as he turned his way through Beckett. Front-wheel drive car, of course, and carving his way through the traffic, putting a bit of space once again between himself and the Raw Motorsport Radical of Elliot Goodman. So you can see Cole Swift really pushing on in a car that he's competed the full season of in the Nuva 2018 TCR UK Championship. And Cole Swift now turns his way through Stowe Corner. These cars now nearly 20 seconds behind Paul Rose, who's picked up the pace again recently. Steve Dickens, after taking over from Clive Wood, a further 5 seconds behind these 2 cars. And again, through the traffic, Cole Swift a lot more aggressive and therefore pulling it away from Elliot Goodman. So Cole Swift pushing on through the traffic to gain time from the cars that should be much quicker than him, the sports prototypes. Now making his way down towards the loop. And the beginning of the lap, which was a gap of half a second between these 2 cars, is 2 or 3 times bigger than that now. And Steve Dickens in the Mallock, not that much further behind them. See if now he's up to pace, if he can close these 2 cars in that go back onto the Wellington Straight for lap 14 of the race.
Josh.
Lewis?
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I'm down here in pit garage at 4A with the defibrillators, and I'm not too sure whether Clive here, who's did the first session. Clive, with the Malak, you were running third. Do you need a defibrillator?
Nearly. I do carry one, but not today, hopefully, not today. No, it was good. The idea was to try and stay with the radicals, and we've done that. Had a near miss which slowed me up a little bit, and then I think the shaker disappeared as well. I don't know what's happened to that, and I lost the place. I was running second and then lost the place to the radical when I got held up at Cops, but it's good.
Yeah, so how long do you think you can run? Because in the past, with the Malaks, you've had to do quite a few more pit stops than the Shakers, which can do almost, as the Radicals, can almost do an hour, maybe an hour and 15.
Yeah, only about 25 minutes. We're just checking the fuel now, and the idea was I'd use a few less revs, but once you're out there, you use everything you got to try and stay with them. So I think I might be able to stretch it to half an hour or 35 minutes, but that would be the absolute. That's where we're going to have a drawback. We have to do an extra pit stop. But the forecast is rain, and Malaks are very good in the wet.
As long as you make a good pick, the good call on tyres. Other than that, do you think you've got a good chance of overall?
Yeah, we'd like to think we have. Unfortunately, one of our cars dropped out at the last minute, and we've had to sub somebody in that is in a slightly slower car.
I take that's Michelle in the K Sports car.
Yeah, that's Michelle. We just pray for its rain when she's...
You put her out in the rain. Have you seen the video about 4 years ago, her on-board footage when it rained? She lapped everything.
Yeah, and that's what we need. My car's not particularly good in the wet, but we got Steve's excellent in the wet as well. So we're looking forward to a bit of rain.
Yeah, you could put Michelle in your car.
That's not a bad idea, but unfortunately it's the car, not the driver.
Anyway, okay, thanks very much, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Lewis Beals then talking to Clive Wood, aka Rastus, the reigning Classic Clubman Speed Sport champ, who's out in his proto car this weekend, and the Saker is still hurtling round in the hands of Paul Rose. He was saying yesterday, having taken the green car, and we'll see later the 540 horsepower one out, what a beast that is. And he said some of the lapping speeds quite impressive when you come up behind people. You've got to be very careful. The Deegan boys are saying exactly the same thing about the Seat Cupra. It's quite easy, quite a forgiving car to drive, as I was saying, considering its power output. But at the end of the day, it eats up the straights. Again, we've got three abreast momentarily coming out of Luffield. One of the Jaguar XJSs in that from always here. We've got a very good Jaguar team always in the Birkett relay.
Meanwhile, the other TCR car that's out on track, Steve Gales, is back out of the gravel and continuing on his way. He's just going onto the Wellington Straight now. That was a car that went off at Vale earlier on, but that's back on okay. And looked like it's lapping fairly well once again, but of course losing vital time while the Silverstone Marshals got that car out of the gravel.
Safety problem.
On the screen at the front of that, you can see Adam Reed, who's been a runner-up in the 750 Motor Club Hot Hats Championship in the past in his BMW Compact. Got car number 6 there, that's the Northern Sports Cars. That looks like it's Mark Laybourne in his Westfield. Currently running in 27th place. There's car off there, that's behind me at Beckett, that's Leon Shepherd in the Ford Fiesta ST that has gone off. That's one of the 750 Motor Club Random Racers teams. 750 Motor Club Random Racers 2, that is, for Leon Shepherd, and he gets back on the track after a spin at the Beckett's Essex.
Well, that'll excite James Winstanley, the club's PR guru, who's down there on the pit wall, managing the Random Racers 2. A personal battle here with Giles Grubridge, comp chief, who's head of the Random Racers 1. But all gathered in and back on track, so that's good. Out front, 16 laps down, 12.4 seconds between the leaders, and a further 18 back to the Saker. So the Alphas, that's the Grove and Dean, the race sponsors, Alfa Romeo coming in, looking very smart into the pits. Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance for all your needs, and similar coloured car is the Hillwood Autos Honda that comes hurtling into the pits, then slams on the anchors when it comes to the bit where the timing loop starts.
Notice Marcus going really well in 5th place is Abby Eaton in the Jeff Steele run BMW E92 M3. That's car number 16, M-Power Warriors. And Abby Eaton, the best part of a minute ahead of all the cars behind, but unable to go with the much more race spec cars that are in the top 6.
That's running, what, 7th overall, isn't it? 16, yeah. Abby Eaton.
Just probably coming around in front of you now, that BMW.
Trying to pick up which colour that one is.
Abby Eaton, the test driver now on the Grand Tour. He's the programme headlined by Jeremy Clarkson and his gang.
And very rapid in her father Paul's Holden Commodore in Touring Car Legends races this year too, Abby Eaton.
She's just been lapped. It's mainly a grey car with some orange flashes on it, just being lapped by the race leader. So car number 2, the leader of the race, Wade Eastwood, laps the 7th place car of Abby Eaton. So only the top 6 cars on the lead lap now.
Josh. Yeah, just following up what Clyde Woods was telling us, is that the Sakers had a bit of a problem. At the moment, that's the JPR Motorsport Team 9. It was Paul Rose. Just been talking to the crew, and they fitted a new engine into the Saker last night, and it's cut out a couple of times. They don't really know why, but the car's back on form. That's the reason why the Saker lost some, and Paul Rose lost some time early on. Back to you guys.
The race overall in the past on scratch, so they're well versed in this. They tend to go through with only 3 or 4 cars.
We've done this too often.
I didn't realise
In 2012 for Team 1, when Eugene O'Brien was part of the team.
They tend to have a fairly sort of loyal driver lineup, don't they? Because it's Paul Rose is obviously the distributor of these cars, and he brings his buddies back year after year to do it. And you get hooked into this Birkett relay, and at that point it becomes a must-do for every race season, the end of the season. It's been held all over the place over the years, hasn't it? It's been held at Donington, it's been held at Snetterton, Thruxton even at one point. Got
the rally spec Ford Ford Escort Mark II out there at the moment as well, just heading down the Wellington Straight. That's Gavin Heerden at the Bianco Motorsport team.
They've had a drama. What number's that team, Josh?
Car number 50.
Yeah. The Bianco team, they had a couple of cars in big trouble this morning, I think.
Meanwhile, there's a very slow low cost heading onto the Wellington Straight. Team number 15, I think that was Steve Kimber's low cost 7. Team 4 Corners. Not sure that car's just getting up to speed or if that's a problem. Meanwhile, on the streaming pictures, heading through Abbey Corner, the Mallock there of Steve Dickens has almost caught the Radical of Elliot Goodman, and Cole Swift stay it's just in front as well. So 4th, 5th and 6th all together as they turn their way through the loop. Cole Swift has got the 2 sports prototype cars behind. They go up the inside of the Team Brit Fun Cup machine, and Cole Swift using that to put a bit of space between himself and Elliot Goodman, and Steve Dickens in the Mallock there as well. So 4th, 5th and 6th all together on the circuit heading down the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, that's exciting stuff. Very diverse range of cars. The front wheel drive Cupra, the motorcycle engined Radical, and the little Mallock of Steve Dickens. We had a 7 in that group there, right the way over the inside of the curb coming through Woodcote. That was a most unconventional line, didn't seem to work terribly well. I guess that's why the curves are there.
And the cars now, as they turn their way into Beckett's, lapping the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. and the Cortina has Norman Ricketts at the wheel at the moment, and just going around the outside at Beckett, so that is Elliot Goodman at the moment, and the Cortina there a bit sideways, so Elliot Goodman had to squeeze himself right against the white line. It's 3 wide now. Steve Dickens also passes that Cortina. You've got the Honda Civic in there as well as that Caterham that Marcus mentioned, right over the inside at Woodcote. And in all that, Steve Dickens has just dropped away slightly from the cars. You've got a lick of flame out the side of the Mallow as it turns its way into Stowe Corner. So Steve Dickens in the Mark 29 Mallow, because we heard from Clive Wood, very quick driver in the wet. He was on pole in the wet back at Brands Hatch at the beginning of the season. And certainly weather forecasts suggest we may see wet weather before the end of the race.
Yes, we do tend to have a microclimate here at Silverstone, as we've seen back in the days of the non-championship Formula 1 International Trophy. We had snow interrupting races. Someone else using the other side of the curbs through Woodcote. It's one of the Honda Civic team races that really should be watched, because it's not ideal.
Of course, they've got track limits as well to watch. You don't want to build up any penalties from that.
It's normally the outside of the corners that cause the trouble, not the inside. But cutting the corner through Woodcote is very bizarre. Not seen that before.
Cole Swift has that radical. Elliot Goodman in his slipstream heading down towards Brooklands. A pair of them have made a bit of a gap over Steve Dickens on this lap, but Elliot Goodman just can't find a way past that Sayat. Two cars turn their way through Luffield at the moment. I think that Sayat's got a bit more straight line speed, Marcus, and that might be what's hampering Goodman's progress to get ahead of it.
I guess that's the point. I mean, the Sayat with a big slug of power and lots of aero as well, is a pretty good match for a lighter Suzuki Hayabusa powered Radical. That little Lotus Cortina you talked about, dating back to the 1964, I think it's a B-Reg car, so it's 1964 spec car. Norman Ricketts, who's done this event many times.
And finally, Marcus, sorry to interrupt, finally into Beckett. Elliot Goodman has gone through. He's gone ahead of Cole Swift and now trying to use the speed of that Radical through the S's. Beckett's S is there just to make a gap and try and get away from Cole Swift. Once again, we see there the 2018 Club Enduro champion Steve Houston and Matt Nodston BMW 325i. You can see the Sayat getting closer and closer down the hanger straight. Looks up the inside into Stowe Corner, but Elliot Goodman later on the brakes in the Radical SR3, and it looks like that move, Marcus, might have been successful for Elliot Goodman to get into 4th place.
Okay, we'll keep an eye open for that when they're out next.
Looked like as they went down towards Vale, there was a car off on the left-hand side of the circuit. See if we can pick that up, if that was the case or not. But those two cars now out of Club Corner and really pulled away from Steve Dickens in this lap. Again, there is a car off there. The marshals pulling that car to the side. Not quite sure what that is. Can't quite pick up the number on that car, but that car's been pushed behind the barriers on the run out of Stowe and down towards Vale. So the Silverstone marshals doing the recovery there under local yellows.
And of course, if a car is off and out, then they can get a message back to the team back in the pits to release the next driver.
The battle for 4th onto the Wellington Straight, and again Cole Swift is right on terms with Elliot Goodman. He's going to try and come up alongside as they go down towards Brooklands. He's looking to the inside line is Cole Swift, so you'll see, Marcus, if he gets got back through or not.
There is Swift, and he's got the radical right behind him by the looks of things.
Yes, the Swift did get back through on the power.
Looks like it. And it's got plenty in front, yeah. Just leaves the Radical through. There's 3 cars ahead of Carl Swift, all on the outside of the track. One's a Mini, there's a BMW in there as well. They go through Cops together. Very spectacular. 7s arrive in the pit lane very quickly, then they will leap on the brakes somewhere sort of mid-Woodcote.
Yeah, Cole Swift's made that work well, hasn't he? Because he's really put some gap again between himself and the Radical. The car that's gone off in front of Cole Swift there across the grass, that's Dave Coyne in the Ferrari. And Cole Swift just squeezes through to get ahead of the car that went off there, the Ferrari of Dave Coyne. the Ferrari 430, so that's put some more space between Swift and Goodman. So that move that Elliot Goodman made on the last lap ended up not being successful, and Cole Swift back into fourth place.
Was the Coyden Ferrari actually off the track?
It was on the grass on the inside of Beckett. So it sort of shot across the inside of the circuit, but rejoined without really losing too much time.
Hey guys, can I just break in a minute? Yep, thanks very much. I'm down here in 1C garage with Aaron Bailey. We were just talking, Aaron, how many times you've won it. How many is it?
3.
Yeah, 3 times overall.
That's it, yep.
So how's it going at the moment?
Yeah, we're just hunting down P1 at the minute, so we're about 4.5 seconds behind, so we're closing a gap a second a lap or so at the minute, so Brian's doing a great job out there at the minute, so if he can just keep bringing that lap down, he's probably still got 40 minutes in the car until we send our next driver out.
Well, I can see you're geared up and ready, but I take it you're going to take the last stint.
No, I'm probably going to do the second to last stint, or if it rains then I'll probably be doing that one, so just going to hold back this year. Brian's had a good season of racing, so we thought we'd go with the experience this year.
Well, I mean, you're normally the quickest of the boys, aren't you?
No, Brian's upped his game, so he's leading this year.
Oh, so Brian's going to take the last stint. So, are you hopeful?
Yeah, I think we've got a very good chance. We just have to see what the weather does. Hopefully we can come out on top. Yeah.
Will the weather have a influence on the day, do you think?
I'm not sure. Maybe later on in the day now, around about 3-4ish, we're looking at we might get a bit of rain, so it might affect us a little bit, but hopefully we'll be okay.
Okay, buddy. Good to talk to you, and I hope to see you on the podium at the end of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, that's Aaron Bailey, 3 times winner, and that's what's going on down here in Bracknell Racing. Back to you, boys.
You can see those 2 cars much closer on the circuit now. That was over 10 seconds earlier. It's under 5 now. Those 2 cars making their way through Brooklands and into Luffield, and you'll see the 2 leaders markers much closer than they were earlier in the race.
Yeah, so watching for that. Yep, the orange Radical still leads the way, isn't it? Number 2, which is the car of Wade Eastwood.
Off on the stream again, Dave Coyne going off at Beckett's, and I think his diffuser there just went for Burton as he went over the grass. Steve Dickens was up the inside of it, waving furiously at him, and then Dave Coyne went off, and by the looks of it, in all that, Steve Dickens has got past Elliot Goodman in the Royal Motorsport Radical. You can see there debris all over the circuit, and that is all part of Dave Coyne's Ferrari.
Yeah, Dickens and Goodman were side by side through Woodcote last time through.
Yeah.
There's a replay now on the live stream, so if you see in the screen, Dickens up the inside of Dave Coyne, and Coyne squeezing him up towards the grass. You can see then Dickens waving his fist about, and Coyne went off the road markers, and then parts of that Ferrari, I think, left the car.
Dave Coyne, twice a winner of the Formula Ford Festival over the years. There's the Abbey Eaton BMW charging through in 7th place, half 16, leading the B classification.
You can see the damage there to the rear of the Ferrari, a bit of damage to that car, so I wonder if Coyne will pit at the end of this lap. Currently running in 8th position, the RNR Performance team, just making his way through the loop at the moment. With the rear of the car damaged. Certainly the rear right of the bumper starting to come off. Not sure if it damaged the rear diffuser on the 430 as well. We'll see when it gets to the end of this lap whether the Ferrari makes its way into the pits.
47 Cooper Racing entry charges through. Now well clear of its pursuers. 35 seconds or so behind JPR Saker. Defibrillators and Royal Motorsport absolutely together behind Carl Swift. Nose to tail, in actual fact. Steve Dickens ahead of the Radical. Elliot Goodman.
Dave Coyne continued, so he didn't pit in with that damage. So continues to run in 8th position. Yeah, like you say, they're absolutely together, 5th and 6th. Steve Dickens out onto the hanger straight, just ahead of Elliot Goodman. But now, with the drama they've had on the last couple of laps, that's allowed Cole Swift to pull 10 or so seconds away from them.
And the Brakel Racing Heroes and Brakel Racing teams 2 and 3 respectively, 1.2 seconds between them. 1.2 seconds.
And the safety car's out. The safety car is out on circuit. So those two cars have actually, they're side by side as they came towards the safety car. So the safety car has been called for. So the 750 Motor Club, Running McGann safety car, leading the top two, and they're sort of all readjusting themselves now to the order they should have been in. I don't think the two leaders, or certainly the second place car, Brian Murphy, saw the safety car because he came alongside it and then backed right off. So safety car out, Marcus, at the end of 23 laps.
And there's in the distance, I can see a Land Rover, one of the circuit Land Rovers, towing what looks to be a race car back from somewhere out on the far reaches of the campus.
Hey guys, I think I can give you a heads up. One of the very nice marshals have told me that there's debris down at Chapel.
Yeah,
so.
that's from the Dave Coyne car after he had the off. So the Dave Coyne Ferrari damaged,
Okay,
and that's what the debris is from.
I'll nip up that way and see if I can find Dave Coyne.
But he's still on the circuit at the moment, just coming actually past me onto the Wellington Straight, but the rear right-hand corner of that Ferrari certainly damaged. And that, Lewis, if you couldn't hear earlier, that was after Steve Dickens was coming alongside him, and then Dave Coyne had to take to the grass. So it should be a fairly quick safety car period, Marcus, if it's just moving the debris off the circuit.
Carl Swift in from fourth place into the pits, so a change for the Cupra Racing team. And Steve Dickens in as well, while Elliot Goodman for Royal Motorsport continues round defibrillators in. So fourth and fifth place cars using this safety car period to change drivers.
The Sakers have changed teams as well, Marcus.
Have
AC just going past me. So Paul Rose has handed over there to Steve Harris.
Which colour car is that?
That's the green.
That's the green one. That's
Yeah.
the 540 horsepower, 2.3 litre Saker.
And here is one of the Deegans out on track. It's 47B, so it's Shane Deegan at the wheel of the Cupra. 47B.
He's had the greater experience of testing this car of the brothers.
And it's looked like it's the Radical that's gone out for defibrillators. That's one of the older SR3s, a bit of a different shape to the current cars. That's 36 is car A, so that is Chris Pickering aboard the Radical SR3. So it's, in the end, it was the three Radical teams, wasn't it, that stayed out, the two Breaker Racing cars and Royal Motorsport.
Yeah, because they can run a long way, can't they? They can run past an hour.
Well, the Cupra Racing guys thought they could do each stint with an hour and a half each, but obviously they've gone for some different tactics there.
They've got a 100-litre fuel tank in the area motorsport car that the Deegans are telling me about this morning.
So there's one car between the two leaders on the circuit. That's car 6A, which is Mark Leaborn's Westfield. That car, the car between Wade Eastwood and the other Breaker Racing car, which has Brian Murphy at the wheel. So the leading cars head their way down the Wellington Straight. Can't quite see you can see now on the stream the marshals, plentiful of Silverstone marshals getting the debris off the circuit. So I imagine, Marcus, you'll see the safety car complete another lap before it comes in.
Yeah, the lights are still flashing on the safety car. This is lap 24 for the race leaders. As you say, there's that 7 type car between the lead Radicals. No temptation for either of them to come in. But down the order from about 6th or 7th in the line, we've got that very successful BMW, the Nossiter BMW coming in.
Marcus,
Yeah,
can I just update you? It's not Dave Coyne who's in the Ferrari. It's Chris Goddard.
that's the Compton Goddard ones. They're
Yeah.
both the same liveries, aren't they?
Yeah, that's it. And I've lost the rear bumper.
Ah,
And Dave Coyne standing about 10 feet away from it at the moment. I'll have a quick word. I'll have a quick word. Hi, Dave.
Hi.
How you doing?
All right, I think Chris has just had someone hit him up the backside. I think.
Yeah, I think we had a collision with Steve Dickens, one of the Maleks.
Did someone hit him? Did they?
Well, I think that was. I think that was just a bit of a. You know what I mean? A bit of track position.
Yeah. So I'm getting ready for the other car to go out now.
I don't think we're standing in the best way, just right in front of them. I think we better move over here. Anyway, former European F3 champion, it's great to see you here.
Yeah, it is. I wish it was a bit warmer. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out in it, but I think I'm 4th out, so a little bit of time to wait yet. We'll try and get the car sorted out and get it ready for the next go.
Still enjoying your racing?
I love it, yeah, I love it. I drive Chris's cars for him, and he's not been doing it. He's sort of a beginner still, really, about it all. I'm just trying to help him and guide him along and put him in the right directions.
Yeah, I remember the Swift days in Norfolk.
That's it, yeah. We won the Formula 4 Festival in that, which was good.
Yeah, with Frank and company.
That's right, yeah. I don't know where he is. He should be around.
And Peter, and Pete Merrily.
Yeah, you're right there. Yeah.
Going back the old days.
Yeah, they were the good old days, they were. They were the good old days. I don't know where he is. He should be here.
Anyway, good to talk to you.
Yeah,
see you later.
Yeah.
Back to you, boys.
I was with Pete Merrilies on Wednesday at Snetterton, and he was in very, very fine form. Talking about just those old days, as Dave Boyd was.
I think, Marcus, it's car C that's gone out for Raw Motorsport, which would be Barry Liverside. I've checked that when I get a bit of a closer look at it.
Yeah, the black car that's been out since the start has just dived in at the end of that a previous lap, the first of the safety car.
They rejoined just behind Shane Deegan in the Cupra. I guess with the Breakall Racing guys, because they're right in the front of the queue, they didn't want to drop all the way to the rear of it, so therefore staying out, and we'll have clear track when we go green at the end of this lap. So safety car lights are out.
Okay, so that will mean a 2-lap safety car interlude then. We'll be back underway onto lap 26, and we have just notched the first hour.
Just that one car that we mentioned, the Westfield, between the top two. Then there's a much bigger gap to the third place car, which is the Seika. A big gap between those, but we're restart, as Marcus said, at the end of hour 1. With Breakall Racing still first and second. So I expect Wade Eastwood here, Mark, will be trying to get some space between himself and the second of the Breakall Racing cars.
Yes, because there's no overtaking until you get to the timing lines. A flash of lights from a car that's one of the minis that's down the order. There goes Wade Eastwood. Charges through, he's over the line. And dutifully, the Brian Murphy in the Breakall Racing number 3 waited till he was through to get on his way past that Westfield. An MGB coming into the pits very slowly and may well impede the grey BMW that's behind. It's the 31 car, 54 behind. And there's quite a bit of overtaking going on here before the green flag.
I noticed the green flags were waving here, Marcus, when the safety car came in. So
maybe that gives everyone carte blanche, but normally it's still the timing line.
Exactly, yeah. I noticed it recently. The green flag seemed to go out all around the circuit rather than, like you say, just everywhere past the
I can see the Compton Goddard Ferrari now with one rear brake light, and that bumper flapping in the breeze.
One of the Porsches on the stream there, the podium prep team. That's Andrew John Peck in the 968, car number 60, just working its way through Stowe Corner behind a couple of the Caterhams. And actually ahead of another Caterham. One of the cars are off. This is the debut for the Stormin Camel Motorsport BMW 1 Series, the Nick Grove and Carlo Turner shared car. That's continued. That had an off at Beckett's ahead of its Club Enduro season next year. But the two leaders, meanwhile, out onto the Wellington Straight. It's still Breakall Racing Heroes that lead the way, but not really a huge amount between the two cars as they go underneath the vehicle bridge down towards Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's right. 2 and 3 lead the way. Third is number 8, the Seika team, JPR team, with that bright green Seika running for them now with the Subaru engine. 47 Cooper Racing fourth with the Deegans. One of the Degans in board there, that's Shane, isn't it? 65 is Raw Motorsport in 5th place, 6th, 36 Defibrillators. Now with Pickering in the Radical out there. 16 BMW M-Power Warriors. They lead Class B in classification. They're running 7th, ahead of the R&R Performance Cars Ferraris. That is Chris Compton Goddard in 51 in 8th place. At 9th is 22 DLH Motorsport, 10th 55 LFP Motorsport, 11th is 60 Podium Preparation, 12th 29 Norfolk and Chance. Then it's 21 Sofa King Fast, 54 Auto Belaban, 33 Red Rascal, 48 Area Motorsport, 37 BMW Car Club Racing M1, 1 Run Baby Run, and 20 Mini Gievs, 58 DHD Motorsport North. That's the top 20.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just passing Garage 11 and I'm seeing Chris Yarwood. Yeah, Chris, that looks a very, very different kind of Super Leon.
Yeah.
No, it's not, is it?
It's in disguise.
Yeah,
It's the Italian disguise. So we're an hour in, and it's a bit of a war of attrition already. So we were supposed to be bringing a Vauxhall, that didn't work. Then we were supposed to be bringing a Super Copa, that didn't work. So we brought an Alpha, which is going great guns. We've got an Escort rally car out there, believe it or not, which is going even better. And we were due to have a Lola out, but that's broken as well. So with an hour in, it's not going as well as it could, but we're having fun.
Well, so that's the way, Chris. And it's the Groove and Dean, who we've got to say very big thank you to sponsoring the event. So, and it's one of the Bianca Alphas you've got.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, big thanks to Grove and Dean, and a big thanks to Bianco. The car's going great, and I say we're having fun.
Yeah, I can tell you, I've actually seen a celebrity drive that. Paul Hollywood drove it a couple of years ago.
Okay, maybe I'll be able to cook when I get home then.
Oh, that'd be a good idea. Anyway, good to see you, Paul, Chris, and have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers.
Back to you, boys. Oh, dear, and as I'm about to say that, here is Chris Goddard with the Ferrari and a very... it's missing a rear bumper. So he's going to park it. But never mind. Back to you guys.
On the latest lap, coming down into Beckett, Raw Motorsport got past Cooper Racing for 4th. So Shane Deegan there losing out to Barry Liverside down into the Beckett Sesses. Meanwhile, the top 2 make their way through Beckett's and they're together. The 2 Breakel Racing cars together on the circuit going through the Beckett Sesses onto Chapel Curve. And it continues to be the same order we've had all race. Wade Eastwood ahead of Brian Murphy, but very little between the 2 cars. Because
Brian there's only 200ths between their fastest laps, Josh.
Both just on their best laps last time by as well, with the clear road.
Yep.
2 minutes 9.35 for Brian Murphy. New fastest lap for him. They're soon going to be back into traffic, so they soon won't be able to improve on that.
Yes, there was a moment about a couple of minutes ago when I couldn't see a single car on track, which was a bit of a novelty.
So through Club Corner then go the 2 leaders, and they are back in traffic already. Still Eastwood ahead of Murphy. Eastwood out over the curbs, going round the outside of one of the Fun Cup cars. So Brian Murphy then gets closer because he gets a clearer run through Club Corner. The 2 leaders then turn their way through Abbey for lap 28 of the race, and nothing can separate these 2 cars. They're 2 teammate cars, both run by James Breakel, the guy that looks after or helps to look after the Bike Sports Championship, run by the 750 Motor Club. The 2 leaders then make their way through the loop section that was put in at the beginning of the decade. Less than a second now between the top 2. They've got about 10 cars ahead of them on the Wellington Straight. Blue flags being waved furiously to let those drivers know the top 2 are coming through. They flick to the inside of the circuit. Brian Murphy looks up the inside of Wade Eastwood, can't go through, and into your view, Marcus, nothing can separate them.
No, it's still orange from red. The second one goes around the outside of a car there. They each go either side of another of the BMWs, and the cars are absolutely nose to tail. Wade Eastwood just hanging on from Brian Murphy. Brian Murphy, though, totally in the slipstream. 3 cars ahead of them going into Copse. Murphy looks to the inside, can't squeeze through because the leader goes through first.
It was very tight indeed as they went through Copse Corner, like you said, Marcus. And now Brian Murphy trying to go around the outside, but there's a big Jaguar in the way, so he can't quite do that. The Jaguar keeps to the side with flames spitting both sides out of that Jaguar. It looks pretty spectacular, but the 2 Radical drivers not watching that. They dive through and go ahead onto the Hangar Straight. They will go next. One of the Mark 1 Toyota MR2s, they will pull alongside that now. And again, Brian Murphy in the slipstream of the leader, Wade Eastwood. Can he find a way through? Going down in towards Stowe Corner. And yes, he looks to the inside as Brian Murphy. He's alongside his teammate and he goes through, does he? Yes, there was just room, but then Brian Murphy has to jink to the left-hand side of the circuit because there's a Mazda in the way. So that means the two leaders are side by side again. They've got that Lotus Cortina to lap down into Vale. And again, Eastwood looks back up the inside of Brian Murphy. He can't quite do it, and Murphy goes through. So Brian Murphy leads away now through Club Corner. Great battle this is between the two cars. Really, in a 6-hour race, it doesn't matter, but it's pretty exciting to watch.
Certainly is. The Vauxhall has just gone through as well. The Vauxhall sports car, which is an unusual machine, and still that mix. Everywhere you look, they're disparate cars battling on course.
The two leaders are side by side again, Marcus, through here. They've got the Graves Motorsport BMW in front of them, and they dive to the inside of it. It is still Brian Murphy ahead of Wade Eastwood, but as we mentioned a few moments ago, the two of them are so similar on lap times, which means as they carve their way through the traffic together, they stay together and make a great sight as we watch them battle right round the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. The two cars now under the bridge in towards Brooklands, and Wade Eastwood again looks to the inside of Brian Murphy, but Murphy holding on as they turn their way through the right-hander at Luffield.
Don't see many Porsches out, but there's a Cayman looking nice, winged car. Leaders come through, and it's Brokell Racing. Murphy ahead of Eastwood by 0.7 of a second. On lap 29, conclusion of lap 29.
I think that's the first change of lead of the race as well, isn't it, Marcus?
It's the first lap, yeah.
Yeah, Wade Eastwood got the lead on lap 1, and down here at Beckett's, I think it was, and for the first time he has been passed, and that was by Brian Murphy. They're turning their way through the Beckett's S's once again. This lap 30 of the race, and Eastwood gets right on turns with Brian Murphy. They've got Maxine Nichols to lap in one of the Toyota MR2s. They go to the right-hand side of that. They took very different lines through the Beckett's S's as they try to lap the other cars. You've got the other Radical SR3 not that far ahead of them, and that is the defibrillators car of Chris Pickering. They will be shortly to lap, and Chris Pickering's fallen a long way behind the Royal Motorsport and Cooper Racing cars since he's been aboard it. You can see that Porsche that Marcus mentioned a few moments ago.
Josh.
And we've got down in the pit lane, Lewis Bills.
Josh, yeah, there. Thanks very much. I'm down here with Chris Garner. Chris, obviously it was debris from your car that caused the first safety car, but tell us, obviously it's your first time, you were telling me it's the first time you've done the Birkett, but you had a little bit of a trouble.
Yes, I got hit by a couple of cars. One ran into the back of me in the braking zone, and Caterham turned in on me in the turning braking zone, and the debris off the back of the car is because Radical came up the inside of me at the last moment, and I had to, he took my turn in, had to go straight on, and it took the back of the bumper off across the curb. So unfortunately that's racing.
Well, yeah, and the as well, isn't it? And but the car looks beautiful. Well, apart from the back.
Well, it's only a bumper at the end of the day. Well, it's the end of the season, and we'll get a new bumper bolted on it and be out again beginning of next year. So.
Yeah, and you're sharing your car with Dave Coyne. And,
yeah, Dave's a very good friend of mine. We've been racing together for the last 8 years. So we race Ford Falcon and various Ferraris. So yeah, it's a great driver, especially in the wet.
Yes, and we will know that. But you're enjoying that? Are you? Well, obviously, apart from the rare damage, did you enjoy your stint?
Yeah, it was great fun. It is pretty hectic out there, and if you're in a quicker car, then you've got to carve your way up through the traffic. So there's a few last-minute adjustments on the track to be made. So.
Thanks, Dave. Sorry, Chris, and good to see you. Yeah, you're okay.
Thanks a lot.
Big excitement there, meanwhile, because the Brokell Racing heroes, Wade Eastwood, got back inside Brokell Racing's Brian Murphy. That was up at Luffield, and he dived inside a car they were lapping, left Murphy to the outside, grabbed the place. Murphy was soon back on his tail on the exit of the corner, though.
And Murphy's back through, down into Stowe Corner they go at the moment. They're passing the low cost, the Mazda-powered low cost of Stuart Sellers. And more traffic for Brian Murphy. That's Liam Crilly's Mazda RX-8. So that means Wade Eastwood's back up the inside as they go down into the Vale. The two leaders are still side by side. Absolutely fabulous up and back through goes Wade Eastwood. So there's been 2 changes of lead on this single lap, which is great to watch. Not sure what James Brakell, team manager, will be thinking about watching his 2 team cars battling side by side around the circuit, but it is really great to watch. And the Alpha live streaming showing it perfectly as they go through there past David Bucky's Honda Civic, and Brian Murphy's lost time there, and Wade Eastwood has a bit of a bigger gap.
Great to see the gem out there as well, the CVR development car, which is mentioned in the programme. Half a century, 50 years since Tommy Entwistle drove it, and a bit of a tribute to works engineer David Hives, who passed away in the last year or so, having fortunately watched Mike Jordan and Mike Whitaker win one of the big races at Goodwood in the CVR Griffith that was the works development car back in the day. So it's good to see that car back with us. So watch that gem, the metallic blue CVR on page 5 of your programmes.
Meanwhile, on the stream, you can see there's a car that's not on the race circuit. That's a Peugeot 06. That's car number 44E that's making its way back to the paddock. That's one of the Royal Navy teams. And that's the car that James Cantwell is sharing with Richard Scott. So that car heading back to the paddock via the road, the link road around the circuit. Meanwhile, the leader, they have almost clattering into the side of the Sayat. There was just centimetres between one of the Sayats and Wade Eastwood's Radical SR3. And Eastwood at the end of the previous lap had a gap of 1.7 seconds, so using the traffic to get back away from Brian Murphy.
One's delay. It's got a slight delay on it.
So into Club Corner goes that, the 2 leaders, just lapping there the Rick Kerry BMW, the V8 powered 1 Series that races with the BMW Car Club, and up the inside goes Wade Eastwood, and Brian Murphy continues to chase him, but the gap's certainly going up between the 2 Brakell Racing cars. The 2 of them way ahead of the rest though. JPR Motorsport still in 3rd position, with Raw Motorsport 4th, and Cooper Racing in 5th place. The top 5 cars still on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's very impressive, isn't it? So I think 5 on the lead lap here, and behind them, still being chased down is the defibrillators, but they're lapping the 229s, as are their pursuers, the 16 M-Power Warriors. The R&R Performance Cars Ferraris in 8th place. LFP Motorsport Team 55 are in 9th, and in 10th is Team 37 BMW Car Club Racing M1.
On the screens at the moment, it is Tony Rogers in the Sayat Super Copa, who was leading out at Snetterton in the 750 Motor Club Road Sports race there in the Stephen Cunliffe owned Super Copa. That's Team 29.
Josh, listen to the very gruff sounding BMW 1 Series. I'll be down with you in a second.
That's the V8, the V8 powered car. I think that's a jet. Well, I can't hear so much from here as the car's off throttle, but that car certainly does sound different to what you'd expect when we've seen that in the past. Rick Kerry at the wheel of that, the ex-British touring car racer, was been on the podium in the BMW Car Club this year. Meanwhile, there's a car indicating past me and going slowly. That's 34C. That's one of the Track Obsession cars. That's Chris Morton in a new Vauxhall Corsa. That's a different car than what is campaigned all season, but that's going very slowly down the Wellington Straight and will be for the pit lanes. That's Team 34. The only way is NA. And eventually, Marcus, that car will get back into your view, but it's going very slowly
Be
indeed.
a long time, won't it? The green Saker still charging along. That's done a best lap in the 209s as well. The top 3 cars have lapped in the 209s. Defibrillators courtesy of Clive Wood's early 210.44 with the 4th team in the roster.
Got a replay on the live stream. You can see the Saker with sparks ploughing out the back of it. Team 8, JPR Motorsport, that's Steve Harris, isn't it, at the wheel of the green Saker? We saw the same with Paul Rose earlier, with the sparks out the back of that, making it look very spectacular.
Leading Radicals then, with lots of traffic to contend with down through Woodcote. Wade Eastwood cuts past 2 of the 4 cars. He's now up behind the Ginetta G55. He gets squeezed right out over the curbs going up towards Copse Corner by the G55. The Gem is back into the pits. Car developed by Tommy Entwistle, who went on to Tommy Entwistle DFC indeed, who went on to compete long into his 80s. Oldest licensed international racer. Tom Delaney went on till he was in his mid-90s racing with the VSCC. And a 1928 TT winning Lee Francis Hyper. 1K Don car.
Marcus? Oh, you can hear me. Sorry, I wasn't too sure whether the radio mic was working again. Sorry about that.
Coming over loud and clear, Lewis.
Well, that's good. All right, back to you.
Cool. And say the Brakel Racing Heroes and Brakel Racing teams less than 3 seconds apart at 33 laps.
And in the gravel at Beckett, right behind me that is, I saw on the stream before, that's the car. We just said that the Track Obsession's the only way NA Corsa was going slowly. They've let the Clio out and it's gone straight into the gravel at Beckett. So the first corner it got to out the pits on cold tyres, Chris Heathcote has put the Renault Clio, the Cup car, in the gravel at Beckett. So that team not going very well indeed. Chris Morton it was who broke the Corsa, got back into the pits. The Clio went out and went straight into the gravel.
Hey guys, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. I can't turn the mic off, so sorry about if I've been interrupting. I'm going to see if I can find someone to sort it. Back to you.
Okay, so the marshals now with a JCB seeing to Chris Heathcote's Renault Clio. So the Corsa in the garage with a problem, the Clio in the gravel here at Beckett. So local yellow flags, double yellows as they turn into Beckett. So now a decision, I guess, to be made whether this can be done under local yellows. There's a car right on the edge of the gravel trap. Got a couple of Silverstone marshals trying to dig the front wheels clear of the gravel because it's pretty well buried in. We've got more marshals now running to assistance. I think they're going to try and push it out before they get the JCB involved. JCB just waiting behind the concrete barriers here at the link. And the marshals pushing the Clio, but the front wheel's just spinning and the car going nowhere. So team number 34 will be dropping down the order. You can see that on the screen now as well. The tyres, the wheels spinning on the Clio, but the car not moving at all in the gravel trap here at Beckett. So that car way down the order, that team, after problems earlier on as well. 46th position, the only way is NA are classified at the moment. Now the JCB is called into action, and that will drag the Clio clear of the gravel, and Chris Heathcote will be able to get back on his way. But that, Marcus, is absolutely what we were saying earlier about cold tyres coming out of the pits and making sure they're up to temperature.
Yeah, he wouldn't have thought they'd have thought saloon car, would you? Just build up gradually over the first lap or so, you'd be fine. Plenty of turns here to put some heat in. Lovely MG charging through MGB, the 32 car. Now it's a roadster MGB rather than the coupe that was out earlier on.
Lots of marshals on the scene. Great to see so many marshals here around the Grand Prix circuit. It's a lot of marshal posts to cover here at Silverstone, Marcus, but a great number of them here, dealing with the cold weather but lots of blue flag waving for them to do as well. So that car, though, is going to be pushed behind the barriers, and Chris Heathcote will be below me, and therefore the green flag action can continue around the circuit. So I guess the only car that is running currently in the pits is James Birch's Vauxhall Corsa. So whether they go out with him. Meanwhile, though, Marcus, right in front of you, the race leader goes into the pits.
Yep, indeed. The orange Radical is in at 1 hour and 23 minutes. 1 hour and 23 minutes, 35 laps. So Wade Eastwood then.
And look, the car that's coming out, Mark, has almost had a half spin for the leaders. Don't you saw that on the screen there?
I've got no screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm struggling.
The car that was relayed out, put a load of power on it, had a half spin getting back out of the pit. So again, showing the cold tyres on that car. I'll try and work out who it is. It looks like it might have been Charles Graham's SR3, but I'll check that when it passes me at Beckett's got the replay of that on the screens now for those of you watching at home. Into the pits came Wade Eastwood, so the team waved him through. He goes out, therefore the team car can come out of the garage and rejoin, and as it put its power on too early, the car had a half spin in the pit lane, which isn't an ideal start to your stint.
I remember someone doing that on a test day in a Formula 5000 Lola here, way back, and ended up going pretty much straight back into the garage.
So that car now, though, has continued. It's heading down the Hangar Straight at the moment, and we'll get a check on that, who is at the wheel. But I guess the Brian Murphy continued, didn't he? Yeah, he's continuing on his way. Yeah, it's Charles. No, it's not. Sorry, it's 2B that is out there. So 2B is Ash Hicklin, who's at the wheel of the Breakall Racing Heroes. Team number 2.
Yeah, we'll watch for that. The RX-8 is going strongly. Still the Crilly car, isn't it? The red car charging round. Rotary rocket.
So Brian Murphy heads out down the Wellington Straight as Ash Hicklin is on the international pit lane, going past the wing. So that's the gap between the top two. Of course, that pit stop has been made by the Racing Hero, so I suspect, Mark, because it won't be long before Brian Murphy has to make his stop.
Yeah, that's right. They're probably they probably know the capacity of that car very well. It's likely fuel consumption on a day like this. There he goes then. Breakall Racing through in the lead at 36 laps. And that's still Brian Murphy at the helm. Wait to see the differential between the times.
Good little Caterham battle just heading on to the Wellington Straight. That's 55 and 56. That's LFP Motorsport and Revolution Racing. They're on different laps, I believe, but they're heading side by side down the Wellington Straight at the moment.
Yes, the whites and red car, isn't it? Hicklin goes through 41.45 seconds down. 41.45 seconds.
And then just heading on to the Wellington Straight now is Steve Harris in third position in the JPR Motorsport Saker. So another good distance back to that team. And then in fourth position, Raw Motorsport just heading into the loop now, and Raw Motorsport has Barry Liverside at the wheel.
Yeah, Raw Motorsport team 65. Yeah, Barry Liverside with the SR3 RSX. Radical RS after the those SR3 numbers for Rockingham Speedway, which is going to host its last race meeting very shortly. It's a week or so, isn't it?
Meanwhile, Brian Murphy is soon going to lap Shane Deegan. So Shane Deegan in fifth position, shortly to go a lap down. Brian Murphy only a little way behind. Those two cars heading down towards Brooklands. So a good third stint this has been from Brian Murphy, a good long stint as well. He's just going around the outside of an MGB and Ginetta at Luffield.
Yeah, here comes the Seat Cupra coming through, the 47 car of Shane Deegan. in 5th place, 18.95 seconds off 4th.
And Brian Murphy's the next car through, isn't he? So Brian Murphy doing a 2:14 to Shane Deegan's 2:18. So should be with him by the end of the lap.
Yeah, they're mighty quick cars, aren't they, those TCR Cupras in the real scheme of things.
Of course, they're the TCR cars are now the cars that run in the World Touring Car Championship, as well as all around the world. So if you own one of those cars, of course, you can race them in so many different championships, unlike other touring car series. Out of Luffield comes the 2nd place car of Ash Hicklin as he gets up to speed.
Yeah, his first flying lap as he goes through a 2:24. That's 10 seconds off the lead pace.
Meanwhile, off here and driving back to the paddock on the Link Road is one of the 750 Motor Club random racers, and that is John Slatter in one of the Mazda MX-5s.
Hey guys.
Got a car broken coming into the pit lane with looks. I think that's one of the, I think it's the Raw Fulcrum.
Colin Bennett. 1B. Lewis?
Yeah, thanks. I heard you talking about the TCR cars. Yes, I was talking to the Deegans that they've rented the car in hope that they might purchase one and do a brick car next year. Actually, I was going to have a word with is it Shane out at the moment?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I was going to work with Shane when he comes in, but yeah, they're awesome cars, aren't they? And great to see one here today.
Marshall's pushing the Raw Fulcrum down the pit lane, Lewis. Two Marshalls running along with Benham's car. Yeah, it's likely that the JPR Seika, which is in 3rd place, car number 8, which was 34 seconds behind the number 2 car, but lapping 9 seconds quicker. That'll take about 4 laps to expunge. Is that the lead car in? I think it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, you can see that on the stream now. Brian Murphy driving down the pits, and his team car comes out a lot more cautiously than we saw the Racing Heroes team. So Team 3, Breakall Racing, making its way down the pit lane marker, so you'll be able to see Ash Hicklin when he comes through. It's 3D that has gone out, so 3D is Lee Bailey at the wheel of that team after a 38 lap stint for Brian Murphy.
Yeah, very, very good stint.
And it looks like, yes, it's definitely going to, car 3, Lee Bailey is going to lead when he comes back out, because only at Luffield is the 2nd place car of Ash Hicklin.
That's right, coming through the white car, coming through with the red flashes, coming through Woodcote now. Ash Hicklin in the 2nd place. He's gone through, what's his, a 2:21. His flying lap was only a couple of tenths quicker than Murphy's in lap, and Murphy was going slowly through the entrance to the pits he's supposed to do. The V8 BMW has come in.
Lee Bailey's weaving side to side, heading down the Hanger Straight, desperately trying to get heat into the tyres of that Radical SR3. So it'll be interesting to see how long it takes Lee Bailey to get up to pace, because we've seen Ash Hicklin's pace is gradually getting quicker as he gets tyre temperature into his Radical.
Yeah, he's 27 seconds now ahead of the bright green Seika Kermit, which is lapping 7 seconds quicker. 7 seconds quicker.
Of course, Steve Harris managed to get his tyres up to temperature during the safety car period, I guess. So that is another reason to make your stop during the safety car period, so your new driver can get tyre temperature without losing any time on circuit. Yeah,
the ambient temperature here is barely a handful of degrees. And interestingly, the number 19C car going very, very slowly through Woodcote and completely balked one of the radicals, the red radical. That
Raw Motorsport
had to pretty much come to a standstill in the middle of the corner, or whittling his way round.
That was the little Citroen C1, wasn't it? Race leader is on the Wellington straight. I think he's going to get to Brooklands, as Ash Hicklin makes his way onto that straight. So you will see what the real gap is between the two Breaker Racing cars. Meanwhile, there's yellow flags heading out onto the hangar straight, and there's a car off. That's the Sayat, I reckon. Looks like one of the is it the Mike Marie Sayat Toledo? I'm just seeing if he's entered into the race, but it looks like that car that I've seen in the past. Yeah, so it is team number 11, so Team Camel, Mike Marie Sayat Leon Cupra has pulled off down the hangar straight.
Into the pits has come the Ginetta G55. That's the replacement car for the team that was running 3 G40s.
See the Ginetta heading down the pit lane at the moment, being followed by one of the Graves Motorsports BMW 318s, and their respective teammates will head out of their garages therefore once those cars have passed their garage. Meanwhile, it's 10 seconds, isn't it, between the two Breaker Racing cars. So a 2:19, Ash Hicklin getting quicker and quicker, and Lee Bailey yet to get his car up to working temperature. He's on the hangar straight, just passing the yellow flag zone where that Sayat's pulled off. So the two leaders are on the hangar straight together, and they're both being caught, Marcus, by the Saker of Steve Harris.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And the Breaker Racing number 3 car with that 3-minute outlap, including the stop, 3:00.97. Put him 10 seconds ahead of Breaker Racing Heroes number 2. But the Saker 5 seconds quicker, gap down to 22 seconds. Teammate then.
Looks like Michelle Hayward is out now for the defibrillators. She's just passed me. So the Radical that was out earlier, Chris Pickering, must have come in. And you can see Michelle Hayward actually now just turning her way through the left-hander at Brooklands, out there in 6th position.
Team 16, the Empower Warriors, for whom Abby Eaton started so well, they've been nailed into 7th place for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, they've still got that gap to the rest of the production type cars, but can't keep up with the full spec racing machines. The leaders are heading their way down towards Brooklands. I reckon the gap is less than 10 seconds now, Marcus, as Lee Bailey continues to get that car up to temperature, which is certainly going to be an issue as the race goes on for whoever's to go out. So,
yeah. Wait to see the leaders come through. Gap has come down. 3, that's Lee Bailey, isn't it? And then 2, Ash Hicklin, 2:29 for Bailey. Hicklin at 2:21. The gap to 2.94 seconds. 2.94 seconds is going to change.
Absolutely, it shows you how important it is getting the car up to temperature, because on the cold slicks we're seeing no pace at all. Meanwhile, one of the Civics have gone off. That looks like Daniel Reason at Beckett, so there's yellow flags for the leaders, so they need to be careful here not to pass under the yellows. That Civic's going to rejoin, but therefore Ash Hicklin has got closer to Lee Bailey, back under green flag conditions. There's cars to lap as they go out onto the hangar straight, one of those, that Citroen C1 we mentioned, and almost there into the side of one of the BMW compacts. That's David Drinkwater's car, was Ash Hicklin, but now Hicklin's alongside the leader as they go down the hangar straight, and Hicklin on the inside line. The two Breaker Racing cars are absolutely level as they go past a whole handful of cars. They've passed them all before the braking zone. They turn into the corner and Ash Hicklin goes through. So Breaker Racing Heroes, team number 2, lead the way again.
Was that down at Stowe?
Yeah, so the leader, Lee Bailey, got really held up in traffic through Beckett, and that meant that Ash Hicklin could carry the speed down the straight and brake later into Stowe Court.
And with no front tyre bite in that car until those tyres are hot, it's got to be very, very careful in traffic. The JPR Motorsport Saker is reeling them in hand over fist. Another 7 seconds clawed back by Steve Harris in the 8 car last time round. So at that rate of closing, he could be with them in 3 laps.
Absolutely, so those two cars now coming back towards me, back into the loop, and Ash Hicklin just starting to break away from Lee Bailey. Not a huge gap between them, and now into my side comes the Saker, so certainly catching is Steve Harris, and they go past, and getting held up there is Ash Hicklin, trying to go through ahead of the little Ashley of Chris Wood, and that means Lee Bailey's back on the tail of the leader, Ash Hicklin, and Bailey's trying to come up the inside as they come down towards Brookland Corner. Once again, the two Radicals are side by side as they turn their way into Brookland. Round the outside is Ash Hicklin, looking up the inside is Lee Bailey.
It's absolutely nose to tail, the leaders. Absolutely superb racing between these two guys, but it's Ash Hicklin who has the lead in the two car from 3. And where's the Saker? Here's the Saker coming through Woodcote now, coming inside the 46 bright coloured Honda that runs off the road completely unnecessarily in avoidance. And the bright yellow Honda is absolutely fine, but look at the Saker hounding down those Radicals.
And into Beckett's are the Radicals. Ash Hicklin using a load of curb there. He done a 2:23 on the last lap, a 2:27 for the other car, the number 2 machine of, number 3 machine of Lee Bailey, but it was a 2:16 from the Saker that's chasing them down.
He's halved the gap. It's 7.3 seconds, Josh.
Incredible, isn't it? And we can see that car now on the live stream heading down the Hangar Straight. Lights ablaze for Steve Harris. Marcus, you were saying this car with a different engine in this season?
Yes, this is a brand new engine. This one, it's a 2.3 litre, 540 brake, turbocharged Subaru Flat 4.
Guys, yeah, I've got Brian Murphy. Come on, Brian, we've got to have a chat here. We've got Brian Murphy here. He's just done a good long stint for Bracknell's. Brian, good stint.
Yeah, I always really enjoyed it. A little bit longer than I thought it was, but they kept on saying, go on, get him. So, yeah, we stayed out. Unfortunately, at the end, I managed to get past. We had a really good race. Swapped a couple of times during the race, and then I got kind of held up a little bit, so he got a bit of a gap on me. So, yeah, and then it was time for us to pit. So.
How long can you go between sessions? So I'm saying, what is your tankage limit?
I don't know. I haven't run out yet. I'm guessing probably 80 minutes, but I don't know.
How many times have you done the Birkett? You still don't know how long you can go on a tank?
I still don't know how they do the handicap either, so there you go.
You just do what the team manager tells you.
Yeah, well, I just say when they come in, and when you go faster, I try, but not all the time.
Yeah, Aaron's saying you're the lead guy this year, so it's all be down on your head, isn't it?
Oh, is that what he said? He didn't tell me that. He says I was one of the slowest. I had to try harder.
That was during your stint. I was interviewing Aaron. He said, no, Brian's our team leader this year. we're going to get him to lead at home.
No. I want to get warm now. I'm freezing. My hands were absolutely freezing during that race. My hands and my feet. But there you go. It's all racing, isn't it?
Okay, good to talk
Guys,
to you. Thanks very much.
We've got a dramatic drama here. We've got the JPR Saker about to overtake the Breakall Racing number 3. Might have happened by the time it gets to you, Josh.
It's still ahead. It is the Radical. So car number 3, Breakall Racing of Lee Bailey, still ahead of Steve Harris. They've got traffic. They've got cars side by side ahead. That's a Civic and a Porsche. Saker dives up the inside of Steve Harris. Steve Harris couldn't go through. Lee Bailey held on. So just 3 seconds between the top 3 as they go out onto the Hangar Straight. Ash Hicklin's got a couple of seconds now over this battle for second, but the much more powerful Saker there of Steve Harris just blasts by Lee Bailey. Lee Bailey has nothing for the Saker in a straight line, and into second place down the Hangar Straight, Marcus. The JPR Motorsport car of Steve Harris into second.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and that's really entertaining because I reckon that by the end of the lap, Ash Hicklin's going to fall prey as well, because Harris 2:14.77 last time round, the leader 2:19.12. So there wasn't much between them, only 3.46 seconds split the top 3 at the end of lap 42, and that's with an hour and 40 odd minutes of racing behind them.
Steve Harris lost a bit of time through Club Corner. Bit ironically, it was one of the Fun Cup cars that it couldn't get through there and had just to sit behind the Fun Cup machine, of course also run by JPR Motorsport. That was the Team Uvio car that they were lapping there, but they've gone through that. And now, once again, Steve Harris is trying to chase after the race leader. The leaders, all 3 of them in one shot as they head down the Wellington Straight, and they'll soon be back in your view, Marcus.
Well, waiting to pick them up. Yes, there's the white Radical, Ash Hicklin for Brokell Racing Heroes. Here he comes, and the Saker's come in. The Saker's in, so he split them, and Steve Harris into the pits. Didn't quite get up to the leader. So Ash Hicklin, the 26-year-old from Shrewsbury, defending director, is out there, out front. Not done the Birkett before, but enjoying himself. Says his favourite hobby is annoying my wife, which is an interesting one.
So that was just a 20-lap stint for Steve Harris. Paul Rose earlier done 23 laps, so I guess the bigger engine, Marcus, might be...
He's thirstier.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess it'll be Dominic Jackson that goes out next. We haven't seen him yet. We'll check that. There's spots of rain on the window down here as well. So spots of rain falling and on slick tyres and cold temperature. I guess the last thing you want to be doing is going out on new slicks. So I wonder if a decision is yet to be made. We haven't had a Saker reappear from Copse yet. Here comes, yes, it's Dominic Jackson going not particularly quickly, it must be said, because a Caterham's just blasted by him. Yeah, cold slicks and it starts to rain, Marcus, isn't the ideal.
That's not a great recipe, is it?
And he immediately loses out to Raw Motorsport that goes round the outside, travelling probably about 3 or 4 times the speed of Dominic Jackson, who's being passed by Honda Civics and other tin tops. So Dominic Jackson really not enjoying the conditions immediately as he gets out there.
Very, very difficult to find your feet in this sort of situation, isn't it? And you can see that.
I guess once the car's up to temperature with just a few spots of rain, that's not necessarily an issue. But of course, going out on cold slicks, it certainly is. We've seen even when it was full dry earlier, that was a problem, particularly now. And you can see it now, actually, you can see the dampness on the circuit already. The 2 leaders come through, going past one of the big American cars. That's the Dodge Dart that's out there.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
I thought it was. I thought just check.
That's a car, pale blue car that used to run with the Bryant family, Graham and Ollie, the Dodge Dart, at one point.
So you should see the 2 leaders back with you, Marcus. There's 5 seconds at the beginning of the lap between them. It might have come down a bit, though.
I wouldn't have said so. There's a couple of cars between them. Chase car is still coming round. Here's Ash Hicklin for Brokell Racing Heroes. And here is the 3 car, Brokell Racing's entry. That's Lee Bailey.
Dominic Jackson's also been passed by Shane Deegan now, and Shane Deegan started the lap 22 seconds behind Raw Motorsport, so this is how much time Dominic Jackson is losing on this outlap.
I was going to make that exact point. I thought it's going to be a while till the Cupra gets there.
And Shane Deegan's off. Shane Deegan has gone off on the exit of the hairpin, slid out wide, sent one of the bollards flying. He's back on again, but showing how slippery it is. So down to 5th place for JPR Motorsport in that Saker that's crawling through past me. It's actually got one of the Mark 1 Toyota MR2s catching it. So Dominic Jackson, I wonder if he's going to be straight back into the pits.
It could well be in for another set of tyres, something different, another car, differently shod perhaps, but it's clearly off-putting for him. 44 laps down for the 3 leaders.
The Raw Motorsport car going much quicker than the 2 Brokell Racing machines, isn't it? It's nearly a minute back, but going well is Barry Liversidge in that Radical run by Raw Motorsport. Going 5 seconds a lap quicker than the 2 leaders. And of course, somebody to watch in these conditions is Michelle Hayward. She's in 6th position. A bit behind the leaders now, but these conditions tend to favour her. Clubman's champion this year, of course, as well, Michelle Hayward. Dominic Jackson continuing, meanwhile, for JPR Motorsport, just turning his way through Beckett's, but he at the beginning of the lap, he was passed by Raw Motorsport. By the end of the lap, he was 45 seconds back, 3 minutes 47 for his outlap. So JPR Motorsport therefore falling away just in that first lap out for Jackson. Meanwhile, the leader should be back shortly. Here's Royal Motorsport just making their way past me now. So there's Royal Motorsport's car in third position. So we had the top two through yet, Marcus? No, yeah, it's just come up on my screen. In fact, 4 seconds between the two Breaker Racing cars, but Royal Motorsport continuing to close them down.
We good? We're going? We're staying? It's here, this guy. Let me know.
The leaders on the screen now going down the hangar straight. Ash Hicklin with this 4 second gap that looks like it's gone out at the beginning of it, getting away there from Lee Bailey once more.
This is fantastic. It's like I can see, because I've got a trek feed. Adam from Alby's come up, he sorted it, and we're in good shape, so I can see everything you can now after an hour and 48 minutes.
Hey guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm down here in the Sacred Garage with Steve Harris. Steve, good session there, and well, you were saying the car's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, it's the car was on it. Quite a bit of traffic, so it wasn't that often I had a chance to get a clear lap, but you know, brilliant fun, absolutely brilliant.
You were trying to catch the radicals, and you were closing in on just at the end of your session.
Yeah, I was. I think I'd passed the second place guy on the last lap before I came in, and I was right up behind the first place guy then, so you know, we pulled quite a bit back, which was really good.
Yeah, Paul had a bit of an issue. I think the car cut out, the engine cut out a couple of times on his session, but you've made it back out. Hopeful for the rest of the race that you might just steal it?
Well, we have had a lot of bad luck up here over the past few years, so it'd be nice to have it this time.
Yeah, I can't remember who's out at the moment. I think I think the team manager was telling me that he's just trying to warm the tyres up. Do they take a bit of time to get up to temperature?
If you listen to him, you'll be as silly as he is.
Anyway, thanks a lot, Steve.
No worries, thank you.
Cheers, back to you, boys.
The white and red lead car got a problem for the BMW.
This is spun twice in 2 corners, Marcus. It's spun coming out of Abbey.
Has it got a puncture? Has it got a rear left puncture?
It looks like it. This is the car that won the Club Enduro Championship this year. It's Matt Nossiter at the wheel. This car being shared with Steve Houston, as you say. It's got a puncture, whether that was caused...
Cause or effect, yeah.
Exactly. So they're glad that didn't happen at Snetterton a few weeks ago, otherwise they wouldn't have been champions of that series.
Yeah, he's crawling down the Wellington Straight now, Matt Nossiter.
Meanwhile, the two Breaker Racing cars are starting to be...
Something's damaged on the front left corner of that car, isn't it?
Looks that way. Royal Motorsport and Cooper Racing, Marcus, 3rd and 4th, going much quicker than the two Breaker Racing machines in these conditions.
Yes, and it's coming back to them, isn't it? We can see that now. See on your live feed screens the hobbled BMW just coming into the pit lane. Yes, that rear left tyre is down. And yes, just picked up something on the front, hasn't it, as well? But I think it's nothing important. So Nossiter's made it back to the pits. 46 laps in. Breaker Racing Heroes by 9.23 seconds. Team 2 over Team 3. Royal Motorsport lapping 6 seconds quicker than the second place car. He's 31 seconds behind. And the Cooper Racing team in 4th place, car number 47, which is Shane Deegan, isn't it? He's lapping in 2:20s as well. So lapping at the same speed as the actual race leader is Deegan.
Leader just heading through Brooklands at the moment. One of the Mark 1 MR2s to lap.
JPR Saker down to 2:26. So from that very, very long lap of 3:47, I think it was, something like that. Here coming through Woodcote is, was it leader or was it Beckett's?
It should be by you, the leader.
Here he is, yeah, here he comes into Cops Corner now. It's a busy pit signalling, hanging out over the wall. Porsche Cayman comes into the pits.
The pace has come back down for the Breacle guys, hasn't it? 2:19 and 2:20. So
yes, I think there was a little flurry of drizzle, wasn't there? And there's the red Breacle Racing Radical SR3. Lee Bailey on the screens, running second on scratch. Look at that gaggle of 6 cars ahead, and onto the hangar straight, right out over the curb, and gobble up 1 or 2 of the slower cars, but can't live with the quicker BMW in the straight line, certainly down towards Stoke.
That's the car they're lapping. It's the car that Lee Deegan raced in the BMW Car Club this year. Not sure who.
The MRF car.
Yeah, not sure who's at the wheel of that today. One of the BMW Car Club racing teams.
Running on its Indian tyres.
And very slow here is that track obsession Clio again. So the only way is NA having this continuing problem with their team. It's Chris Heathcote's Clio that was dug out the gravel earlier. It's back out on track, but crawling along the Wellington Straight. So that team dropping down the order, I suspect. Yeah, their last place, 66th from last place, is the only way is NA, and their pace certainly wouldn't put them back. You see that car on the stream at the moment, crawling down towards Brooklands.
Yeah, so watching for the 47 Seat. See how that's faring. A 2:19 last time around, 2:16 from Raw.
Is that Clio blowing up, Mark? A whole load of smoke just come out the back of it.
Yeah, the Track Obsession car 34B looks like he's going to pull up. Oh, it's getting worse. It's gone pop. He's round Luffield. He's going to drive it into the pit lane, hopefully down the grass. The Citroen C1's come past it into the pit lane. And it's no, not very well at all, but sensible driving to, if there's a thought of oil, to leave as much of it as possible on the grass. 34 is into the pits.
Yes, that's a team that one of the coursers of it on that blew up earlier, and now, or it broke earlier. Sorry, and now the Clio's blown up. There's only one car left for that team.
Change their name to Pit Obsession soon, won't they?
So that's James Birch's Corsa, I think the only car left there. You see just in front of the Clio, the little Austin A30 about to go out for its first stint.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah. I'll say, very diverse.
Be a good picture, get that when it's alongside the Jaguar, because the size difference is quite big.
Marshall's waving as the sort of smoke disperses in the pit lane, that oil smoke.
Raw Motorsport, Mark, has just done their personal best lap of the race, a 2:14.82. And now within half a minute of the top 2. So flying along there, Raw Motorsport. That's Barry Liversidge at the wheel.
Deegan doesn't seem to be too shy about using the curbs in the TCR Seat. Hops over the curbs at Luffield. There he goes through. A longer lap, a 2:21. Fastest car on the track is the car that runs third. That's 65, the Raw Motorsport Rob Weldon run car. Is that still Barry Liversidge? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah. What was over a minute, I think, behind the 2 leaders, now half a minute, so it's half that gap. And certainly on the last lap went much quicker with that new personal best, 2:14.8. Leader just coming past me onto the Wellington Straight, and the rain's coming down again down this side of the circuit, so the commentary box window getting much wetter. Window wipers on the 2 Civics in front of Ash Hicklin.
Yeah, there's nothing here, bizarre.
So again, it could be one of the Toyotas has spun in front of me going through the hairpin. That looked like Mike Wells' Mark III. So certainly slippery down this side of the circuit. As you say, Mark, it's not wet by you, but it is down here.
Yeah, that makes it even more complicated for these guys. I'm sure it will get wet down here, but through comes the race leader. Racing Heroes, that's 49 laps down.
Marcus?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm in
team trickle in 2A. The Matt Neuster, who's just come in with a punch on his BMW. Yeah, we can see the damage. He said a Honda Civic has turned in on him, and you can see broke the rim and caused the puncture. The team is strapping him back in the car because it looks as though I think they're probably down to 2 cars. So it's all action. But there's the reason the BMW came in with a puncher. Back to you guys.
We'll see Matt Neuster out in that Team 4 again shortly. The FRS Arrow back in the pits. It's getting gloomier over this side of the circuit now. 16.9 seconds, 1 to 2.
On the screen, Mark has got the Austin A30 we spoke of a few moments ago.
Second and third place cars, both lapping in the 24s, and Deegan and the Cooper just dropping back now. JPR Motorsport Seika, the white car, is in 5th place. Defibrillators still going strongly in the Clubman's car with a little radical infusion as well into that team.
Oh, a car has gone off here at Beckett. See that on the screens now. It's one of the Civics has spun off. Can't quite get a number on that. 48 is it? So it's the area motorsport team. That Danny Hobson then has spun into the gravel at Beckett's.
Is that 48D?
Yes, I think so.
Looks like it.
Yes, so Danny Hobson at the wheel of that. So he's not quite reached the tyre wall on the right-hand side of the race circuit. Of course, again, that's just if you come back into where the rain has begun here at Beckett's, and you get it back when you come back into the loop. So the Marshall's there, the JCB as well making its way down here. And looks like it's been a bit of a moment at Stowe, isn't it, between the BMW 1 Series and the big Jaguar. Looks like Gail Hill in the Jaguar. The 1 Series BMW is the Nick Grove and Carlo Turner shared car, but they've both been covered. I know the Marshall's been able to push Danny Hobson's car back out the gravel by the looks of things. And yet back onto the tarmac for Hobson. He'll be able to continue.
Yep, blue and yellow Honda comes back out, and we've got one of the radicals coming into the pits.
That's Lee Bailey, isn't it, Alex?
I think it is. Didn't see the number, but it's behind the Armco, sitting that lowly, and replacement comes straight out.
Just 12 laps for Lee Bailey in that stint, after the long stint from Ryan Murphy earlier on. Meanwhile, the Dodge Dart's almost stopped here, and it crawls. It goes across the circuit right in front of one of the BMWs. It just avoids it, but the Dodge Dart's pulled off onto the left-hand side of the circuit. And we'll look out to see who the new guy for Breakall Racing is. I wonder if they've gone out on slicks or wets.
For the moment, it's still very much slicks. You need to have standing water to want to opt for anything other, unless you've got some intermediates handy.
In fact, it might have been Raw Motorsport, because 65A is now out on circuit, so it's John McLeod. So it was Raw Motorsport that came in fact, the other of the Red Radicals.
Yeah, okay, that explains it.
So that was a 26-lap stint for the previous driver, which is about right. It looks like the Dodge Dart's got back going again, because that's down at Brooklands after stopping here a few moments ago. Yeah, so the two leaders coming through by me now, both still continuing. So the two Breakall Racing cars weren't the cars that pitted, it was Raw Motorsport.
Yeah, one of the problems with the having the barriers into the pit lane is you only see the numbers on the cars with numbers on the windows by and large. A low slung car with a low number, it's obscured.
See James Birch is out there now in the Track Obsessions car, the only car going for that team in the Corsa.
Yeah, Michelle Hayward flying along the Mish Missile, as she's known, the defibrillators Malak. Maybe a lap behind JPR Motorsport's Seika, but that time 10 seconds quicker. 10 seconds quicker. So Hobson's back in the pits. Hobson's choice. Here he comes.
On the screen at the moment is the MGZR BRM of Wayne Sterling Parker.
Yeah, there was a Rover BRM, gas turbine car, went to Le Mans in the early 60s. The likes of Graham Hill used to race it, but this is a kind of an homage to BRM with that orange day-glow nose band, like the works BRMs that the likes of Jackie Stewart and Richard Atwood drove. Richard Atwood, who raced here last weekend in a Porsche 911, winner of Le Mans in 1970, the 24-hour race, first Porsche win there.
Got the Corvette Stingray out at the moment as well.
Jeff Hobbs.
That's team 32, isn't it? The Grunties. Just making its way out of the loop at the moment. Just ahead of Gail Hill's big Jaguar. And she'll make her way past that car down towards Brooklands.
Watch for the Supra, the Cupra, number 47, Deegan, who is only 7.7 seconds behind the new to the track Royal Motorsport John McLeod car.
It looks like Deegan's making his way onto the hangar straight at the moment. So that's where the two cars are, Royal Motorsport and Cooper Racing, heading down towards Stowe.
3 Breaker Racing up into Abbey. Both lead cars on 2:34, so the times have, on 25 seconds down on the ultimate fastest laps out front. And you can see that Deegan is 11 seconds a lap quicker in the Seat.
So they should be back into the loop soon, so I'll be able to see those two cars in 3rd and 4th. There's Royal Motorsports Radical then, heading down towards the hairpin, and you'll be able to pick that up on the stream in a second. He's amongst a whole group of cars, a couple of BMWs, 3 BMWs in fact, and a Civic, and he's passed all of those. And then Shane Deegan chasing after him. I don't think the gap's any less than the 8 seconds that it was on the previous lap.
And what's happened, in fact, the leader's car is now back down to 2:24, lapping about the same time as Deegan. So it must have been an aberration for a lap when there was traffic at a particularly difficult place, and you can see that from the screens. Some of those places down by Farm, etc., or a loop, you easily get caught and lose a whole bunch of seconds.
Screen at the moment is the car that runs in 10th position, and that's BMW Car Club M1. That's Richard Bromley's M3. It was now Team 33, you can see, which is Red Rascal, which it looks like that's the Chris Lovett M3 that races another of the cars that race in the Club Enduro Championship with the 750 Motor Club. I can see the Matt Nossiter BMW's back on circuit now. Team Trickle. Not sure if it's Nossiter or now Steve Hewson at the wheel. Yeah, it still says Matt Nossiter, so this has been a big long stint from him, because he was the driver, I think, that started the race, Marcus. So he's been going for a couple of hours.
Yep, we're into the 3rd hour of the race now. Fun Cup car charging along there, the orange and black car. 3 abreast here. Ooh, 2 wheels on the grass for Shane Deegan as he gets past the BMW and the Fun Cup car in one hit.
So yeah, he's basically on the same pace as the Radicals, isn't he? Still 7 seconds to Royal Motorsport in front. So that means the Royal Motorsport driver, John McLeod, got straight onto the pace, didn't he? Unlike some of the other drivers on cold slicks.
He's right down the inside into the chicane down there before Club.
And you can see there John McLeod's Radical just in front at the end of the screen, so that's a gap from 3rd to 4th.
Yeah, Deegan's chasing hard, leaders through again. 53 laps down, 2:23.99 for Ash Hicklin in the lead car, the Shropshire driver. Going away from his pursuer. comes that pursuer, number 3. That's the Breakwell Racing entry of Lee Bailey. 51 Ferrari is back into the pits.
On the screen, that was a change for 10th position because Red Rascal got past BMW Car Club M1, so that was a change for position. So that it was, I think, Chris Lovett. And they're still side by side, in fact. The Car Club team come back up the inside and they change positions again. So Chris Lovett falls back behind Wayne Schofield in the E36. It's the E36 ahead of the E46. 10th and 11th positions on scratch this battle's for.
Third place car, the Royal Motorsport car of McLeod, a 2:21, quicker than the leader, 6 seconds quicker than the second place car. Gap between them down to 30 seconds. And Deegan in the Cupra car still 7 seconds adrift at 2:21.99. His time 400ths slower than McLeod's, so no appreciable change there.
Those two BMWs continue to battle into Beckett's, and Schofield just putting a bit of space between himself and Chris Lovett now as they make their way through here. The two M3, slightly different age of cars, E36 ahead of the E46. They head their way onto the Hangar Straight. A good battle between those two. Meanwhile, the leaders are back through the loop. Or the leaders actually at the end of at the end of Wellington Straight. Ash Hicklin really starting to pull away from Lee Bailey. 25 seconds was the gap at the end of the previous lap.
Very difficult, as you can see there, to actually spot a low-slung sports prototype. He's about to lap the Seiko, isn't he, which is running in 5th place. That's the number 8 team, JPR Motorsport, with the white Seiko. And that is Dominic Jackson, not the Dominic Jackson who's won the Radical Challenge this year. He's Dominic with a K, this is Dominic with a C. Rastus Woods out again for the defibrillators in 36. The very fast 1800cc sports proto car that had fastest lap earlier in the race. The Rally Escort heading into the pits. That's performed really nicely. Team 50. Rally Escort is Gavin Herndon. On the screen is the red Breakwell Racing Radical going round the Gale Hill Jag there. Powering out onto the Hangar Straight. You can see the Mallock coming down the left-hand side, that's Clive Wood.
On the last lap markers, again, Royal Motorsport and Cooper Racing much quicker than the top two. 6 seconds on that last lap, Royal Motorsport quicker than the two Breakwell Racing cars.
Yes, gap between second and third is down to 23 seconds. It was 35 2 laps ago. And McLeod just about has the measure of Shane Deegan in the 47. JPR Motorsport now down to 5th. In fact, no, they're lapped, aren't they? That's what it is. That's the changes. They're still running in 5th, but they're now lapped 5th.
And Clive Wood on the screens, he's in 6th place.
Yeah, it's his first flying lap now. Did a 3 minutes exactly last time through, 3:00.42. And you can see him on the screen there. Mallock cars first seen at the end of the 1950s. Designed and built originally by Major Arthur Mallock and his son Ray. All cars broken, coming out of club by the looks of things. Major Arthur Mallock's son Ray won the front engine front engine Formula Junior Championship here at Silverstone last weekend. He won the Shell Championship back in 1971 in the U2. And of called Malak U2 cars. You2 can have a body like mine, as the adverts used to go.
It was Stephen Cassar who was going slowly in his Honda Civic, DHD Motorsport South. That car still going, but very slowly. Have we got some news from Lewis in the pit?
Josh, yeah. Well, they just been down here in the the defibrillators. I keep trying to think it's the heart attacks. Much slipperier out at the back.
Still slick tyre though, Mark. Lewis still for slicks though, I take it, for the team. Like Marcus said, no standing water, but that makes it very difficult indeed. And
I think Clive Wood was interested to see how much grip the track harboured. He's got a lot more power than the other cars. This is McLeod going past one of the bins.
And again, 5 seconds quicker than the top two, so looks like 19 seconds or so behind second place. So John McLeod going really well, which kind of suggests he's sort of the star driver of the Royal Motorsport team. There's a load of traffic for him as he comes out of Club Corner. So, Anton Landon's, Nigel Brown, isn't it? The Sports Specials car ahead. The silver phase up the inside. One of the newer Fiestas as well. They pass into Abbey. So John McLeod carving his way through in third position, chasing the top two.
Yeah, the Cooper in fourth place, lapping about the same pace as the first two Radicals, but not as quickly as John McLeod in the white one you see on the screen now.
Yeah, that gap. Oh, it's a car off. That's at Beckett's. I think that was the car that we were talking about just getting into the top 10. Chris Lovett for Red Rascal. It looked like that car pulled off now behind the barriers at Beckett's. Yes, 11th place they were running. And going pretty well before that moment. And meanwhile, the leaders completing another lap.
Another 3 seconds lost between first and second place. That's 28 seconds now, and that's going to play into the hands of the third place car. McLeod goes through now for Royal Motorsport, car 65, 12.96 seconds behind. Hasn't made much because he's been in traffic, but the momentum certainly with that white and blue Radical.
And spin there at Beckett's. That was for the Type R Trophy car of Anthony Turner. But he's continued. It was in the middle of the circuit for a moment, but everyone avoided him. Yes, John McLeod is what now? 13 seconds behind second place. And second place continues to be Breakhall Racing with Lee Bailey at the wheel.
Defibrillators, Clive Wood finding it quite slippery. He's not consistently able to better the times at the moment of the Seika that is chasing, the one of Dominic Jackson.
There's Shane Deegan going out onto the hangar straight. He's fallen 18 seconds behind Royal Motorsport now. But still within a minute of the leader. So I think at this stage of the race, Marcus, after a couple of hours, this is the closest we've seen the top four on scratch for some time over the years. So making what should be a pretty exciting conclusion to this race. If we go into the middle part. Really busy coming down into the loop now. And involved in that is the second place car of Lee Bailey up the inside of the Abbey Eaton BMW. So he passes her and the outside of one of the Civics. That's the car that's just replaced Stephen Cassar. So that's Vic Hope in his Civic, I think, that Lee Bailey's just found a way by. And Clive Wood is behind him on the circuit, and John McLeod is in that group as well. So John McLeod in the same shot as Lee Bailey. This gap was 13 seconds at the beginning of the lap. You can see John McLeod coming out of the toe there. The gap is certainly not 13 seconds now, and John McLeod is going to be with Lee Bailey before too long.
Yep, that's the 16 BMW, 16C. That is out there as well. And that's the Abbey Eaton car again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking very tidy. And it's slippery offline, you can see that. But through they come. There 57 laps completed by the leader. which is Breakwell Racing Heroes still. That's Ash Hicklin. Breakwell Racing in second place, 41 seconds behind, but now only 1.9 seconds ahead of Raw, for whom John McLeod is surely going to take second place very shortly.
You know, into Beckett's, and they are nose to tail. There's a sideways Mick Nichols MR2 in front of them. They make their way through the Beckett's S's, and not yet has McLeod found a way through. We should see the cars come into shot shortly. In fact, we see Steve Dickens going out, so as Clive Wood come into the pits therefore. So Steve Dickens going back out. Wet weather, Rainmeister. And that's Russell Clark that has had a spin as well. That was at Brooklyn, so he's just replaced Chris Lovett, who we still go off here at Beckett's, but we wait and see what's happened in that battle for second place. When they were going out the back of the circuit, was there a change between Raw Motorsport and Breakwell Racing? They should be back into my sight before too long, down into the loop. And can Lee Bailey hold on? It's John McLeod that was chasing him.
Yeah, it's looking distinctly wetter now.
So I guess at this point, Marcus, you have one car ready in the pits with slicks on, another one ready with wets.
You have to hedge your bets, don't you? And that's quite interesting. This is going to play into the hands of that Cooper, isn't it? They were really hoping with that front-wheel drive Seat team 47 that they can make good ground.
And McLeod has gone through ahead of Lee Bailey, just turning into the hairpin now. So John McLeod, Raw Motorsport, into second place on lap 58.
Hey guys, it is actually now starting to rain quite heavily now. Just saw Clive Wood come in very quickly. Everyone in the pit lane is trying to get the wet tyres on. 3B has just gone out. No, that's not true. 3B is just going to go and do a round robin, so he's gone up the pit lane, come round the back. So the car with the treaded tyres on is in the right place. The Saker's now coming in. I think everyone's trying to do a change. As I said, Clive Wood literally came in, and Steve Dickens wasn't actually ready. Had to give him a push to get the car going. So it's very, very hectic down here in the pit lane at the moment. Back to you, boys.
Okay, the white Saker from 5th place is in Birkett Motorsport, and McLeod's come in as well. McLeod into the pits from 3rd place. This is a switch to a car on more suitable tyres. Now it's very definitely looking like wets.
The leader continued though, didn't he? Car number 2. So this is going to be a cautious lap from Ash Hicklin to get the car back to the pits. And Shane Deegan continuing too, Marcus. He's just coming through Woodcote.
Yeah, the Raw Motorsport car, which had got second place on the road, lost it out in the pits.
So he was the only one of the top 4 to come in?
Yeah.
Right. So that's pretty interesting. Because you can certainly see on the screen there's a bit of spray now, I think, off the tyres. And I imagine it's not going to dry very quickly, even if it does stop raining, because it's so cold out there.
Absolutely.
It looks like it's Paul Rose, isn't it, out for the Saker team, JBR Motorsport.
Yeah, their most experienced driver. Here's Ash Hicklin, scratch race leader. Yes, it's getting very tricky. Dickens broken in the Mallock. Defibrillators need defibrillating because their car is off down on the exit of Club Corner by the looks of things. Pulled off on the outside.
Guess that's a bit of an awkward place as well for the marshals to get to. And there's Hicklin into Brooklands, Marcus, and surely he's going to come in this time.
I think he's got to, hasn't he? Because the times are lengthening quite dramatically. Well, he's not. He's continuing, which is bold.
Second place, just passing me onto the Wellington Straight. Lee Bailey.
A 2:59 for the race leader, and the times have gone out by a very, very long way. Let's see what Paul Rose can do in these.
The Raw Motorsport cars only going through Beckett's marker, so I'm not sure if they were ready with their new car. And couldn't pick out who. Oh, it's Elliot Goodman, I think. Elliot Goodman back out, but I'm sure they've lost a lot of time there, not being quite ready.
So it was Goodman who started the race so effectively. Paul Rose, that's a 3:05, but that's his out lap.
Second place in. Second place car is in. So that's Lee Bailey.
Yep, and that car's home. Has to be cautious with a 7 ahead of him. And Deegan has arrived as well in the 47B. Shane Deegan into the pits from 3rd place.
37 lap stint for Deegan. I think it was only 8 laps for John McLeod, if the notes here are right. Stuart Lyons going out for Cooper Racing, the former British touring car driver. So that's 47C. And there's a mini off, car 20, just recovering at Brooklands. That could be a 20C, isn't it? So that's James Poulton. And the JCB has just headed past me, so I wonder if there's a car to collect somewhere else on the circuit. 3E is out there, you can see on the screens. So that is Simon Garmston going out for Breakel Racing after a 21 lap stint for Lee Bailey. Now the Raw Motorsport car is about to be lapped. Ash Hicklin is right on the tail of Elliot Goodman, heading down towards Brooklands. Presumably the Raw Motorsport car's on wet. You can see that on the screen now. So the race leader, Ash Hicklin, going past Raw Motorsport's Elliot Goodman and puts that car a lap down. That was going so well in the hands of John McLeod a few moments ago. And lost some time in the stop, and then a slow out lap 2 for Goodman. Now is Ash Hicklin going to come into the pits this time? This is the completion of lap 60. Yes, he looks like he is. Yes, a race leader, Ash Hicklin, into the pits. And Team 65 is getting ready with John McLeod, I reckon. So perhaps Elliot Goodman's doing 1 lap on slicks, and then John McLeod's putting wet tyres on.
Yep, that looks like right. He's coming as well, yep.
So a 1 lap stint for Elliot Goodman. And John McLeod onto the wet tyres to go back out. The team strapping him in. Is he going to be ready? Not quite, I don't think. Yeah, look, the team car has actually stopped right out front the garage. Now John McLeod can get going. So it's been a problematic lap or so for that team, and that means they are a full lap behind Breakel Racing Heroes now, who have a new driver out there after a 25 lap stint for Ash Hicklin. And we'll pick up who goes out for that team in a moment or two. So here it is into Beckett. It's 2C. So that is Robert Rees that goes out for Breakel Racing Heroes. Tiptoeing his way past an MGB through the Beckett S's. As the second place car, Breakel Racing completes another lap. So that is Simon Garmston. So it's Robert Rees that leads Simon Garmston, and then Stuart Lyons in 3rd place. The gap first to second before the last stop was 68 seconds. Well, that's going to come down, of course.
Yep, and Breakel Racing, 68 seconds behind Breakel Racing Heroes at the moment. That's the 2 car from the lead team. Cooper Racing in 3rd place with 47. .2 seconds behind, 60 laps in. Raw Motorsport and JPR Motorsport are both on 59 laps.
I think they could have changed places on this lap. We'll be able to see at the end of the lap. Because, of course, that longer stop for Raw Motorsport. So, yeah, JPR Motorsport will be up to 4th, I reckon, by the end of the lap. With Paul Rose at the wheel. He's just heading down the Wellington Straight.
That's the 2C car you can see on track, which is Robert Rees in his Radical.
Just creeping past a Ginetta and a Caterham. Actually, Ginetta round the outside stays ahead, but he went past the Revolution Racing Caterham of Mark Jones.
Yep, the JPR Paul Rose car is up into 4th place, which is the black Seika, number 8. Nearly a minute and a half behind the Cupra Racing Seat.
Paul Rose was one of the first drivers onto wets, we believe, though, wasn't he? And therefore going much quicker than the top 3. Although some of those, of course, pitted recently.
Yeah, Rose last time ran a 2:34. Which is 24 seconds quicker than the race leader. That's the 65. Raw Motorsport car goes through, lost 48 seconds out of that.
Yeah, so two slow laps and 2 pit stops on consecutive laps as well for that team. Got some news from Lewis in the pits.
Yeah, I've just checked with the team.
Huge spin.
I just checked with the team. Robert Reed went out on wets. They looked like they were one of the early guys to actually pick up on that fact. That's why Robert's going relatively quickly, and maybe that was a good pit strategy which has put them at to give them that advantage. Back to you, boys.
A massive spin for the 2 car, but he's kept it out of the barriers and on the island. But you see this again on your screens.
And before that, Marcus, the gap came down to 22 seconds. So very shortly, could see a change for the lead. And Sherwood Lines now in the Seat, only a further 10 seconds back. So just half a minute between the top 3.
Yeah, so
and that was before that spin as well, of course.
So 2C, which is Robert Rees, a 3:25 that time. Some 22 seconds ahead of the other Brokell Racing team, with Cupra Racing just 8.6 seconds behind.
Is that the top 2 together on the screens, Marcus? Was that John McLeod?
That's John McLeod, isn't it? Behind the Ginetta, popping out. John McLeod for Raw Motorsport in 65, running 5th.
Trying to get back on the lead lap. So how far back is Simon Garmston? We'll have to take a look. It's still actually a decent gap, I think, between the 2 Brokell Racing cars by the looks of things. But as you can see on the screens, into the hairpin, trying to get back onto the lead lap is John McLeod.
Yeah, and this, the Seika JPR Motorsport Paul Rose, a 2:32 quicker than by 7 seconds quicker than Brokell Racing in second place.
I reckon Simon Garmston's had a spin, Marcus, because Stuart Lines is ahead of him. So Stuart Lines in the Seat up into 2nd place. Well, we haven't had a front-wheel drive car win the Birkett before, Marcus. We didn't think it would be possible, but as the race goes on, it's definitely becoming a possibility.
Yeah, they've done a deal with the weather gods. And the 2 white Radicals running around together. The one with the blue flashes all over it, having just unlapped itself.
Interesting to see what his lap time is compared to Paul Rose in the Seika. They're probably the 2 quickest drivers on the track. 2:44 for McLeod. And 2:54, 10 seconds quicker. So it's certainly Paul Rose is well, certainly on the previous lap was the quick man with that 2:32. Over a minute behind the top 3 though. There's Stuart Lines heading into Copse, a new 2nd place man. And you should be able to pick up the gap, what it is between the top 2 markers.
16 seconds, 16.09, and he gained last time, well, 16 seconds. So at this rate of gain, Stuart Lyons could be up with Brokell Racing Heroes by the end of the lap.
Of course, that did involve that spin, didn't it?
Oh yeah, it did. Yeah.
For Robert Rees. So.
Oh no, that was a longer lap. That was a 3:25 lap. Massive lap.
So through the gloom, you can see Stuart Lyons flashing his headlights. The Maximum Motorsport run Sayat.
The Austin A30, which is about half the width of the Sayat.
And it slides off the Austin as well, doesn't it? See if it, they're running very wide at Stowe Corner.
A vehicle not known for its mechanical grip at the best of times.
And now look at the traffic in front of Stuart Lyons. He looked up the inside of all of them. I don't think he's actually going to pass any of them. The Corvette's in there as well, what we spoke of earlier. And Stuart Lyons trying to go around the outside. The Corvette crawling on that inside line. Certainly not the right car for the conditions. Might cut sideways out in that BMW towards the front of this group. I think that's Abby Eaton just being lapped by Stuart Lyons as well.
2:32 again for Paul Rose. So he really is going beautifully.
The two Radicals are still together, by the way. The Royal Motorsport car just ahead of Brokell Racing Heroes. They're just coming out onto the Wellington Straight now, so a better lap this is from the leader, from Robert Rees, perhaps helping him following John McLeod. Had a Mini that stopped and got back going. That's James Poulton, who we saw slowing earlier. He has recovered. Here's Stuart Lyons then passing me, just behind Mike Cutt, just passing one of the Fiestas. And not far behind Stuart Lyons, and coming back at him is the Radical of Simon Garmston. So second and third place cars together, heading down towards Brooklands. Just a couple of seconds between the Sayat and the Radical. That gap was 6 seconds at the beginning of the lap.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got the other two Radicals howling through. Brokell Racing Heroes at 2:43 that time, so that's a much better lap for Rees, as you said. There's the Cupra, there it goes. Lap time 2:47, so it's gone up to 19 seconds. So he's dropped back, but very heavy traffic for the second place team there, Stuart Lyons. Brokell Racing just behind, 3.3 seconds adrift at 2:44, so broadly similar to the lead. Corvette sounding very gruff going through. Jeff Hobbs, the former Lister Chevrolet replica racer, Lola Can-Am car man, had a T222. Here comes 3E on your screens. Robert, that's Robert Rees.
Hey guys.
2C.
Yeah, thanks very much, Marcus. I've got Sean Deegan here. Shane. Good session?
Yeah, it's really quite difficult. It started off dry, and then towards the end, the last 20 minutes, it was really slippery. It started off drizzling, and then it got really hard towards the end there. And judging the changeover to when we was going to pit in and get the wets was really quite difficult. But I think we timed it right because we gained 1 minute 20 in the pits and got up to third place. And now I think Stuart's just got into second. So brilliant stuff.
Well, look, the car's not here, so Stuart's in.
Yeah, I think there's just a safety car then, so we just sent him back out to try and gain a bit more time. So fingers crossed, I think we're not far off the leader, and who would have thought that, eh?
Well, yeah, because these are very quick. Well, I mean, I take it this is the first time you've been in a TCR car.
Yeah, I did a test day a few weeks ago, but that was it. There's very limited running, so yeah.
They're quick, aren't they?
Yeah, very fast. I've never been in anything like this before, even compared to my Clio. I mean, this is another level.
Yeah, because I don't know how many years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, you actually won the handicap section. Going to go for the overall today? Going to make it?
Yeah, that's our plan. That's been our plan from the start, is to try and be the first front-wheel drive car to win it overall. So we're going to give it a good go. I think the wet weather's going to help us, so let's hope we can do it.
Yeah, all right, good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Lewis there with Shane Deegan. Rooster Tails coming up from the Royal Motorsport McLeod car as he goes through at 2:42 in 5th place. 64 laps down to our race leaders, and 2:42 for him as well. 2:34 though, the Seika of Paul Rose charging round. Here is the Breakwell Racing number 3, which is 3D. Going through, well, looks 3D's the class, isn't it? That's the Garmston car we're looking at, 3E. A 240, 242 for the leader, 240 for the chasers, 234 for the Seika of Paul Rose, and 242 for Royal Motorsports McLeod. Also under 3 minutes down there. LFP Motorsport number 55 in 7th place, and the Sofa King Fast team. Also they're 243 for defibrillators, so the Clubmans and Radical team is not far off the pace again.
Paul Rose completes another lap mark. Just so we're able to see the time. The yellow flags have gone out at Copse. Why is that? There's a car off in the distance through the gloom, so a car spun at Copse corner. There's yellow flags up there. Meanwhile, Paul Rose was quickest again, 2 minutes 36. Less than a minute behind the Breakwell Racing Radical now. I'll try and pick out who's off up there at Copse.
Yeah, leaders 242, 240 and 240. The Hewson Nossiter BMW back in.
Can't really pick up what's going on up there at Copse, Marcus. It's pretty gloomy through the commentary box windows over here. But not sure if there's still yellows out down there. You can see that from...
Yeah, the yellows are flashing, but I can't see what's happened. It's round the corner.
There's too much gloom on the window of the commentary box to pick anything out from down there. But leaders coming back through again, still right on the tail of John McLeod. So John McLeod just making it 5 cars on the lead lap. So they go into that yellow flag
zone.
2:44 that time from the leader.
Just say he's pretty consistent when there's not too much traffic around. 16.4 seconds behind is the Cooper Racing team at 2:43 that time. Breakwell Racing 12 seconds behind. That's dropping back at 2:52. Just one yellow light up there, warning light at Copse now, not the flashing yellows we had before.
Through Beckett's there, the 3rd place car, Simon Garmston. Breakwell Racing, Marcus Sale on that last lap, dropping away from the top 2 as Paul Rose comes to complete lap 65 as well in the JPR Seika.
2:36 again. So he's come down dramatically. That's 39.7 seconds adrift of Breakwell Racing, but lapping about 15 seconds quicker, something like that. So certainly the fastest man on the track is Paul Rose.
Oh, there's a car off at Vale. It's just reversed back out the gravel by the looks of it.
One of the Hondas.
Just as the marshals are getting to it, So there's Garmston then coming out of club. Up on the inside of a Civic. And a BMW. A couple of BMWs there as well. And actually Garmston can't quite get up the inside of what I think that's Daniel Reason's Civic.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see, as we've mentioned before, when a low-slung sports proto comes up the inside. see the flatbed truck in the background going down towards. Oh, he's towing a car, isn't
Time it's the MRF tired BMW. So that's 38D. So that's in the M2 BMW Car Club teams. That's Wayne. Sorry, that's David Morris, I think. Sorry, no, Wayne Schofield, isn't it? 38D, I think. But yes, that car heading back to the paddock. I can see the JCB as well working up there, up towards Abbey. You can see that towing a car behind the barriers. So good work from the marshals to get things done under local yellow, so we don't need a safety car interruption for these little incidents. So leaders back across the line to complete that 66.
Yep. Getting their kicks on lap 66. Breakall Racing Heroes 2:48.54. Where's the Seat? 13.2 seconds behind, 3 seconds quicker, at 2:45 that time. 2:48 for the leader. The FRS Arrow back into the pits. Breakall Racing with their 2:50, 17.2 seconds behind. So the number 3 car is slipping back. That was Simon Garmston. JPR Motorsport closing in all the while. Gained 18 seconds on that last lap. A 2:32 for Paul Rose. 18 seconds clawed back to the third place team, Team 3. This is looking quite promising, isn't it, for the Saker team? But they've got that very rapid Steve Harris car that's going to be the 58 Hillwood Autos Honda Integra. Beautifully turned out car there, being towed back. There's a spun Caterham.
That's just coming onto the Wellington Straight. I think that might be out of the Revolution Racing team.
BMW.
That's one of the Cup cars, the BMW Car Club Cup cars.
Scrungling round in the grass.
It's a long way out of Stowe Corner. That's gone off, isn't it? Sort of halfway down to the Vale.
That's the orange in the background behind the Radical number 2, the orange Integra that was smoking a little bit in the early part of the race.
Paul Rose's lap time is sort of only just over 20 seconds off of a dry lap time, so in the wet on such a long track, that shows you that Saker provides plenty of grip in these conditions.
Yeah, Harris will have, I think, probably a trickier time in the really powerful one, which he won't be used to in these conditions. It was dry in testing yesterday. 12.6 seconds first to second. 2:41.09 for Stuart Lynes. And a 2:43 for Team 3. Breakall Racing Simon Garmston. Again, his time's just drifting a little bit. 14.6 seconds, the gap back to the JPR Motorsport Saker, number 8 of Paul Rose. So he's taken another 8 seconds out of Simon Garmston. And at this rate of progress, within a couple of laps, the Saker team could be back into third place.
Notice, Marcus, the defibrillators are down to 10th place after that.
After Dickens had gone off over at, or pulled off over at Club, yeah, they've got Michelle Hayward out again, haven't they?
But dropped obviously way down.
Yeah.
There's that BMW Cup car coming back through Luffield at that spin. That Roland Hopkins, sorry, James White, isn't it? their 39B. That continues after the spin. Race leader just heading onto the Wellington straight, still on the tail of John McLeod. So John McLeod all but 1 lap behind.
Michelle Hayward for defibrillators has the Red Rascals on her tail, but has taken a chunk of time out of the 37 BMW Car Club Racing group. 7 seconds, in fact.
See those cars just going through Beckett's at the moment. So good pace from the Red Rascal team in that production type BMW M3. It's basically one of the fastest cars on the circuit, isn't it, Red Rascals?
It is.
Have to pick out who's at the wheel of that one. There's Michelle Hayward, so that's got Red Rascals just behind. It's a blue car, isn't it?
It's a blue Rascal.
So I think that's Kenny Coleman, possibly, who sometimes races a big Capri.
Got a car off at, looks like one of the Seats, bright yellow car off at Brooklands.
One of the Super Coopers, isn't it? That's on the screen now.
68 laps down for Breakwell Racing heroes. That's Robert Rees still leading. 2:37 for him. The Cupra is second. Lines 15 seconds behind. And was slower that lap, lost 3 seconds. Ripple Racing next up, but lurking just behind, 5.7 seconds back only is Paul Rose in the Seeker.
Car going backwards on the screens. That's one of the Area Motorsport Civics spinning out of Beckett's. That could be Rob Baker at the wheel, in fact. Meanwhile, this battle we're talking about earlier for 9th, 10th and 11th, it's Gary Hufford with Michelle Hayward going right round the outside. They go either side of a Caterham. And Michelle Hayward around the outside of Gary Hufford in the M1 BMW Car Club team to go 9th. And then Kenny Coleman also trying to go past Hufford round the outside at Luffield.
And has made it.
There's a car pulled off here at Beckett's, which is 22A. That's Michael Hibbard. We heard from Lewis right at the beginning of the race that they had car issues with some of the other cars in that team. So Michael Hibbard has pulled off.
I think they were just down to one car, weren't they? Michael Hibbard sharing with Tom.
Well, that car's here off the circuit, pulled off.
Oh dear.
Third and fourth now have no cars between them. They're just heading through the loop. Simon Garmston and Paul Rose. There's a bit of a gap between them, but no cars currently between them. So Simon Garmston accelerates through the left-hand kink onto the Wellington straight. Meanwhile, on the screen, Michelle Hayward still having this battle with Kenny Coleman, who obviously has some good wet tyres, because that car going extremely well. But Marcus, you'll shortly see the cars third and fourth, Breakwell Racing and JPR Motorsport, into the complex.
Yep. First 2 cars are through Woodcote. Gap between them, a 2:41 for the leader. A 2:37, it's down to 10.87 seconds. So Stuart Lyons continues to make strong progress. He's going to need to have to, because the Seeker is on the warpath. Breakwell Racing still third. Gap from second 16.8, but only 1.3 seconds now, 1.37 seconds ahead of Paul Rose, who's another 2:32. It's pretty consistent in those 2:32s.
Meanwhile, on the screens, a Mazda MX-5 had a spin at Club. That's continued. That was Simon Vernon, but that battle for third then. Head through the Beckett S's. It's Simon Garmston still ahead of Paul Rose, but Paul Rose is right on him now. There's the Alfa Romeo ahead, the car that's sponsored by the event sponsor, Grove and Dean Insurance. Those 2 cars onto the Hangar Straight now. We've seen them before, the Seeker's good in a straight line, so that might be what allowed Paul Rose to make his way up into third. They're on the screens now, and Paul Rose has accelerated past Simon Garmston into third place for JPR Motorsport on lap 70. And now he's only 15-20 seconds behind Cooper Racing. It's very busy down at Abbey. The leaders are involved in this. The leader, Ash Hicklin, following John McLeod.
About 14 cars in that group.
Around the outside of the leaders goes Rob Baker in the Civic. And there's a Ginetta G55 in there as well. I'm guessing Stuart Lyons isn't too far back in the Sayat. Yes, the Sayat at the back of this big queue of cars, making their way through the hairpin now, which involves the leader. So this is a pretty risky moment because it's pretty slippery out there. Don't want another car sliding into you. And out of the loop comes the leader, Robert Rees, being chased by Stuart Lyons, who's at the back of this group, and they're both being caught by Paul Rose in the Saker, Marcus.
Yep, Robert Rees, the 51-year-old from Llanelli in South Wales. Favourite circuit is Silverstone, and only started racing this year. Managing director of a company, Motorsport Mad, clearly.
Back on the screens is that battle for 9th place between Michelle Hayward and Kenny Coleman. Two very different cars, and Coleman in the BMW coming up the inside of the Mallock of Michelle Hayward, who can brake later.
He's not going to outbrake that, but Michelle's out in the real wet stuff. 6.95 seconds first to second. The Sayat's on the rise again. But look at that, 6.92 back to third place. So there's only 14 seconds over the top three now. And the Radical being caught by the Sayat TCR car and the Saker.
So we could have all three of them together and by the end of the lap.
4.2 seconds back to fourth place, the Brocal Racing.
I think this is the first time in a while, Mark, we've seen this many cars that have got a potential of winning the event.
Yeah.
All the scratch results.
And we're still, 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes or so. Ooh, Michelle Hayward gets a little bit of a wobble on there as a Peugeot, it was a 205, over a hard time.
Yes, the leader's out the back of the circuit at the moment, down the Hanger Straight through Stowe, down towards Club Corner, so we'll pick them up shortly to see as that gap continues to come down quite possibly. Certainly Paul Rose, the quickest of the three on the last lap, with the leaders had traffic. It was 15 seconds quicker than Breakel Racing, who are on the screens now. So that is car number 2, which is Robert Rees, just behind John McLeod, who continues to run 5th, won the Fun Cup cars there. So there goes through the screen, there goes the leader. That's Robert Rees, so he turns into the hairpin here. Who is second as I look into the distance? It's still Stuart Lyons, but Stuart Lyons has got Paul Rose almost with him now, so second and third place cars are together. So if we just look in the background of the screen there, you could just see Stuart Lyons making his way into the hairpin, and Paul Rose is with him, and surely down the Wellington Straight there'll be a chance for Paul Rose in the Saker to go through. So here they come past me, and then you'll see them on the screens. It's still Lyons in front, the maximum group Sayat, and Paul Rose will try and power past him. He comes up to the left-hand side of the circuit alongside Lyons, and he goes through. So Paul Rose into second. He got third on the previous lap, and he's now second place, and it might be on the next lap, Mark, as he gets the lead.
Well, absolutely, and now Stuart Lyons has got a bit of a problem because the Ginetta G55 has kind of impeded him into Brooklands. 71 laps down then. Rees comes through in the lead at 2:39. Lead is 7.94 seconds over JPR, which is Rose in the Saker. 2.6 behind is Lyons in the Cupra. 2:39 leaders time, 2:33 for Rose and 2:42 for the Cooper Racing team cars. 2:39 also, same as the leader pretty much, for Brocal Racing in 4th place.
There goes Paul Rose out onto the Hanger Straight, just passing the BMW Compact of Adam Reed. He's also got past a Mazda and a Caterham on the he's run down. Sparks again off the back of the Saker as it bottoms out down the straight, down the Hanger Straight. And through Stowe he goes, and certainly this part of the track much less busy than the previous lap, and you can see the leader in front of him. The Radical that's going to be held up here by Ben Sharp's Civics, and the top two will be together very shortly as they turn their way through Club Corner. Robert Rees has Paul Rose now right on his tail pretty much. It's the Royal Motorsport Radical, isn't it? So Robert Rees has got through that. It's John McLeod that's lost out, and it's that car that has Paul Rose right on his tail. So getting past Royal Motorsport and putting a lap down is the leader.
Hey guys, can I break in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, what we got, I'm actually up here in podium preparation team. Oh dear, something's really happened to that Citroen, but never mind. I'm talking to Andrew John Peck. Andrew, podium preparations are leading the actual handicap after 2 hours. You said you're surprised, but there's a really good story towards this, and we've got to look towards the camera as well. There's a good story towards this. Can you just sort of fill us in?
Yeah, well, we obviously have a team of 3 cars. One of ours is a Mini.
Was
a Mini, and unfortunately it broke its gearbox in quali this morning. So one of the guys had to drive up to Sheffield, meet someone halfway to bring another car back down. So we've got a replacement car, which is a mighty Citroen C1. So that'll be going out in a moment, and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
So you were telling me you think that the handicappers actually re-handicapped you, so the Mini is out, the Citroen C1's in, and that's probably the reason why you were towards the top, at the top of the table.
I guess it would be, although they may re-handicap us with a few extra laps because the C1 will be much slower than the Mini was. So actually it could go either way. I can't work it out, it's too complicated. Can't do maths.
And it's a bit cold down here as well, isn't it?
And I'm tired.
so how's your Porsche been going?
It was great. I did a long stint, so I did an hour and 20 minutes out there, which was tough. It's a bit greasy towards the end, but it was fine. Ran beautifully. Yeah, this race is all about getting through the traffic, isn't it? So it's great at that. It was very happy.
Yeah, so Chris is out there at the moment?
Yeah, he is. He's on wets and doing very well. I think we're up on the road. He's taken a few places so far since he's gone out, so that's good as well.
Okay, Andrew, best of luck. You got 3.5 hours to go, so we'll hope to talk to you later in the day.
So I'm going to have some lunch now, so yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, boys.
Meanwhile, for the defibrillators, Michelle Hayward at 2:35.4 that time round, which is quicker than the car running third overall, just a couple of seconds away from the leader. But here comes the Seika, and the Seika getting ever closer to Robert Rees in the number 2 car for Brokell Racing Heroes. They're together at Club Corner, coming out onto the Grand Prix start straight, going past the wing, and it's Rees and Rose. Rose just imperiously blasts past, takes the advantage. So a change of lead, and it's JPR Motorsport with the Seika. Paul Rose going into the lead.
So now I guess he wants to try and make a bit of a gap, Marcus, because Dominic Jackson maybe not as quick as what we've seen Rose is, and we're not sure how well the Steve Harris car will go in these conditions.
Exactly, it's going to be a handful, I would have thought. Unless you can turn the boost dramatically down.
So Rose was the best part of a lap behind, wasn't he, at the beginning of this stint?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic drive. That's exactly halfway. Within a few seconds on the far side of the circuit of halfway, and the JPR team is ahead. A 2:29.7, a 2:36 has turned a 3.7 seconds advantage into a 3.57 deficit.
2:29 from Rose is incredible. As it's suggesting as well, I guess, Mark, because the track perhaps getting better back into a better condition.
It is. It's got to be, because the Seat's just dropping back just that little bit. It's 15.6 seconds behind the Brokell Racing Heroes, having done a lap time 0.04 of a second quicker than Robert Rees, who was pretty busy trying to work his way through traffic and fend off the black Seika.
now Simon Darmston starting to catch him again in the Breakall Racing team number 3, isn't he? Because he's only 7 seconds back and done a 2:34 on the last lap.
Defibrillators up into 7th again. Courtesy of Michelle Hayward at the moment.
Guess they're running out of cars though, aren't they? We've lost Steve Dickens anyway, not sure what happened to that. Presumably that's back into the garage now.
You want to think so. It may be possible to fix that one.
On the screen is Dave Hemingway, who was the runner-up in the Class A Championship in the Troy Tremar 2 series this year with the 750 Motor Club. Lots more Mark 1s in that series this season. I think there's a team of the Mark 1 cars here, mostly rusty 2-seaters. They describe themselves.
One of the BMW coupes had quite a moment up at Luffield. It's the car that was on the grass down by you a few half an hour or so ago.
Yellow flags at the start line again.
Lights flashing up towards Cops. Something's happened out of my sight.
And that's about one of the few places neither of us can see on the circuit, isn't it? Well, I can see the JCB flashing light up there, so they're obviously doing a recovery. Meanwhile, the leader, Paul Rose, across the line to complete lap 74, 2:27.5.
Just getting quicker and quicker, isn't he? 10 seconds, 10.89 seconds now, his advantage over the Breakall Racing Heroes car, Robert Rees, the Welshman. His time at 2:34. What can Stuart Lyons do? It's a 2:36, so that's going backwards. 17 seconds, second to third. But the Cupra team car still lapping fractionally quicker than Breakall Racing's car in 4th.
There's Michelle Hayward coming out of club. Mark said up to 7th now, 2:37 her last lap. Abby Eaton as well in that group, in the E92 M3, the car that's, I think, prepared by Jeff Steele Racing. She makes her way up the inside of another of the BMWs. We're at 16C Abby Eaton.
She's done a lot of laps, hasn't she?
Yeah, she did the start for a big stint and back in now in the tricky conditions. Former Mazda MX-5 champion. We said earlier, Marcus raced her. She led at the Silverstone Classic, didn't she, in the Holden?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, came through, just blasted away at the start. So I'm going to be 75 laps down. Michelle Hayward into the pits for defibrillators. That'll be 69 laps done. Yes, they were really done for, weren't they, when the Dickens car stopped. 75 laps down then. 2:27 last time round. This time round for Paul Rose, 2:31. Where's the Breakall Racing car of Rees? There it is. Was almost 11 seconds. It's now over 19. Unbelievably. At 2:39. And Lyons in the Cupra. Where is Lyons in the Cupra? There, 16 seconds down, 16.05 seconds behind.
on that lap, those straight lines pulled back away from Simon Garmston, who done actually on that lap, lines quicker than both the Radicals, both the Breakaway Racing Radicals. 2:38 for Lines, 2:39 for Rees, and 2:40 for Garmston. On the screens, 51D, which is Richard Dougal's Ferrari 430. Making his way down into the loop. Last lap, 2 minutes 45 for that Ferrari, so only lapping a few seconds off what the Radicals were doing. And a whole group of cars at the front of that, one of the Z cars. The Z3, I think that would be Callum Tuckett then. And the Ferrari dives up the inside and goes through. That big passes all those cars in that group. However, the Ferrari's passed around the outside by one of the BMWs, one of the M3s, as they complete another lap. Those cars not battling for position on different laps. Back out for the defibrillators is the Radical, so Michelle Hayward has come in and handed over to Chris Pickering. So Michelle Hayward doing as many laps as her mallet could. And they've dropped a few positions down to 8th place because of that stop. So top 5 still JPR Motorsport, Breakaway Racing Heroes, Cooper Racing, Breakaway Racing and Raw Motorsport, and the best of the rest is LFP Motorsport, which is one of the Caterham teams. Mike Evans, Matt Topham and Nathan Bell. Then in 7th place is the Red Rascal, the BMWs, who we mentioned going well earlier, Chris Lovett, Russell Clark, Kenny Coleman, Kevin Dengate, Jamie Ingram and Rhys Jones. And now up into 8th position is the M-Power Warriors, Abby Eaton, Matt and Simon Wallace. Julie McBride's car broke earlier, so not going. There's a car spun meanwhile at Beckett's. That's one of the Clio's 182 cars, and that's going to continue. Then in 9th position behind the Abby Eaton BMW is the defibrillators with the Radical out there at the moment of Chris Pickering. Then completing the top 10 is Team 26, which is reasonably Northern, which is the Civic team, so the Civic Cup team going well up in the top 10. Lewis Rose, Dan Reason, Jason Ballantyne and David Vincent with that car. We're into the second half of the race now. On the screens, Ben Sharp and James Birch. Sharp in the Civic, Birch in the Corsa. The only car going for that team, car 34. Back up to 63rd now, the only way is NA. Looks like all 66 teams are still running though, despite problems. And a spin there for the Radical, that's the Raw Motorsport car that loops round out of Abbey.
Yeah, McLeod and Rees were side by side coming up there. They went inside one of the saloon cars and the gap kind of partially closed by the looks of things. You'll watch it again on the screen. There they are, side by side. Rees had the inside line, but a squeeze across. I think the Mini perhaps didn't see the Radical, or the Radical didn't anticipate the Mini coming across. There may have been the merest brush, but round it went, and the 65 car.
It's still there, by the way.
Spinning, and it stopped. Yeah, exactly.
So Raw Motorsport, who had gone basically trying to get back, or on lap themselves, weren't they? But a lap down anyway because of Paul Rose, who's still lapping strong. And out the car is the Raw Motorsport driver. So John McLeod has got out of the car.
And he's just trotting away behind the barrier.
So not sure how easily recoverable the car will be from there either. It is still on the circuit.
BMW Z car is pulling off.
That's just past me. So that's Callum Tuckett. The car is stopped there, just out of shot behind the It's only just off the circuit on the right-hand side on the runoff. So we'll try and get that car back, I guess. And there you go, you can see the car on the screen now.
32 seconds Rose has made over the number 2 team now, over Rees.
And 14 of those seconds on the last lap.
Spinner. Oh, it's that BMW that's had quite a few spins, yes.
Now the Z car getting back underway again. The marshal saw to the driver and the car getting back onto the circuit. However, the Radical still stricken there on the exit of Abbey.
Lines in the Seat took 4 seconds out of Rees last time round. Remains 6.97 seconds ahead of the other Brokell Racing entry. The number 3 team, for which Simon Garmston is...
safety car.
Yeah, Garmston still into bat, is he, for...
yes, but
yes.
Safety car out for that stricken Radical.
Safety car out. Simon Garmston from Reigate, the petrochemical analyst, 56 years old.
Neil Martin is on the link road heading back to the pits in his Honda Civic. Team number 4. Which is Team Trickle. So Neil Martin heading back to the paddock.
This is the second safety car period then, isn't it? At working lap 78.
I think the 4 leaders are all ahead of the safety car. So between, because the safety car hasn't picked up the leader on the scratch, as you can see, but I think nobody has got caught behind it.
Yeah, so it hasn't advantaged or disadvantaged anyone particularly.
It's the only thing that has happened is Paul Rose's half a minute or so lead is going to go, but...
Yes, will evaporate.
Yeah, here's Rose just coming into Beckett's now. Oh, and one of the BMWs has just gone wide here. Needs to start slowing down a bit, perhaps. But yeah, so 78 laps done from the leader. And now I guess nobody's pitted for a while, Marcus, so I guess this is an opportunity to do so.
You'd have thought so. Yeah, 78 laps down for Rose. 33.95 seconds the gap back to Rees. Then 13 to Lines. And 24 to Brokell Racing, which is the 3 team, which is Simon Garmston, isn't it? One of the winning team in 2016.
Hey guys, just want to break in there and yeah, well, James and I just having a little feed down at Team Defibrillator. I bumped into Michelle. Michelle, wet conditions. You like these conditions at the Birkett, don't you?
Yeah, I've been in these conditions a couple of times. I think one year we had sleet and hailstones, and I was out on slicks, so I'm quite used to sliding around.
Come on, what year was the in-car video when you were on slicks and wets and you passed everything?
That was 2012, that was.
Yeah, it was awesome. I still show it to my students and they go, wow, how did you do that?
Well, it went from 0 to 0 though, so it was great for a couple of laps, and then it went all downhill. But
yeah, come on, let's be honest. That was when the tyres lost heat. But up until then, you were awesome.
Oh, thank you. No, it's good. This stint, perfect tyres. I was right on the right tyres, so I was on wet tyres in that, and I absolutely enjoyed it thoroughly. Took a few risks, as you do in this race, and managed to survive them, fortunately, because there was a couple of hairy moments out there.
Hey, this Formula Woman stuff, come on, this, that. You could do that, couldn't you?
I don't want to say it, but I think I might be too old. Can I turn back 20 years, please? I'd love to have a go, and I know that I could do it. Of course I could blooming do it, but I don't know what they're looking for, really. I've just won the championship this year, so I'm really pleased about that. I don't know where I go from here now.
Well, yeah, because well, I was just telling James, we pictured the post at Thruxton, didn't we, in 2014. So, yeah, you deserved it, and many congratulations. I'm going to give you a hug.
Yeah, that was because Howard had done an extra couple of races than me, though, you know.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is, I'll give you that one. We did Brands, and we got a win in a second, so it did help.
Yeah, I'll always remember that day. I had that championship in the clasp of my hand, and I threw it away. So
I still got the video.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, Lewis.
Yeah. Do you know? I'm going to tell you this. I'd actually spoken to Mike and says, do you know what? Michelle's going to be the first lady to win the Clubman's. And I spoke to Tony Coles to do the interview, and then you threw it away with that. You outbraked yourself coming to the complex, didn't you?
Yeah, into the chicane at Thruxton. I'd had the lead. I think Howard was behind me. Yeah, all I needed to do was bring it home. Yeah. And that was a disaster. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I won it this year, so there.
Anyway, what plans for next year?
Not sure yet. I'd love to kind of upgrade the engine now and make the step up to CSP1, put the 200 horsepower engine in, but it won't be happening for next year. So maybe a year off. I don't know, unless someone comes and offers me a drive in something else.
Right, okay, and good luck. I've got another session. Well, because Jorgen's got another session with these. They only do about 30 minutes, do they?
That is the shame, really. We're up against things like Radicals and you know, other teams, Sakers. They all can run a lot longer in their stints than we can. So we are at a disadvantage.
Anyway, best of luck, and well, I hope the rest of the day goes as well as the rest of the season did.
All right, thanks, Lewis. Cheers.
Cheers, Michelle. Thank you. Back to you, boys.
Now, where the car's running behind the safety car, the 34-second lead that Paul Rose had has been wiped down to 16. The Cupra team has come into the pits. Stuart Lyons dived into the pits, using this opportunity to change drivers. So they'll go out. That was only 4.9 seconds behind second place in the queue. So it's all under the safety car. We've now had 3 hours and 19 minutes of this race. So working the second half of the race now. There's some close battles down the field, and of course things like this second safety car situation have closed things up quite dramatically as some of the tussles. Raw team has now got the Alec Goodman car out, I think I'm right in saying. That one sort of holding lap just to get McLeod out on the wet tyres early on.
Lead Egan out for Cupra Racing.
Is it? Yeah.
So that'll be a full cycle then, won't it?
It will. He'll be he's the fourth of the fourth driver.
Safety car coming through here. Lights still on. The Radical's been cleared. So I wonder if there's something else.
Might be taking the opportunity just to tidy up something else out on the circuit. Yeah.
So obviously we've seen
lights out.
Okay.
Lights out. So they will get going again. We'll go green at the end of this, which is lap 80.
Lots of traffic, isn't there, for the leaders to deal with, because they're a long way back in the queue.
Oh, well back, yeah. There's no obligation to pick up the leaders. Certainly in an endurance race you wouldn't expect any special wave throughs.
Same cars for the two Breakaway Racing cars, so they certainly haven't pitted, and nor has Paul Rose. So it's just the Cupra Racing team that made the pit stop out of our leading four.
Yep, that's right. It's a bit tricky because the tyre temperatures, what little they had, will have subsided a chunk, and you may well see one or two spins over this next lap. Here's the Seiko, which is stuck behind Norman Ricketts' Lotus Cortina, coming down through Woodcote, and may well be caught by the Coleman BMW, which is looking strong. No, Rose has managed to put his clog down. We're at green then, so JPR Motorsport leads with the Seiko. 13.5 seconds in hand. Breakaway Racing Heroes. On the screen is the Black Saker. Cars that were produced in South Africa, produced also in New Zealand as well. Breakwell Racing up into third.
About 5 wide in front of the leader.
Breakwell Racing up to third, 5.8 seconds behind. That's because of the Team Cupra stopping last time round. There is that Team Cupra car again. It's dropped down to 4th place, and that's now got Lee Deegan in it. An outlap of 4:26.
Oh, car off at Stowe. It's a BMW. Rejoined, like you suggested, though, Marcus, we've been so busy and the tyre temperature. One of the MGs are bailing for the wing pits, so that there was an incident between the two of them. That's where it was very busy into Stowe Corner, where Paul Rose was, but Rose has survived that. And is carving his way back through. It's sort of a drier line as they turn their way through Abbey now. Pretty wet off it. Down in water.
That Raw team has managed to lose 3 laps out of all that drama. And losing the car out on track. And they remain 5th ahead of Red Rascal. So they're 3 laps clear of Red Rascal.
It's a Red Rascal have come past LFP Motorsport to sort of be the best of the rest, haven't they? So get ahead of the catering team.
It's like being in Formula 1, isn't it? If Nigel Roebuck said in Motorsport this week, everyone goes for that, all the sort of the minor teams are going for that coveted 7th spot, sort of best of Division 2, which I suppose these days would be called the Championship rather than the Premiership.
Second and third are pretty close, coming onto the Wellington straight now. It's still Robert Rees ahead of Simon Garmston, but there's not very much between them, certainly less than the 6 seconds that they began the lap. So those 2 cars heading under the bridge down towards Brooklands. The leaders into the pit, so just as Paul Rose is sort of at the front of the queue, Marcus, he's had to come in.
Yep, and just time has run out, and I guess he's just light on fuel now.
24 lap stint.
Instant to see whether the hot car will go out now, the green one, or the one that's the same spec as the one in which Paul Rose is in.
Yellow's at Cox again, I see.
And Simon Garmston in 2.
Same length stint for the pair of them, I think. And you see the JCB out there at Cobbs, and somebody went off right on the restart, therefore. So Yellow's up there. So who's going to lead, though, down towards Beckett? Because, of course, Rose come in.
So I think you might have been very tempted to have come in the previous lap round and hoped that the safety car was going to go on a bit longer.
It's a Breakwell Racing Heroes are through, and it is Steve Harris in the Saker now, but not that far behind the leader.
BMW out on the fringes of the circuit.
It's the Graves Motorsport team. So if we down the hanger straight are the leaders, we can pick that up. Oh, here we go. So see, there is Robert Rees, the leader. Not far behind is Steve Harris, but of course Harris has got to get his car up to temperature and sort of figure out where the grip is, as he hasn't been out in the wet yet. And Robert Rees has been out for some time. Over 20 laps. Rees has been out on circuit. He's got one of the Ferraris ahead. Lee Deegan coming through about a minute behind what was JPR, but of course they pitted, so about 3/4 of a minute behind the Breakwell car we've got on the screens at the moment. That's a gap between the top 4.
Well, Ferrari swings out round one of the kit cars, and Rees tries to come around the Ferrari but can't live with its acceleration in a straight line, tries to out-handle it, and a little bit of a wobbly through Abbey. There wasn't a contact, but the Ferrari had to make way for the Radicals coming up the inside.
Got pretty close, didn't it?
Very close. Proverbial fag packet.
But Rees survives that moment, because of course that's where we lost the Royal Motorsport car not that long ago.
Yeah, McLeod, that's right.
And I think Rees is getting away from Steve Harris, but that's not unsurprising with Harris on cold wets and getting used to this car with the new engine this weekend. But about the length of the Wellington Straight is the gap between the two of them.
Okay.
You'll get a gap on that when they cross the line completely. Oh, there's been a collision down here, I think, between an MR2 and a Mini, but they've both continued. In fact, they both just spun, didn't make contact. That was 25 and 49. Well, the Mini's gone off again at the next corner. That's 49D. And that's the Mini that had the incident with the Radical earlier, isn't it? The Bill Moria car.
Feroz Billy Moria. Time racer. So, Break All Racing Heroes back ahead by courtesy of Robert Rees. 13.57 seconds clear of JPR, which is now Steve Harris, isn't it? There's Break All Racing. That's Murphy out again, isn't it?
Oh, right, okay, because we hadn't spotted that.
I think it's the red car with the white stripes over it, sort of like a spider's webby thing over it. That's Murphy's.
So they've skipped Doug Carter and Aaron
I haven't seen Doug Carter's car, but interestingly, the Cooper Racing entry, which is the second of the Degans, is only 2.06 seconds behind the Red Radical.
Yeah, so through Beckett's, these cars at the moment going past one of the Caterhams, but Ryan Murphy quick through there. I think we've got some news from the pit lane from Lewis.
Hey guys. Hey guys. Yep, okay. I've got Paul Rose down here at the moment, and Paul, you just took the lead and then came in, but you're telling us you got a little problem with the Seeker.
Yeah, I mean, the car was running really well. We were in the lead. Unfortunately, the safety car came out and stayed out for a couple of laps. The minute the safety car came in, my car just suddenly went onto a bit of a misfire. So it wasn't too far off my time to pit anyway. But anyway, yeah, we've pitted. Steve's out now. He'll do a good job.
Yeah, you've won this before, haven't you?
Yeah, in 2012. We didn't know the rules, we didn't know the regulations, we just went and drove as fast as we could, and by luck we won it, you know.
Yeah, you just turned up, didn't you? There was a couple of Seekers, didn't they have a Caterham as well? You just sort of relay you.
Yeah, in fact, I was on a ferry back from Zandvoort, and I got a phone call from Mark Burton, who'd entered a team, two Seekers, one Seeker, Caterham and something else, and somebody let him down and said, can you come and join us? And said, yeah, we'll be there. And it was great fun.
And you've been back nearly every time since, so good luck, and hopefully, these radicals, someone needs to beat these radicals.
We're trying, honestly, we're trying. You know, it's a great race, we look forward to it at the end of the season. It's just great fun. We all have a laugh and joke, you know, it's great fun.
Yeah, and you've got the Fun Cup cars here as well?
Yeah, we thought we'd enter a team of Fun Cups, and Team Brit had entered, so we thought if we can get 3 more Fun Cups will eat this out. The hours up quite easily. They're dead reliable. So, and these guys are having a lot of fun.
Yeah, you could actually do a 1-car team here, couldn't you, with these?
Yeah, absolutely. 6 hours is quite the norm for a Fun Cup.
All right, Paul. Good luck, and hope the team can trace the problem.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers. Now back to you, boys.
Break All Racing Heroes over JPR. There's the Seat. It's ahead of the Radical by 41 hundredths of a second.
Through Copse, then those two cars, you say the Seat ahead of Lee Deegan. Brian Murphy pushing on right behind him. They come past the big Dodge Dart into the Beckett Sesses. And Deegan staying ahead here, but the downforce, of course, can be used through this sequence of corners for Brian Murphy. And he's right on Deegan. They'll be going on to the Hangar Straight. Surely a flag going out for Team 48 meanwhile, which is the area motorsport team, the Civic team. Is that a black flag by the looks of things?
Looks like a black one, doesn't it?
So perhaps try and pick up that battle for third. Here we go. So it's Lee Deegan ahead and using the power of the TCR car down the Hangar Straight to pull away from Brian Murphy. Now they've got the Anton Landon Sport Specials Sienna to go by, and Lee Deegan goes right round the outside of it. The driver that won the Mini Migler Winter Series last year. before, and the Civic Cup Championship as well last season. So a successful 2017 for Lee Deegan, racing the BMW Car Club this year, and now having a go in this TCR Sayat. Third position he is, with Brian Murphy's Radical chasing him through Club, but the gap going up so far on this lap. Deegan starting to get away.
Yeah, the combination of a heavier car and youthful reflexes, it seems to be playing well for Lee Deegan. Since they branched out of stock hatch racing, they've done rather well, haven't they? Between them, ex-grass trackers, so they're used to running in with next to no grip.
There's a car off, by the way, in the link here, which is the Stuart Sellers Mazda-powered low-cost. So not sure what's wrong there. Out onto the Wellington Straight goes Deegan. The Rally Mark II Escort and a Caterham to lap. The Caterham was the LFP Motorsport team, the car that was running up in 6th, but has dropped to 8th recently, and certainly what was 4 attempts at the beginning of the lap. Oh, Deegan's got off though. Deegan's run out wide at Brooklands, out over the grass. That might allow Brian Murphy back through, will it? They're pretty close as they go through Luffield, Marcus.
No, he's not made it, and that's interesting. So that was a mistake at Brooklands for Deegan.
Gap's still bigger, isn't it? It was at the end of the last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's 20 seconds now, first to second, as Steve Harris gets used to the green, super powerful Saker in the wet. Cooper Racing 23 seconds behind and 2 seconds ahead of Brian Murphy. Oh, the Z falls off as well, 41A.
That's on the exit of Abbey, and quite getting out of the gravel, is it, Callum Tuckett? With the front of the car much higher than the rear of it. So that's at Abbey, and then just a bit further around the corner is where Stuart Sellers with the low cost has pulled off. So there's a couple off fairly close to one another. The Sellers car, though, being pushed by the marshals down there into the loop. But I don't think that BMW's going anywhere.
No, that's just dug well into the gravel.
Oh, and the leader's spun right with it where the marshals are. The leader going backwards, therefore. So car number 2, which is Robert Rees, is off at Abbey, and that will probably allow Steve Harris in the Saker to go through. But going off under yellows there at Abbey, not advised at all. Pretty tricky there's the Sellers car being pushed off, and who's leading the race now? It is the Saker. So Steve Harris, there he is, just going through shot, the new leader for JPR Motorsport. It's not a huge gap though.
It was Abbey where the McLeod Radical went off, wasn't it?
Yeah. So.
And there's a group of cars coming now down through Woodcote. There must be 10 cars embroiled in all that. Absolutely extraordinary. Crilly's RX-8's ahead of all of them. And Lotus Cortina's in there. There's one of the, I think it's the Royal Motorsport Radicals in there? I think it is.
Marshall's trying to get that Tuckett car out of the gravel now. But you'll have the leaders, Marcus, with JPR Motorsport Saker back in front at the end of lap 85.
They can't get that, so the marshals can't get that BMW out of the gravel by the looks of things. Here's the bright green Saker, the air scoop in the top of the engine cover, and Rees is coming straight to the pits. So JPR through Steve Harris is ahead. Very cool racing heroes into the pits.
25 lap stint for Rees. Yet to see Charles Graham, so I suspect that's who's going out there for them.
And there's only 1.5 seconds between Lee Deegan in the 47
so I guess they've gone with the choice of
and the Brocal Racing number 3 car.
Guys, we can see on the telly feed that 41 BMW stuck in the gravel.
Yep.
I have to say the team has just sent out one of the other BMWs, but that's a brave call from the team manager, isn't it? Because if they get going, they'll start to lose laps.
They'll get one of them. Certainly will get disqualified, but it looks like it's not going anywhere without external assistance. The escort rally car coming back in.
Yeah, it looks like the marshals have given up on moving that car, Marcus. They've gone back behind the barriers. So now the JCB is heading that direction, but it'll take a little while to get there. On the screens is the leader, Steve Harris, with his 14-second advantage over Lee Deegan. But of course, Deegan has a very small gap, so let's look out for the Sayat. Must have already gone through.
Last time round, Deegan was 8 seconds quicker than Harris, and the Brokell racing car behind him, which is the red Radical of Brian Murphy, was a fraction quicker than him. Rastus Woods out again for the defibrillators in 10th place with the hot Clubman's Proto.
It's been a constant factor of this race, hasn't it, Marcus? The leaders just seem to concertina her up all the time.
Fantastic. The MGB GT going around the outside of the ailing BMW there, and the BMW Compact going to the inside.
That's Adam Reed in the Compact. Could be James Poulton in the Mini that we saw off earlier. Deegan he's still ahead of Brian Murphy. Not a huge gap between the two of them. There's a slow BMW at Luffield, that's 42. The Army Sports team. But the leader's heading back to the end of another lap.
That BMW struggling even to make the pit lane. Just about been driven in there on the starter motor, I think. Saker comes through. That's 86 laps down. A 250. There's the Sayat, a 243, and there's the Radical, a 242. Suddenly there's about 9 seconds over the top three again.
Here's Harris and turning into Beckett. Deegan still ahead of Murphy, second and third. Like you say, much closer those two cars are to the leader now, and Murphy much quicker than Deegan through the Beckett's S's, and he's right on the tail. And now looking to the outside as they go up towards Chapel. And can he get alongside if the camera down there at Stowe looks back down the Hanger Straight? We see these cars battling for second and third. At the moment we're seeing the Elliott Goodman Radical, the Royal Motorsport car. If we go back to Stowe, we'll see that battle for second place. We're not at the moment. Here we go then. And round the outside into Stowe, Brian Murphy passes Lee Deegan, so it's Brokell Racing. Back ahead of Cooper Racing. Lee Deegan using a very, very wide line at Stowe corner. And these cars going much quicker than the leader, so we could have the top three all together at the end of this lap. Deegan squeezes round the outside of that MR2. And let's look out for where the Saker is. There it is, coming out of Club Corner, just passing the Dodge Dart. And there's
the chasers, and there's third. Meanwhile, we've got a group of marshals, or a jerry of marshals, as we like to call them, pushing the BMW back into the pits.
Traffic for the second place battle into Abbey, so Deegan getting closer to Brian Murphy again. Of course, this is under yellows. There's a second car gone off there, in fact. They've got the JCB recovering the Z3, and there's another car off there as well. That is the Z3 getting back going. So the Z3's been out the gravel and heading back to the pits. Meanwhile, Marcus, I can give you the 3-hour handicap bulletin.
Okay.
So car number 60, Podium Prep, were leading with 78 laps. Second, 26, which is reasonably Northern, on 77 laps. 27, New Avengers, on 77 laps as well, and the rest are a bit further back.
Is that John Steed and Emma Peel from the New Avengers team? Before your time, Josh, sorry.
Then in fourth place is 21, which is Sofa King Fast, and in fifth is 52, which is Rotec Racing. And there's a whole gaggle of cars on 76 laps on the handicap.
The Sayat is homing in on the Radical again. This is a classic Birkett Six-Hour team relay racing. They cross the line pretty much as one, hurtle up towards Cops Corner. There's the green Saker. Quick flick through our screens ahead of the chase pair. 5.5 seconds for Steve Harris over Breakwell Racing and Cooper Racing.
Rose has got a load of traffic, and that might bring the second place battle closer through Beckett.
Yeah, that's Murphy in the, sorry, that's Harris in the car, isn't it, for JPR?
Yes.
That's Murphy in the red car we're seeing.
You can see the Sakers just in front.
There's his prey, the green car.
But the Sayat might have Lee Deegan might have a run on Brian Murphy down the straight here. He's flashing his lights. Brian Murphy trying to find a way past a couple of the Caterhams there. There's a Mini in front too, and Deegan's getting alongside Brian Murphy. But then the Radical later on the brakes into Stowe and stays ahead. But this is fabulous stuff. 3.5 hours in, and the top three separated by just 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? They really are having a great time. The Breakwell Racing heroes now more than almost 40 seconds off the back of the third place car.
BMW crawling round club in front of the leaders. Not sure if that's had a spin and is recovering. It was heading back to the pits. And leaders got to watch out here. That was a tight moment for Steve Harris as Liam Crilly lapped the car. But that means the top three are now together on the circuit. The Saker, the Radical, and the Sayat are all together. Brian Murphy looking to go round the outside of Steve Harris here. And he's got it done round the outside at Abbey Corner. And Brian Murphy there takes the lead away from Steve Harris. And Lee Deegan now looking to come round the outside of Harris into the hairpin. The two cars are level as they come through the corner. Steve Harris, who led 2 corners ago, is down into third.
Well, this is an incredible battle. There's a little C1 there as well, just being lapped by the leaders. So a real pivotal lap, this.
I guess it started that off with Steve Harris just had to back off when that BMW was off in front of him, didn't he? And that kind of helped the other two to get even closer.
Yeah, there's plenty of torque and plenty of grip in the Sayat in second place. Well balanced car. And here comes Lee Deegan still chasing Brian Murphy. So it's Breakwell Racing goes back to the head of the queue by 0.38 of a second over Cupra with Lee Deegan, and then 2 seconds back is JPR with Harris. It's the top 4 now well way ahead of the rest, because there's a couple of laps down to 5th place Raw Motorsport. There's Elliot Goodman again. That's in the early part of this race.
Brian Murphy went 3 wide round Beckett, which put a gap between himself and Deegan has Steve Harris re-challenging him for second place, but can't really find a way through because the traffic 3 and 4 wide into Stowe. So Lee Deegan hangs on to second place there as they turn through Stowe, but Brian Murphy just has broke away from those two, and Deegan's run wide at Stowe, out over the curbs, but carried the momentum through okay. And the leader now has just lapped the Raw Motorsport car of the Raw Motorsport car, so that's 3 laps down now. Out of club corner, as always, there's traffic in front, and Brian Murphy goes up the inside. There's a couple of Mazdas and a Ford Fiesta, an early Ford Fiesta there. Big wiggle out over the curbs for the Saker of Steve Harris as the rain starts to fall down this side of the circuit again. So there's Deegan, just squeezing past the Fiesta. He had to really adjust his line there, and in doing that he's actually made a bit of a break once more over Steve Harris.
He has. He's yeah, here comes Deegan, but he's the guy rubbing his hands together if he sees more rain.
Down the Wellington straight they go. Brian Murphy looking good here. getting away from the battle of a second that continued. You couldn't really think of two different cars, could you, the Seat and the Seeker, but very evenly paced in these conditions around here.
Yep, and the normally aspirated car leads the two turbos. With a 2:47 to second place, it's 5.7 seconds now. So that's a big improvement for Breakwell Racing. Out front, 1.72 between second and third, and in fourth place, yet to come through on its 89th lap, is the Breakwell Racing Heroes car. Just trying to see who's out for them now. On the screen, the Seeker rocketing around the outside of a raw Radical. That's Elliot Goodman. Yeah, the Breakwell Racing Heroes being through their 37 seconds adrift. Battle in Class B, because the entries all split into classes as well, as Empower Warriors 44.6 seconds ahead of Team 33, which is Red Rascal, with 37 BMW Car Club Racing M1 in third place, 15 seconds behind, so basically a minute covers the top three there. Class C, Cooper Racing leading by a country mile. In fact, I can't see anyone else in that class, there's no one else in the top 20. And Class A, LFP Motorsport leading Area Motorsport and reasonably northern. D is the overall.
Bit of moment down there at Club for one of the Mazda MX-5s. Looks like BMW might have got involved in that as well, though both those cars going fairly slowly up in front of one of the Radicals. That's the Breakwell Racing Heroes, isn't it, that we mentioned, with Charles Graham at the wheel now. And into the pits comes Abby Eaton, out of sixth place, the Class B leader, as you just said. Another good long stint from her. Think we can hear from Lewis Mills down in the pits.
Yeah, yes, thanks, Josh. I'm fighting with the microphones here. Sorry, let me just sort the other microphone out. Just been looking at the handicap positions that you were talking to us about, and I've just been chatting to the team manager, Reasonably Northern, and the crew. That they haven't actually got a clue where they are or what they do. There he is. Hi there. What's your name?
Robert.
Robert, you didn't actually have a clue till I told you that you were second in the...
Oh, it's very complicated trying to work out these, you know, where we are exactly with all these handicaps. So yeah, a bit rusty on this.
That's the first time you've done it, isn't it?
Yeah, this year is the first time we've ever tried to do the Birkett, so really enjoying it so far.
Yeah, I take you just going around. You do realise that, you know, you're in of a chance here.
Well, it'd be okay if it finished now, but we've still got 2.5 hours to go, so nothing's guaranteed, yeah.
Yeah, well, these Hondas are fairly reliable, aren't they?
Well, I do the maintenance on it, so I'd like to think so.
Anyway, do you think you've got a really good chance of getting the, you know, topping the times at the end of the day?
Well, I'm hopeful, but obviously the weather conditions are changeable, so anything can happen in the next couple of hours, so we'll see how we get on.
Do you think the weather will help you?
Probably. Obviously some of the cars are a little bit slower in the weather conditions. We've got some fast drivers in the wet, so yeah, should do.
Oh, well, we've spoken to the podium preparation guys, the ones in front, and they've got to put their C1 out, which is obviously going to be a slower car. So we could actually, we're being moved on here because someone's about to come in. Anyway, good luck.
Well, okay, thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Leader for Breakwell Racing down in the 238. So that was Abby Eaton, by the way, serving a stop and go penalty at the end of the pit lane a couple of laps ago. At 2:38 for the leader last time round, 2:43 for second and fourth, which means that Breakall Racing hero through Charles Graham, the CEO of Daytona Motorsport, is closing in on the JPR Seika. "90 laps down. MR2 and Ginetta Jr. hurtled through Woodcote that time, with the Cupra Racing Sayat 3 seconds quicker than the leader that time. Rastus Wood back into the pits with the defibrillator Malak, with his car in that team.
There's Abby Eaton back out, as you said, Marcus, after that penalty. Battling for Class B honours with the Car Club Racing team and Red Rascals, the three BMW teams battling for Class B. And Abby Eaton accelerates out of Woodcote to complete her 85th lap, just passing the Dodge Dart. And she's gone by.
We've got a Caterham off, and then a Sayat straight on at Brooklands has stopped short of the wall, but is about 50 metres off track by the looks of things.
What we were seeing there was Abby Eaton has Mike Cutts right behind him. So that's the battle for Class B, 6th and 7th. M Power Warriors and BMW Car Club together on the circuit, 1.2 seconds apart after Eaton's penalty. And Mike Cutt, who was a multiple winner in the BMW Car Club Racing Series this year, he's getting alongside Abby Eaton, heading out onto the Hanger Straight, so maybe we'll be able to pick that up on our screens as they go down towards Stowe Corner. The two BMWs were running side by side for 6th and 7th overall. Battle for position on track there. And there we go, and Mike Cutt's gone through, so Mike Cutt has gone past Abby Eaton. They're lapping one of the Fun Cup cars as well. Mike Cutt starting to get away in that much older M3. That's an E36 car, whereas Abby Eaton won one of the newer spec cars, an E92.
I don't know what happened to Charles Graham last time round, but a 305 tells a story that it wasn't quite straightforward.
There's the car that you said went off at Brooklands, to say it.
Yeah,
second
absolutely
DCR
straight
cars.
on.
And Marshals were pushing it out, and then it started to accelerate right south, and then got stuck in the gravel for a second time. So that's a Steve Gale's car, OMG. And the Marshals will have to work for a second time to get that car back out of the gravel.
Hi guys.
Lewis.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah, I'm third place on the handicap at the moment is the new Avengers, and I got Matthew Creek. Matthew, you've just done your stint, haven't you? What was conditions like?
It was certainly exciting. Very wet. First time in a long time I've been in the car like that. Luckily we swapped to wet setting just before I went out. So yeah, it was interesting and a lot of fun.
Yeah, a good choice by your team manager then to change over.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. It was a bit of a late call, but we did it. So all the boys jumped in and worked together.
Yeah, you're Road Sports.
We're 270R. So we got no windscreen, wider front end, but the same tyres as Road Sport.
Yeah, because they've had a little change around this for this season, and they called them different things.
They have indeed, yes, yeah. So all these guys have been racing each other this year. I took a year out, but I got the call up, shall we say.
Yes. John said he was the handicap. That's John Herschel. Well, you think you are?
Yeah, could be.
Well, no, but you've had a good session anyway.
Brilliant session.
I can see one of the cars there with the axle stands, wheels off.
Okay, that one's actually my car. Because we've had to put the wets on the next car going out. So that was why there's been a bit of a quick turnaround on that vehicle.
So anyway, third place, you must be very pleased with that.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. We were here last year, and that's certainly, quite an impressive. I don't know how far are we into the race?
But just over halfway.
Halfway, yeah, that's pretty good for halfway, and yeah. Something to take away, and hopefully we can keep building on it.
Okay, thank you, Matthew, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
And the big news here is that the Cooper Racing Lee Deegan Seat is closing.
On the screen, Marcus.
Oh, and that's the Murphy car off, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So Brian Murphy, after being caught, as you said, by Lee Deegan, has gone off here at Beckett's. I can see the car in the distance, just tagged the wall. Not sure there's much damage to the car, Marcus.
Yeah, a little bit tattered at the back, isn't it? But not terrible. Sort of more cosmetic. I think might have damaged the back of the wing as well.
So that was a pit stop, wasn't it? And Brian Murphy, that's his first lap out after Simon Garmston, is that right? Oh no, we saw Murphy, or have I not noted that? No, that was earlier, wasn't it? So not sure what happened there, because Lee Deegan is heading down towards Brooklands, so a lot of time lost somewhere there for Brian Murphy.
Yeah, that's right. This is lap 93.
It's almost like he perhaps had a penalty or something coming out the pits, and that's why it was a slower last lap as well.
I'm not sure. Not sure.
Either way, it's a long way back now. So that basically means Cooper Racing lead JPR Motorsport now by about 25 seconds.
And the best radical team is in 3rd place.
And of course, Brian Murphy's certainly going to be coming in this time with that damage, isn't he? Damage rear wing.
Exactly. Something for Lewis Beals to chase, I hope. That's problems then with Team 3. Brian Murphy falling off, and there's the Seat. They've managed to finally get it out of the gravel. JCB 1, Seat 0.
Perhaps we might be able to pick up a replay from the guys from Alpha Live to see what happened to Brian Murphy. Certainly just caught the end of it, at least, at Beckett's.
Well, it was a 2:48, slightly slower lap, a couple of seconds slower lap for Lee Deegan.
So Murphy just coming past me now, heading down towards...
That's the driver of the Seat, sort of trying to shake any gravel that might be stuck in the wheels and brakes out before he gets back onto the track. So it's 47 from the Saker, JPR Saker team. Steve Harris in the 8 car, white green car, 22.42 seconds behind. In 3rd place now, it is Breaker Racing. In fact, they're Breaker Racing Heroes, and then it's Breaker Racing.
Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got Stuart Lyons down here. Stuart just took the lead, I think.
Yeah, good. Teammates are driving really well. It's just started raining harder, and that's good for us because our car is very good in the wet, you know. And as soon as it started raining, I thought we'll come into this properly with these radicals. So let's hope we can keep it on the circuit, you know, because Silverstone at the minute is quite notoriously slippy in the wet.
Yeah, we just there was a huge cheer a second ago when the radical went off.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, it's an odd track. When it's raining here, people think you've got to use a wet line. There is no wet line, it's the racing line. I mean, we're just using the normal racing line, and it's a lot quicker. I mean, I don't know why, but it's just something to do with the resurfacing that they did a year ago. So.
Yeah, because there's been, well, obviously the MotoGP boys couldn't race, and there's been 1 or 2 races which have been pretty dodgy here. So. You know, maybe they have to think of. I think they are reviewing their drainage systems, etc. But you think the racing line is as quick as anything?
It's quicker because the water stands on the outside of the circuit, and you can't really use it. But to be fair, the only thing that could stop us is if we have tyre wear, because the surface, because there's that much grip on the inside, it takes its toll on the tyres. So the tyres technically will only last an hour. So we'll see where we are in. Another half hour, I think. So.
Oh, good. Anyway, still, I have to say, these TCR cars, they're awesome, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, they're actually touring car trophy cars now because we've got a new series starting next year. But yeah, you're right, they are very good. And you know, the TCR concept and the way people can just buy one and get in and be competitive is going to work really. So
what's the difference? You've obviously driven BTCC cars. What's the comparison?
I think a BTCC car is good in the wet. But in the dry, to get the best out of it, they're quite difficult to drive, whereas these cars are, I think the average driver can go quick in it, straight away. Whereas with a BTCC car, you've got to have some miles under your belt, because they're much more difficult to drive on the limit.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Ollie Jackson last week. He's just had a go in one of the motor-based cars, and he says absolutely completely different. Between what he has been driving and what basically is a sort of almost a works type car.
Yeah. I mean, well, to be fair, I mean, the wet grip that we've got today is similar to when we had the BTCC car, but it is. I mean, I think these have got to be the best thing to buy for a guy that needs to sample a touring car, and he whether you drive it at 80%, 90%, 100%, they always feel good, where a BTCC car only ever feels good at 101%, which is a bit of a big ask for some people, you know. So.
Yeah, it's a proper professional series. I mean, to break in the top 10 at the moment on touring cars, it is flaming hard.
I think coming 20th, 25th, you've had a good race, you know. I mean, people say, oh, you know, you only come 20th, but you know,
beat 10 people or 12 people.
Well, you're racing that much on the limit. I think right down to the last guy on the grid, you know, everybody's trying really hard, because, you know, you're up against people spending decent money, and they've also got the knowledge to get the setup right. And also the drivers, there is no poor drivers in BTCC. You know, they could all come to another series and do really well, you know, so.
Anyway, best of luck for the rest of the day. We'll keep the fingers crossed for Stuart.
Yeah, thanks. Well, fingers crossed we'll get a result.
Thank you too. Cheers. Back to you, Marcus and Josh.
4 hours down into the last third of the race. The Seat Cupra of Lee Deegan leads for Team Cupra, the Area Motorsport run car. And through it comes. That's 95 laps down, a 2:43. That's nice and quick, nice and consistent, quicker than his pursuers can manage, that's for sure.
I noticed, Marcus, that Brian Murphy staying out, or certainly on the last lap he stayed out with that damaged car.
I think it was just a slight glance at the back. It looks like it's sort of a sort of flesh wound rather than anything else. Just slightly scuffed. It's one interesting to see how that develops. The Raw Motorsport team that lost all that time earlier on, they're three laps behind. 3 laps behind in 5th place. Number 16 BMW on your screens. That's the Empower Warriors, the Abby Eaton car, charging back up, trying to get back into the top 6, 11.36 seconds behind the 37 BMW.
That's got Mike Cutt at the wheel. The BMW Car Club Racing M1 team. Gap gone out to 36 seconds from Lee Deegan to Steve Harris now. So, as we heard from Stuart Lyons, Marcus, these conditions perfect for the TCR machine.
Yep, and the Brocal Racing heroes and Brocal Racing radicals are lapping within milliseconds of each other, really. And that gap for the third lap running remains at 9 seconds.
Well, there's Mike Cutt, Marcus, who we were speaking in 6th place. Looked like he might have run a bit wide at the Vale. See if Abby Eaton's any closer when they reappear.
Is that the quick red car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was running close to the Houston Rossiter car, wasn't it, a couple of laps ago, and left it having gone past the middle of Woodcote.
There Mike Cutt in the middle of the screen now. 6th position. As I said earlier, multiple winner in the BMW Car Club Racing Series in its first season with the 750 Motor Club. And Mike Cutt going well there in the top 6 of the Birkett relay, the best of the rest kind of thing that we've been mentioning behind the sports racers and the TCR car. So there's Mike Cutt accelerating out of the loop, and if anything, I think pulling away from Abby Eaton on the last lap. Cutt, was 3.5 seconds quicker. So pretty
in
impressive.
In an earlier spec car.
Exactly, yeah. It's probably a good 10 years older than the Eaton machine. Just in front of Cup, we can see now that's the Eddie McKean BMW from the RAF. We mentioned earlier the winners of the handicap last year, and Mike Cutt is going to be able to power past him shortly. And does up the inside over the curbs at Woodcote. Up the inside there. Certainly not the only person to do that today. And out the inside of one of the Clio Cup cars. So that's another lap done by Cutt. Lap 90, Abby Eaton still trying to chase. 6th and 7th.
Lee's gone out another 8 seconds on that lap. 44.5 seconds Lee Deegan has now over Steve Harris, car 47, over car number 8, the bright green Sega that no one's going to miss. Murphy's gone through, he's 13 seconds behind Charles Graham. So it's Team 2 in 3rd, Team 3 in 4th.
Very wet offline there at Beckett's. That's where Abby Eaton just slid a bit wide, and it's streaming wet out there off the line. We heard from Stuart Lyne saying that the track offline is very wet indeed. Abby Eaton, by the way, on the last lap did close in on Mike Cutt by a bit, so there's about 7.5 seconds between those two cars. Again, Eaton very wide at Stowe.
She's using quite a lot of the wet, isn't she? The really wet stuff. Just looking at that, so Charles Graham in 2 is catching the Seika at about 4 seconds a lap.
Certainly Steve Harris unable to go at the pace that Paul Rose managed earlier. See Michelle Hayward back out there, she's on the screen now. And Abby Eaton, she got a problem here coming out of club. Yeah, problem for Abby Eaton then. She's slowing coming out of club corner. The 7th place car, Empower Warriors, and now the car's come back up to speed now. But it's almost like the car cut out coming through club.
Kind of went into kind of limp mode, didn't it? Or I wonder whether that what the gearbox is on that car. There's a stick shift or a paddle. Stick shift. It seems like it's gone up 2 and just stuttered.
And there's the next car ready to go. That's Matt Wallace, another of the club enduro regulars, racing that BMW M3 with his brother Simon. You can see on the inset. Prepared to go for whenever Abby Eaton comes in, because she's been out there for a long time now. Especially after the car stuttered there at club, it might be time to bring it in. A couple of Mazdas in front, 2 of the Mark 1 cars.
Orange Lotus Exige into the pits meanwhile.
The blue Mazda, there's the Slatter car, who are regulars in the historic 750 Formula series, but going out in a Mazda MX-5 here. And is Abby Eaton coming in? Yes, she is. So Abby Eaton in, and that'll be Matt Wallace to take over once she gets past their garage.
Interesting to see whether Lewis can catch up with Abby Eaton in the 16 team. Find out what happened down there at Club Corner. Served that stop-go a few laps ago.
And that's what really lost them the 6th place, wasn't it? They had a
good
gap to the Car Club Racing team. So Abby Eaton out, continue or into the garage, into the pits, and therefore Matt Wallace should be on his way very shortly. The car doesn't seem to want to be going though, so there's team members helping him on his way. But now Matt Wallace getting going in the E46 M3. Busy down there at Copse. Again, John Moore in the middle of that. He went really well in the wet at Snetterton at the beginning of the year on the podium of the Sports Specials Championship. Meanwhile, picking up car 17 there, just going through. That was David Drinkwater, the BMW Compact. And got a Clio in there, car 30. Then got John Moore in the FRS Arrow, who we mentioned a moment or two ago. Vic Hope Civic. There's Matt Wallace then after the stop, so he comes back out. And got the big Jaguar coming up alongside. which is Michael Holt, and Holt goes up the inside through Beckett to pass Matt Wallace, while Wallace still getting up to speed. And then the little Citroen C1 behind. .98 laps in now for Lee Deegan and the Cooper Racing team. 2 minutes 45 on the last lap for Deegan as he continues to pull away. Oh, we've got a car off. That's one of the Cup BMWs
again.
That's the third or fourth time at least, isn't it? That's had a spin, but we'll get back going.
Oh, the Sakers had a bit of a squeeze from one of the Hondas through Woodcote. The Honda itself was overtaking the red MGB.
There is Abby Eaton on the screen, so I suspect that means Lewis must be nearby to have a chat shortly. Well, there is Lewis. I can see him on our picture.
54.8 seconds, that lead going out all the one, another 7 seconds.
Be interesting as well, Lewis, if you can hear us, if Abby Eaton, that BMW, might be coming out with the 750 Motor Club more often next year, because I think that's a Jeff Steele run car. Jeff Steele getting more involved in the Endurance Championship with the 750 Motor Club, running Julian McBride, who was one of the championship contenders this year in Class A. And meanwhile, there goes Brian Murphy. You can see the damage to the back of that car. Still running 4th. There's the leader. There's Deegan cutting into the loop here. 54 seconds clear of the Saker team, but the JPR Motorsport really being closed in by the Radicals now. On the last lap, a 2:37 from Brian Murphy. So Brian Murphy 8 seconds quicker than Deegan, 15 seconds quicker than Harris in the Saker, and 6 seconds quicker than his teammate as well, as a Caterham goes off onto the Wellington Straight, but that will get back on. So now Brian Murphy really getting back up to speed, Marcus. The quickest car out there.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? It's toing and froing all the time, conditions-wise. And sometimes it gets a bit wetter. It favours the front drive car. One of the Hondas off.
Down at the Vale.
Yeah, that was the one that was in the way earlier on.
We're sitting duck.
Lewis is now with Abby, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Chatting Hill to Abby Eaton. Abby, you just jumped out of the BMW. Good session?
Yeah, a lot of fun out there. It's very, very slippery. You know, we're up against it really. We've seen a few of the people that we're racing against putting full wets on, and we are not on full wets, so safe to say I'm fighting out there.
Yeah, so, yeah, I believe you're one of the team managers was just saying, I mean, you're a car down. Julian McBride blew the engine up yesterday.
Yeah, so Julian's playing kind of team manager, helping Will out. I feel really sorry for him, bless him. He's just wandered off to go and sort something else out. But yeah, so we're down to 2 cars and 3 drivers. You know, a lot of running out there, but you know, I love driving in the wet, so you know, it keeps you honest and it keeps you focused.
Yeah, I was just saying, we're having a little giggle now. You're more famous than Dad, aren't you?
He's the one that's crashed into Mallory Lake.
Yeah, he was the last one, wasn't he? So
yeah.
Good job he could swim.
Yeah, well, I think I got my driving talents from my mum, thankfully. Sorry, Dad.
Yeah, and so what's the future going to hold for you next year?
I'm not sure racing related. You know, I'd love to get out in another GT car. John Seale's been, nice enough to put me out in his 488 challenge. I'd love to get out there and race in GT Cup or British GT again, but kind of GT3 is where I'm looking for. But ultimately, it comes down to budget and someone wanting me in the car.
What about TV work?
Yeah, busy filming at the moment, so I'm not sure when it's going to come out. Everyone asks me, when is it coming out? We're still filming, so I can't answer that question, but it's been a busy year, and yeah, hopefully the next season will be up to everyone's liking.
Yeah, because the guys come and did the Birkett, was it last year?
I think it was a few years ago now.
Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they loved it though. They said it was great fun, and yeah, it's just like any other kind of motorsport that they get involved with. And do you know what? I've enjoyed coming back in and not having the pressure. Everyone's here for the same reason. We're like-minded people, and we're out there to have fun, and it's been awesome so far.
Yeah, is it your first time with the Birkett?
It is my first time at the Birkett, yeah, and I shall be doing it again if anyone wants me back.
Yeah, it's great fun, isn't it? Yeah, and it's just a good atmosphere.
Yeah, you know, everyone's here to help everyone out. You know, we've had a few people come over, have you got this part, that part, and, you know, it's just a community atmosphere, which you sometimes don't get the higher up of racing that you go. So, yeah, if anyone wants me back for next year, I'm ready and raring to go.
Yeah, that's a good advert. Anyway, have you got another session yet? Go.
I'm not sure yet. We need to speak to Will and he'll tell me the strategies. I've done a lot of driving so far, though.
Have you enjoyed it? Oh, by the way, what was the stop go for? Not that I'm really going to should ask you that.
Overtaking under yellow, but I've been really careful out there, so it must have just caught me off guard, or I'm going to go up and triple check, but yeah, if I have, then it's my fault and I put my hands up to it.
Okay, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers for the interview.
Cheers, thanks.
Back to you, boys.
It's absolutely timely because
It's like, you know when you go like that and someone goes...
leader's just gone through to complete 100 laps then. Lee Deegan with Cooper Racing. A 2:45 that time. Quickest man on the circuit still though Murphy, who's closing down the other Brakel Racing team. That's Charles Graham. He's looking a couple of seconds quicker at the moment. 8.5 seconds last time between them.
Those cars here in the loop at the moment, still the same order. A couple of cars between them. One of them is Maxine Nichols in her Toyota MR2. Rogue Motorsport run car. They come in out of the loop as a Citroen C1 to lap as well. So car 2D, Charles Graham still ahead of Brian Murphy. And those cars heading down the Wellington Straight at the moment. And both of them, Marcus, catching the Seika of Steve Harris.
Yes, they are. That's just coming out of Luffield Corner, the bright green Seika, Kermit as they were calling it, unsurprisingly. And through comes the Seika in second place, over a minute behind last time through. And that's gone to 1:03 now. 1 minute and 3 seconds. There's Charles Graham in the white and blue Radical coming up onto the Silverstone Bridge there towards Copse Corner. And Brian Murphy was just 3.2 seconds behind. 2:38 played 2:43. So Brian Murphy certainly pulling up strongly. Fifth place is the Royal Motorsport team. They're 3 laps behind the leaders. The Gem's out again. A very interesting development of a TVR that Tommy Entwistle drove for many years, 50 years ago in the Birkett. The Red Rascal BMW howls through, 94 laps down. Reasonable chance of catching the other BMW team? Well, anything's possible, and not at the moment. BMW Car Club Racing M1 currently ahead of them in 6th place. Red Rascal 7th, Empower Warriors on the BMW team is in 8th place. 9th is the Defibrillators, and 10th LFP Motorsport. In its reasonably northern area Motorsport, W2R Motorsport GT and Norfolk in chance. R&R Performance Cars, the Ferraris, podium preparation, doing so well in the handicap session. Then there's the Belgian team, Coquelambers. As opposed to pronounce it apparently. Behind them, the Sofa King Fast, as opposed to Seti King Slow.
Side by side for third, Marcus, because Brian Murphy's just gone up the inside of Simon Garmston through the loop, but Garmston fighting back because he's on the inside end for the next left-hander, but Murphy powers right round the outside and he goes through. So Brian Murphy up to third place, and it won't be too long until he catches the JPR Motorsport Seika.
Which is on the screen, isn't it? The bright green Seika coming down. Where is Brian Murphy? There he is. And Charles Graham with those 2 bright LED lights on the white Radicals roll cage.
There's the Royal Motorsport car just in front, so the 3 Radicals all together on the circuit.
3 Radicals or 3 Radicals? Go back to your science lessons.
Oh, car off. That's here at Beckett's. Get that going, but there's cars everywhere. And side by side by you at Woodcote. That's the Royal Motorsport car being lapped by Brian Murphy.
Absolutely, and they go through a second in between them, but it's now Brakel Racing through Murphy ahead of Brakel Racing Heroes. which is Graham by a second. When I see the name Brian Murphy on a racing car, I always think of one of the 3 racing Brians who raced on Sports Jaguar E-types in the 70s. Brian Mills, Brian Murphy and Brian Litherland used to race together in E-types.
Murphy less than 8 seconds behind Steve Harris now, and on the last lap was 12 seconds quicker.
Yep, he's really homing in, isn't he? A 250 for Harris, so conditions plus the traffic really difficult when you've got that much torque and turbo power in the Seika. Say 540 horsepower, and even if you turn the wick down, it's going to come in fairly with a fair old bang, I'd have thought.
Out of club then, there's a lot of cars in front, and just blown over the curbs there, Steve Harris. The next car through is Brian Murphy, up the inside into Abbey. Of those 2 cars, attempts to go Harris, a bit tentative on the inside line, in fact doesn't go past the second of those cars, which one of the 4 corners low costs. So that means Brian Murphy should be closer still, and he's going to challenge down into the hairpin here. The 2 cars are side by side, and they should come in shot side by side, and Brian Murphy on the inside goes through into second place. That's where he gained 3rd on the last lap, and now he's 2nd. And right behind Harris is the next of the Radicals, that's Charles Graham. So Graham up the inside here, coming past me onto the Wellington Straight, and he goes through. So in 2 corners, Steve Harris has dropped from 2nd to 4th. So all change on lap 102. The 2 Breakwell Racing cars going up into 2nd and 3rd. But ever still, up front, it is the Cooper Racing team with Lee Deegan at the wheel, I think, with the best part of a minute lead, Marcus.
Oh yeah, over that. It was over a minute last time through. Here comes our new 2nd place team, and it's the 3 team, Breakwell Racing and Breakwell Racing Heroes. 1.67 seconds apart, ahead now of the JPR Seika. .241 the leading Seat, 2:38 the Chasing Radicals, and 2:59 the Seika, which has come into the pits and will relay the next team member. That's the white car going out again, which is Dominic Jackson, isn't it? It took a little while to find his feet, then got going well in the previous stint. Now, the Radicals are now lapping considerably quicker than the leading Seat again, but with 1 minute and 17 seconds, nearly 1 minute and 18 seconds advantage, and what, 1 hour and 36 minutes to go.
Charles Graham is back on terms with Brian Murphy.
Yeah,
they went down into the Vale. I see those cars reappear on the exit of Club Corner with a half a dozen cars to get past down here into the loop. But it's still Murphy ahead, out with the curbs and beyond the curbs.
Yeah, you stay off the curbs, you go on the curbs, you're in peril in these sort of conditions.
That was Charles Graham in 3rd place. And Abbey.
Yeah, I wonder whether 1 minute and 18 seconds, whether the damage has been done by the Cooper Racing boys.
Up the inside of Matt Wallace into the loop here. Obviously that bang into the barriers for Murphy didn't really affect the car at all. The rear wing a little bit ajar, but I guess in these conditions, Marcus, it's not as
you're not pulling the massive high cornering forces in the high-speed corners. You're still in a SR3 and making plenty of downforce, but it's not really harmed it by any stretch of the imagination. And then Graham is now back with Brian Murphy. The problem is these are 2 teams from the same garage, and you don't want to chase your mate off, even though you'd like to beat him. And there are places on the circuit where Brian Murphy is better than Charles Graham, and vice versa. The lap times are broadly similar. Half a second between them. 2:37.49 that time for Charles Graham. Gap is 0.51. .241 was the leader. Gap 1 minute and 15 seconds.
BMW off, I think that's at Abbey again. One of the Graves Motorsport cars, that's Senna Osman, the production BMW regulars, but he gets back going. And there's another car off just in front of you, I think, Marcus, there pulling off.
Yep, that's the Proton, isn't it? 57. Proton. And the Proton Satria. Either Alan Yearley or Alfie Jones.
Brian Murphy off as well. Again, up at Stowe this time, had a quick spin, so he's dropped back. Don't think he's hit anything this time, but he's dropped back, so I assume, therefore, back into second place will go Charles Graham.
Yellow's waving up here as well. That's on double wave yellows off the pit wall. There's also a warning flag out to one of the teams, but I can't see which one it is. Leader's about to lap the fourth place car. I saw the white Seika up ahead of Lee Deegan.
Marcus?
Yes.
Yeah, well, here's the updates. We've got roughly, what, 90 minutes to go? Yeah, right, here are the updates. Just been talking to the Bracknell boys. They reckon they need one more pit stop. So the next time they relay, they'll go to the flag, because they can do 90 minutes. Just been talking to Stuart Lyons, who's just had a chat with Carl Swift here, and they can do roughly the same. So what they got to do, their problem is front tyres. They might run out of front tyres, so they're trying to keep out it's Lee Deegan as long as he possibly can, finish up his tank, which has got 40 litres in, and then put Carl out. And they're hoping Carl will be able to go to the end. So it really is going to be tight. I don't. What the
Seat.
Let's see it. Just have a quick look. What's on there at the moment? I got TCR UK on, so they probably are actually. Yeah, they're on Yuko's. I just stood on one. Yeah. So it's going to be tight, and it's going to be down to tyres. But Stuart was saying they do use the tyres up quite a bit, so it's going to be a close call, isn't it?
Well, you're putting a lot of power through, 300 horsepower plus, whatever, through those fronts. Getting a good old hammering even in the wet.
So that is how it's going to pan out from pit stop wise.
Yeah, Brian Murphy's had another excursion in one of the Brayful Racing radicals for the last few minutes. He's in team 3, he's off again at Stowe, but that's cost him second place. Brayful Racing Heroes now ahead of Brayful Racing. Charles Graham going well for them. Yeah, the lead car, its times have just tempered off a little, and we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes. So going into the last quarter of the race, 105 laps down for the leader. 2:41, a quicker lap, so maybe that's a clearer lap back to where he was a couple of laps ago for Lee Deegan. That's the Sega.
It's Dominic Jackson, isn't it? Well, I'm not sure if he's actually raced one of these before, Marcus, because he's a regular in the Fun Cup.
He's running round the outside in the wetter part of the circuit.
And there's Brian Murphy off again, down at Brooklands. That's his third off in this stint, at least. It's all gone wrong in the last couple of laps, so we said went off at Stowe and now off at Brooklands. I wonder if he'll be for the pits.
He's just run out of tyres, I wonder. Just used them all up.
Continuing then.
He is. Again, second place car Charles Graham, quicker than the leader, but he's a minute and 4 seconds behind. He's now best part of half a minute ahead of Murphy following that next excursion.
There's the BMW making its way through.
That's Red Rascals there in 6th, isn't it?
That's Rhys Jones at the wheel now, the car that we saw Kenny Coleman going well in earlier.
Yeah, it's a good looking car.
The Ariel Atoms up ahead, just lapping that car.
You're going to get fairly soggy in an Ariel Atom, I suspect.
That's Russell Munns at the wheel of that. I've lost my second timing screen down here, Mark. So I used my phone and laptop to get that, but that's all run out of battery now, so I'll have to leave you to that. That means I won't be able to get the handicap stuff either, so I might have to rely on Lewis.
Yes, Lewis is. Well, I've got no fax machine, so it keeps going into sleep mode. So I've not had a handicap result, I'm afraid.
So yeah, we'll have to rely on Lewis for those. But on the screens, that's the Hibbard BMW back out there. Being chased by a Porsche.
The most unusual colour scheme.
And that's Simon Clark. We saw him, didn't we, in the Porsche Club Championship when they supported the Z50 Motor Club back here in the summer.
Yes, on the international circuit.
And Brian Murphy's just behind this group, in fact. Might be able to pick that out in the background, the Red Radical. Simon Clark goes through. There's a sort of handful of Porsches in the race. But with Porsches and Ferraris, pretty apt to have both of those manufacturers out in an endurance race here at Silverstone.
Charles Graham's virtually got the deficit down to a minute now. You just see behind him the Breakwell racing car of Brian Murphy popping out of the slipstream of some slower cars on the Wellington Straight.
I wonder who Breakwell Racing Heroes will put in for the last stint. Because they've all been fairly consistent, I think, in that team.
And that time Breakwell Racing's car 2:44 was 8 seconds slower than Charles Graham. There's the 19D Integra just bouncing back over the grass onto the track.
Certainly the tarmac runoffs here at Silverstone, Marcus, saving us a lot of cars getting stuck off circuit. Ferrari comes into the pits.
That's Nigel Jenkins, isn't it? The one that they've replaced the quill shaft in the transmission. During the day. Leader completes 107 laps, 2:41. It's the third 2:41 in 5 laps. Willie Deegan is very consistent, as you'd expect from a young hot shoot. Repeat those laps.
BMW just gone off on the exit of Beckett's. Couldn't quite tell who that was. We've got the TVR on the screen now, Marcus.
Oh yeah, the gem, there it is.
Just in front of the Ferrari.
They say they don't, they consider themselves as owners of it. They're obviously custodians, but kind of keeping it for Tommy Entwistle, who was its period driver. That's the name of David Hives on it, the late TVR engineer who helped him build it. Well, inside a minute now is that deficit, because Charles Graham continuing to nibble away at the radical. 2:39. A couple of seconds. Needs about 30 laps to do anything about it at this rate of catching. And 30 laps in what? 83 minutes, something like that. It's about kind of where we are, I thought.
On shot there, Maxine Nichols in her Toyota MR2. He's been doing some TV work this year, teaching celebrities to drive. And there's her dad on the inset, Mick Nichols, getting ready to go out next. Team 25, Patrick Nortell's Rogue Troopers. Maxine Nichols, who started her racing career here at Silverstone about 5 years ago in the MR2 Championship. Raced for the 750 Motor Club ever since. She goes through to complete another lap. And about to be lapped by one of the Super Copa Sayats. Just in front there, the header shot was the V8 powered Westfield of Darren Berris, who made his debut in Sports Specials this year after competing in the Armed Forces Challenge. Those cars heading down towards Beckett's. There's the Westfield M, and then the Sayat, and then Maxine Nichols MR2 with one of the Fun Cup cars going up the inside, the UVO team car, and then David Drinkwater in there as well in the BMW Compact. There's Maxine Nichols then. Driving instructor, based in Hertfordshire. And there's the Ferrari. One of the 430s out there now. That's 51E, which is Stuart Shield.
Like novice cross on the tail, indicating the driver's new to motorsport, hasn't collected the requisite number of signatures yet to take that cross off across there to let everyone else know that the driver is a rookie. At that time, 4 seconds clawed back by Charles Graham. For Brake Racing Heroes, Team 2.
Nichols has just been lapped by Lee Deegan. Say, Marcus, the gap coming down from Deegan to the rest.
And in comes Brian Murphy from 3rd place. So the number 3 team, Breakall Racing, in, hoping that Lewis can catch up with Breakall Racing, because they've had a fraught session.
We haven't seen Doug Carter
at all,
or Aaron Bailey, have we? Because Aaron Bailey's sharing the car with Lee Bailey, but not seen the Doug Carter PR6 at all.
Yeah, that's right.
But I saw that the car is here. But as we were hearing earlier, there's one stint left really, so I'm looking out to see if it's the PR6 or the SR3 that's going for the last stint.
There's another red radical at the back of that group, isn't it? But there are at least 2 here.
Yes, it's the Bailey car that's back out.
Yeah.
So that's Aaron Bailey. After a long stint for Brian Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy had plenty of dramas, didn't he?
Certainly the second part of that stint, because of course he was the quickest car on the circuit for a lot of it. And the other red radical that's on the screen now is Raw Motorsport, just lapping Maxine Nichols.
Yeah, Raw Motorsport had a lonely time since they had that car stranded out at Abbey, the John McLeod car. They're 4 laps off the lead. Last time round, the chasing car of the Red Rascals is 4 seconds quicker, but is a lap adrift as well.
The Arid Atom back on the screen. Russell Munns. Of course, a few years ago there was an Atom Cup for a few years. That's gone away now. We've had in the past seen a few in sports specials, but haven't seen an Atom race this year. So good to see one here at the Birkett.
You won't recall back at Goodwood in the 60s and in the 50s and early 60s, there was a chap called Bunny Munns who raced a Triumph TR2, I think. If he's granddad of our current incumbent. 52 seconds now back to the Breakwell Racing Heroes.
On the C1's had a big spin down at Beckett, so you've got it on the screen now as well. And that is 60, isn't it? Car 60. So that's the podium prep team that had to go and fetch the C1. It looks 68 should be Andrew Stacey driving that after his Mini broke in qualifying. He had a big old spin through Beckett's, and I think he caught it as it went across the grass.
It was fairly hairy, wasn't it?
There's supposed to be 110 of those competing in the Silverstone 24 Hours next year, which I guess will be the UK's biggest ever race, from the amount of cars anyway, if they all appear.
114 historic cars in the Spa 6 Hours this year, which was pretty impressive.
A bit quicker than the C1 as well.
You'd want to think so. I think the running costs are a bit higher.
There's that BMW that's been going well on the screens, the Red Rascal team. Are they still there in 6th place, Marcus?
They are in 6th place. They are currently working the 103rd lap. They're 3 laps down, 2 to 3 laps down on Raw Motorsport, and they're a lap up on the 37 BMW car club racing team. So at the moment, they're kind of in no man's land. But in comes 33 to make his stop.
Reece Jones in. So they get to come down a bit again to the car club racing team. See who goes out for Red Rascals. We've got Chris Lovett, Russell Clark and Kevin Dengate. This team all competed at the front in the Club Enduro Championship this year, and it's the Dengate car that goes out. And Maxie Nichols also coming into the pits to hand over to her dad. So Mick Nichols will head out there, who has been a class winner in the Mark III part of the Toyota MR2 Championship this year. There he is. And away goes Mick Nichols. He'll get to do his stint, which I guess, Marcus, might take him to the end.
We have, what, 1¼ hours to go. Depends on tankish, isn't it?
There's the Ferrari turning its way into Cox Corner, just ahead of the Atom. So a couple of cars we've seen recently on the feed, and one of the BMW. I think that's the Hibbard car, Team 22 DL Hopes Motorsport. Meanwhile, there goes Brian Murphy, who's handed over now, hasn't he?
It's Bailey, isn't it?
Yeah, Aaron Bailey having his first stint. So they've fallen off the lead lap now. Very good racing.
They'll be back on it in a second.
Yeah, because Lee Deegan heading just down the straight here,
yes.
So it's just under a lap.
So here it comes then. It's Bailey. Bailey's been doing this race for a long time now, probably kind of 17 or 18 years, something like that. And a very good record in it. 24 behind the sister car from the team. Leader comes through again, 1-1-1. And a lot of those BMW go round.
Yeah, that's from one of the cars from the Cup class of the BMW Racing Car Club. There's Bailey on the screen, the going round one of the Caterhams. Don't seem to be quite so many Caterhams this year, Marcus, as we've seen in the past.
That's true. There was a time when you'd probably rely on 10 teams of Caterhams, I would have thought. Probably about a sixth of the entry. There's Charles Graham, he's had a good stint. Oh, he's sort of been sideways there, isn't he? Had to go right onto the wettest part of the circuit, and it's pretty treacherous, isn't it? He knows that diving up the inside of a BMW that possibly hasn't seen him isn't going to be very good, but he's now trapped behind. Is he coming in?
Yes.
Yes, just decided that that was it. At the end of his session, no point risking one more overtake.
So you should see the final run for that team. It will be Wade Eastwood, Ash Hicklin or Robert Rees that go out. Now they've got a penalty. Is that a penalty?
Right, it's into the drive-through box, isn't it?
And it's been held. So this is real drama, because of course this gap was coming down, Marcus, that you were talking.
Well, he had one. Yeah, it was coming down between them and the leader, but they were going away from the pursuing cars.
That car's still there as we cut away from it. So, good amount of time it's been stationary for as well. We watch the UVO Fun Cup car. That's Chris Weatherhill at the wheel. One of the Caterham drivers trying to desperately keep warm before his stint. Got a blanket on and a heat gun going as well, by the looks of it.
A new onesie.
Certainly not ideal conditions here at Silverstone. Big thanks, of course, to all the marshals around the circuit, because they don't have that luxury.
They do a sterling job, don't they? Here comes the Seika through again.
Abby Eaton's broken at Luffield. Going very slowly. She's back out again. It wasn't that long. She's back up to speed, just like we saw earlier, Marcus. The car seemed to cut out and then
faltered, hasn't it?
But she must have done more laps than anybody, because she wasn't that long ago. Lewis was speaking to her.
That's right.
So potentially problems with the Wallace BMW, that's the other car in that team. And they're through the Club Enduro champion, Steve Hewson and Matt Nossiter's 3 Series. There's that C1 that had the big spin, and now we cut back to the Ferrari.
Yes, that Hewson Nossiter BMW had the puncture, didn't it, early on, that caused its drama.
That car almost won almost all the races in the Class C of Club Enduro this year to claim the championship, beating Matt Fazy by just 1 point, who won almost all the races in Class B, which concluded at Snetterton with a 50-car grid. I think we might be hearing some news from Lewis Fields down in the pits.
Hi guys. Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I tell you, it's a bit hectic down here at the moment. I got Maxine Nichols. Maxine, good session?
Yeah, really good. It's challenging out there, but you've got to just be disciplined and think about what you're doing. I had a few offs, but luckily everyone avoided me.
Is that discipline going off?
Well, I was trying to just be a little bit braver, carry a little bit more speed in, but yeah, I think I got a little bit too brave at a few times, but yeah, it's really, really good fun. I didn't want to come in.
Has your MR2 got ABS or anything like that?
It has. Control? Yeah, the Mark III's, we've got ABS.
And you still went off?
Yes, I still always just trying to get that power on, and you're going round and you're like, I can go a little bit quicker than this, and as soon as you put the power on, it just goes, being rear wheel drive. But yeah, it's brilliant fun. I see the pit board and I tried to ignore it.
Yeah, your team manager was saying, yeah, that's the second time she's just gone through.
They know the score, don't mess with me.
So how's your season gone this year?
Yeah, not too bad. We had some split rounds where we had some heats and stuff, and that was really good, and it was really good for my confidence. But I just feel like I'm not progressing, I've just plateaued. So I need to do a little bit of hard work over the winter. So yeah, the MR2 Championship, we will be back.
Oh, that's good. What about your broadcasting stuff? How's that going?
Yeah, TV work's going brilliant. I'm hoping for a Series 3 with Channel 4, E4, teaching celebrities how to drive. So I've got my fingers crossed for that one.
Yeah, who's the best you've taught so far?
I
won't ask you the worst.
It depends. If it's best as in who was a real good learner, it was Mikey North, Gary Windass from Coronation Street. But CC and Talia Storm got on really, really well with them. So I've loved them all, though, to be honest, in different ways. Sometimes.
Good fun, is it?
Yeah, it is really good. It's hard work, but it's really, really good fun.
Yeah, well, back to today. Have you done the Birkett before?
I have. This is my third Birkett. It's the first in the wet, I believe. I kind of swapped the order around earlier, so I didn't get 2 wet stints. But I always do the same. I go out there, I don't want it to be wet. And as soon as I come in, I'm like, I loved it. So I've just got to remember that, and next time be like, yep, I'll take the wet stint. It's fine.
Well, Maxine, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Well, we've had Charles Graham into the pits last time through, so a late change there. We saw Aaron Bailey going for Brakel Racing a while ago, and that's Charles Graham into the pits for Brakel Racing Heroes from 2nd place.
And off Marcus is the other SR3, the defibrillators, Chris Pickering pulling off at Abbey by the looks of things in the older or the earlier generation car. And in as well, come Raw Motorsport, so lots of guys now getting their last stop in. Have to look out who's taken over for Brakel Racing Heroes. And potentially a penalty there for Raw Motorsport as well.
It sort of sit in the box, just went on, so maybe a mistaken number, who knows. Anyway, closing in on the end of hour 5. And the Seat still leads the way.
Okay, we've got a couple of radicals down here, Marcus. So the first one is 3A. So we spoke. That's Aaron Bailey, who we spoke of. But the team car is the orange one. So is that Wade Eastwood, who went out earlier, I think?
That would be the orange car, yes.
So has he dropped behind the other Brakel car there forward, behind it on the road?
Brakel Racing Heroes 2 currently running 2nd. 3 is Brakel Racing, 20.77 seconds apart last time through.
They've switched round in the stop then.
Yeah.
Because 3's ahead of 2 on the road. They'll be coming through shortly, so that should flick through on the screen.
There you go. There's 3 through, which is Brakel Racing. Yes, they stopped on successive laps. And the Seat goes through again. 2:47, longer lap.
What? How many laps now, Marcus?
114 gone.
So that's 35 laps in this stint from Lee Deegan. So that must be best part of an hour and a half, at least.
Yeah, big tanks on those cars. And they're not using up all the fuel that they would in the dry.
Guess the front tyres are okay as he's continuing on.
Yes, he's built a nice lead.
Not bad for his first run in the car. It's a big step up from the Civics he raced in the past. See the Rick Carey 1 Series coming through on the screen. That's the V8 car we mentioned earlier in the race.
It sounds really mean, doesn't it?
And one of the Civics behind it from the Area Motorsport team. And that's Danny Hobson. He's a race winner in the Civic Cup this year. There's Hobson on the screen now, turning into Luffield.
Yes, that was the car that was off earlier on in the race, isn't it?
Rick Kerry getting it sideways out of Luffield.
Yep, if you put a wheel up on the curve, that's what happens. Very easy to get caught out here. It bellows past.
He's finished on the podium this year in the BMW Car Club Series. New for 2018, run by Neil McDonald. Been a successful first year for that series, 20 plus cars pretty much all season, which is promising heading into next year. Good variety of BMWs as well. Oh, big slide from the Caterham, almost into the side of Hobson there. That's Team 27, which is the new Avengers, one of the road sports teams, but he held it. Must have been a pretty scary moment though, with that big, much bigger Civic alongside him. And again, the big twitch out onto the hangar straight. Fighting to keep the car on the road.
Brocal Racing Heroes in third place. That was quite a long lap. Was that their out lap? I think it may well have been. There's lots of long laps around here at the moment. Indicates quite a few of them have been to the pits recently, which we know is the case.
Down into Abbey, that's one of the Caterham's teams that are going well. That's DLFP Motorsport with Nathan Bell at the wheel at the moment. He's in the 310R, which is the second tier of Caterham Motorsport Championships. The two other cars in that are the 420s, which were what used to be known as Caterham Superlights. Massively successful year for Caterham 2018, with full grids, I think, in all of their championships. Well over 100 cars at all their meetings, which is pretty impressive. And that's the Corvette amongst them, coming down towards Brooklyn, just behind the Dodge Dart.
That's Jeff Hobbs.
Just being passed by Kevin Jones's MX-5.
And defibrillators are back in the hands of Rastus Wood. And that last lap, their team ended up with a 7:38. That was because the Pickering Radical had broken out on the course, wasn't it?
Yes.
So they've dropped well out of the top 10 now. They're in 12th place. Wood may well be able to fight them back into 11th, but of course that car isn't going to go much further than, like you said, half an hour, 35 minutes earlier in the race. There's a potential for it.
Yes, I guess it's just him and Michelle Hayward that are left.
Yes, they're not. Well, no, we did briefly see Dickens again, didn't we?
Right.
A while back.
Like the rain's coming down pretty hard down here again, as the conditions deteriorate further. But the track keeping in good stead, so we can keep going racing, which is great. It looks like with so many cars out there, Marcus, the racing line keeping in fairly good order.
Yes, you can keep most of it sort of at least passable.
Here's Deegan, just going past what looks like Paul Hinson's BMW Compact. Yeah, Paul Hinson, the former MR2 champion. Deegan just goes by. So so many 750 Motor Club champions over the years out there today. Deegan out wide at Luffield, passing one of the BMWs, but gets through okay. There's Hinson in the BMW, and for the pit lane is the Fun Cup car from JPR Motorsport, which is Chris Wetherill.
Yep. And well, it's almost a lap the lead, it seems. Now, I haven't seen the...
Oh, big twitch from the Radical heading into Copse there. Not sure which one that was, but just about held on to it.
That was the orange car, wasn't it, that was chasing? That was...
Here we go. Got a replay.
Whoa. That was Wade Eastwood, wasn't it? Who's busy chasing. He's taken a little bit of time out of his teammate, so to speak. Brocal Racing, 17.78. Made about 3 seconds. It was 20 before that. So Wade Eastwood is pushing.
There he is on the screens going down the hangar straight.
Yeah, the film director and stunt coordinator, 47 years old, from London.
Great work from our camera guys as well, Marcus, and pretty grim conditions out there. We've got some great pictures coming through.
Yes, they've added a great new dimension to this race for everybody this year.
I saw that some of the numbers on the live stream earlier, which were pretty good as well, so good to see lots of people watching at home. And probably actually bringing it to an audience that haven't seen the race before as well, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. I remember the days when we used to see vintage sports car club racing on television, on sort of World of Sport or Grandstand. Just amazing, including sort of handicap races with multiple starts.
And of course, all this will be archived on YouTube and on Facebook, so all the drivers, when they get home, can watch it all back and hear what we said about them.
Thrill their families over dinner.
So there goes Eastwood. He is a full lap back because Deegan's just exiting the loop as he comes through that sequence of corners. And it's one of the Lotuses he's got to lap. That's I think the Liam Bidgeway and Andy Chapman shared car. The Exigent went really well in road sports at Snetterton last time out at the beginning of the month. There goes Eastwood turning his way through Brooklands.
There goes the lead car through, 117 laps down. Breakall Racing has done it to 116 at 244. What's the response from Wade Eastwood? 244. It's 18 seconds. He's lost a little bit out of that lap. Not surprising, as he's now been lapped.
Picking up the Clubman's car, that's Steve Dickin, or is it Clive Wood?
Clive Wood,
isn't
it? Yep.
Through the hairpins here, through the loop. Actually got some really clear track at the moment. I think he said he won the Class B, didn't he, of Classic Clubman's this year?
That's right, he was at a wedding in Scotland, so he missed the first half of the double header in which Barry Webb equalled his score, and then he drove through the night from Scotland to be here, started from the back and got ahead of Barry Webb in the second race, then dropped back again and then got back through at Brooklands on the last lap, so it was a real touch and go job, but it's now known as the Selkirk Flyer, having come from Selkirk overnight.
Looks like he's struggling to find some grip out there. Accelerating out of Luffield. This is a different car though, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the car that was built by Mark Charteris and had a different engine in it to the one it's got in it now. It had a Judd built touring car engine in it. 2 litre with about 300 horsepower at one point, but it's now got an MG Rover type engine, 1800, making about 200 horsepower. So it's making probably 85 horsepower more than the Ford engine in its regular ride.
One of the Radicals there just going past the little Austin A30. Comes the A30 there coming through the screen there. It must be the oldest car in the race, mustn't it, dating back to the 50s. The Radical gets all the way down the Wellington Straight, I think, before the Austin even arrived there. And Radical turns its way through, so that's Aaron Bailey in the SR3. Just behind, I think that's the Storming Camel BMW. The Nick Grove and Carlo Turner shared one series, that car having its first race. There's Darren Ball at the front of the screen, who won some 330 challenge races this year. Simon Clark still going in his Porsche, and one of the little Ginetta G40s there as well from W2R Motorsport.
Wade Eastwood in the orange Radical is still closing on the Aaron Bailey car, which is the red 1-3 car. 14 seconds now, down from 18, 14.7 to be precise.
Here's Wade Eastwood into Birkett's. Much wetter down here now. So desperately, I guess, trying to stay on the less wet part of the circuit, because the last thing you want to be doing is aquaplaning off. Past one of the BMW Car Club cars there, and that's Gary Hufford just in front in the other Car Club team. So down the Hanger Straight goes Eastwood, and past the G40. And it's not Gary Hufford, it's the Red Rascal car. I think Chris Lovett at the wheel of that. One of a number of drivers that have gone into racing these M3s after racing Mazda MX-5s in the past. Very, very busy though, down towards the Vale. And Wade Eastwood's going to be amongst them. And they can see who he's chasing just ahead, the Breakel Racing car of Aaron Bailey. So it's about the distance of the wing straight between them. But there's a lot of cars as well, so Wade Eastwood has got to get through. And of course, the Radical, there are no headlights, have they, Marcus? So very hard for the driver to see them coming through the spray.
Yeah, it's bizarre because they are available with headlights, but it tends to be the non-headlighted versions on track.
Ooh, big twitch from the BMW as he went by that before it came into shot there. But
there are some very vigilant drivers of some of the slower cars having their own race, doing their best against their class rivals.
Oh, spin here for the Caterham. You might see that in the background.
Oh, yes.
That's 27, so that's one of the Road Sports cars. That's the team, Matthew Creek, Paul Steed, Mark Shepherd, John Isherwood and Adam Harrison, but that will continue. And continuing on his way there is Wade Eastwood. So it'll be interesting to see, having to lap all those cars, Marcus, if he's been able to close the gap in.
It's interesting, that time 15 seconds a lap quicker the Breakel car was. The Breakel Racing number 3, Aaron Bailey, a 2:44 to 2:59 of the race leader, but he was mired in traffic, wasn't he, the whole way through, in fairness. And the gap's down to, well, actually it's gone out to 16 seconds, second to third.
Yeah, Eastwood had all that traffic.
Yes.
So I wonder if that slower lap from the Cooper team, whether that was a pit stop or not.
That was a 2:59, but be long enough.
Oh, big moment from Darren Ball into Beckett. And then they got there we go. Could see it well offline, having a huge moment. It eventually developed into going off.
Yeah, there you go.
But Wade Eastwood managed to avoid it.
Cupra has just notched its 119th lap.
Cole Swift is out there now because that's just coming through here. So it's Cole Swift has taken over from Lee Deegan. So I guess the gap.
That's what would have happened then.
The gap is interesting to watch now, although it would seem to be a bit too large for anyone to catch. I noticed Steve Harris's Saker's back out there, so presumably that means Paul Rose's couldn't be fixed after the misfire. We heard it have, and the Saker on the screen now, in fact.
Yeah, this one's running nicely, so it's still in fourth place. A couple of laps behind the Radicals now, giving everyone a nice wide berth.
That Dodge Dart's done plenty of laps as well.
They were only homologated with a 4.4 litre V8 engine like the Plymouth Barracuda, whereas the Fords had 4.7s and the Chevys were sometimes bigger.
Marcus.
Hello.
Yeah, but I'm in the pit lane. I'm down with defibrillators. James and I, we needed some warm tea and coffee inside us. It is cold down here. Just spoke to Chris Pickering in the 36A car, and the Radical has stopped engine problems.
Thanks very much. And we saw him pull off, and that cost him a lot of time.
Not sure, Lewis, if you've picked up any more handicap results, because we're not getting them over here. We haven't heard about who's at the front of that since the halfway mark.
Josh, I'd actually just gone and got them, actually. To be honest, we've just discussed it. Yes, and it's podium preparation who are still out in front on 101 laps after 4 hours. They're being chased by the reasonably Northerners, who actually don't even really realise there was a handicap, I'm sure. They're in second place. Mostly rusty two-seaters, they're in third. Rogue Troopers are in fourth. Red Radicals fifth. 750 Random Racers are sixth.
Can you give the numbers of those cars?
Yeah, it's right. It's 60 on 101 laps, 29 on 99, 24 on 99, 25 on 99, 33 on 99, 49 on 99, and Pistonbrook, which I didn't give you, that's seventh. That's team 59. They're on 99 as well.
Thank you.
Okay, mate, no problem. Back to you.
So 120 laps down for the Cooper Racing squad, which has Carl Swift back on track in his 47 car, 47A.
Looks like the other TCR car in dramas, though, heading down to Brooklands. That's Steve Gales again. Again, he's had a lot of this race to himself, but that car's been in strife plenty of times. It looks like that car's limping back to the pits.
Yes, looks like it. 15.4 seconds between the Brakel Racing and Brakel Racing Heroes. Brakel Racing beats Brakel Racing Heroes, so they become Brakel Racing Heroes for next year.
Oh,
huge fishtail from one of the MR2s, 44C.
That's Mike Wells. He hasn't done that much racing this year, but it's been the front runner in the championship in the past. So Beckett's starting to get difficult, isn't it? Because we've seen a couple of cars lately have a big twitch as they head into the corner.
There's more and more water down there, more and more oil down there, other liquids.
Replay. Is that Stuart Lyons behind him?
Yes.
So
yes.
Cole Swift had an issue because he's only been out for a few laps, and now Stuart Lyons has taken that car over. So have to watch out to see if the gaps come down involved in all that. Well, perhaps Lewis might be able to head down to see what the issue for Cole Swift was. The race leader, Cooper Racing. I assume they've still got the lead though.
That's interesting. They've done 120 laps so far. It was a 3:04 last time.
Yes, that was the lap that Cole Swift came back into the pits.
Yeah, it was. So that's 120 laps for Brakel Racing. They're now 1 minute and 37 behind. So they've gained out of that 21 seconds.
On the screen is our handicap leaders, podium prep, the Porsche 968 of Andrew Peck, the Club Sport car, our handicap leaders after 4 hours.
So at the moment, the top three are all back on 120 laps, aren't they?
One of them's off. That's at Beckett's again.
And that's two. That's the Brakel Racing Heroes.
So heading into Beckett seems to be perhaps a bit more waterlogged than everywhere else, and it's starting to catch out the cars.
That's Wade Eastwood, wasn't it?
So he was third place, I think.
Yeah.
So he was catching the Brakel Racing car of Aaron Bailey.
Not quickly, but
right.
Yes, he was.
He's continued. I think quite a few drivers thankful for all the tarmac runoff, which means they can just straight line the corner. But plumes of spray off the car now.
Yeah, intrigued to know what happened in that that little phase of the race with the Carl Swift car. Wasn't that for long? Another one off there.
Darren Ball again. He was the one that went off a few laps ago. So I guess if team managers can talk to their drivers, just although I guess they probably know when they got to that corner last time that it seems to be a bit of an issue as we head into the final hour of the race. So there's Eastwood heading down towards Abbey, just behind the Simon Clark Porsche. So it was Abbey that we saw cars spinning at earlier on. That's the Ginetta G50 about to be lapped. G55 about to be lapped by, that's the Royal Motorsport car.
That's, yeah, the 65 team in 5th place still. Ahead of Red Rascal by a couple of laps.
How far behind the Sakers are they now?
2 laps.
So not really.
2 to 3 laps, depending on where they are on the track.
Haven't really caught anything, have they? Going past that Ginetta.
You'll see 2 red SR3s together pretty shortly. They're 1:07 only between them now, because the Lines lap was a 3:13, and the chase lap from Breakall Racing, which was Aaron Bailey, was a 2:43.
I guess that was the out lap for Stuart Lines. Now, next lap, I guess.
That's the important one, isn't it? And there is Breakall Racing Heroes. 24.59. They've lost best part of 10 seconds out of that spin moment.
I guess when that happens as well, Marcus, it knocks your confidence.
Oh yeah, very much so. And you think, what we're going to find, is it just a one-off thing? Was it slippery on track? Did I just get a bit of oil or something like that?
Oh. By the sounds of it, somebody else had a moment there at Beckett's behind me. On the screen, though, we can see the area motorsport car of Martin Dalzell. It's actually Honda Civics that have probably taken up the most of the grid this year, isn't it? It seems to be more Civics than any other type of car.
Yeah, good value cars, and they're strong. If you prep them well, they're quick too.
Oh, Lotus off.
That's the Exige.
Up at Stowe, I think. This time. Lots of rubber on the exit or the edge of the circuit there. Not sure if that's from this event or from previous ones. Pretty mucky out there. And that Lotus had some issues last time, or the last 750 Motor Club meetings at Snetterton. So Stuart Lines across the line, Marcus. So we can see his lap time. Oh, the other Sayek's off, and as that hit the wall, because that's got damage, or at least the bonnet's been propped up. Not sure if that's hit the barriers or not. That's just one of the Super Copers. Driver out and with the marshals.
Set on the hanger straight.
So I say unsure if they've propped the bonnet up or if that's hit the wall. Hard to tell. As conditions worsen. So what was Stuart Lines'
2:53 last time round. And let's see what the response is. There goes number 3, Breakall Racing. Aaron Bailey at 2:43. It's 57 seconds.
It's not over yet.
It's not.
Down into Beckett's. Here comes Bailey. See how he gets on.
And here comes Wade Eastwood, hammering down inside one of the Fun Cup cars. It's the Fun Cup delivery car.
Dispatch bay. It's Clive Wood up the inside of Jason Ballantyne. Around the outside of both of them goes Aaron Bailey. And yet Bailey got past them both as well. Pretty tight moment. And I think we might have more news from Lewis Fields in the pits.
Yeah, thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, I'm trying to work out these microphones. It's not too easy. Yeah, we were talking about handicap with you earlier, and podium preparations are still at the top of the tree. They've got 101 credit laps, and I'm talking here to Chris. Chris, you've just been out in the BMW, and, well, 2 laps in the lead, 2 hours to go. Do you think you can hang on?
Hope so. Andrew's out now in the C1, which is a replacement car for his Mini, which broke its gearbox.
That's Andrew Stacey, not Andrew John and Peck. Yeah.
So we're hoping that the C1's a fairly slow car, but in handicap terms, it should hold us at the front. So 2 hours to go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and you were saying you enjoyed yourself out in the rain.
My car was not particularly competitive in the dry, but in the wet, it came alive. And that was fun. Best fun I've had in 10 years, that was.
Was it really?
It was. It was. Caught everything, passed everything. It's wonderful.
Well, you got a big smile on your face.
It was brilliant. I want to go out again, but my clutch is gone, so I can't go out again.
Ah, that's really bad news. Yeah. But first time in the Birkett?
Yeah, first time. Yeah, first time. Be here next year.
Yeah, well, do you know an awful lot of people say that?
Yeah, but especially it's wet.
So you got to get the old rain dance going.
Yeah, I love the rain dance. Well, we got caught out to start with. We went out on the slicks, and then it started to rain, so I had to come back in after 3 laps, let the other guys go out, then put me back out in the wet, because I'm quite good in the wet, so it was good.
Yeah, so fingers crossed and everything else crossed, you can hang on?
Yeah, I hope so. Little C1, good little car, good driver. As long as it maintains the pace, we should be there.
Yeah, what series do you normally run in?
MSV, Track Day Trophy, Track Day Championship. I've done lots of bits and pieces up until now, but this is fun. This isn't serious, it's fun.
Yeah, but that's what it's meant to be, isn't it?
Good crowd of people as well. Good camaraderie. Even if the RAF and the Army are always at each other's throats, so it's good fun.
Yes, that's fun sometimes watching the competition.
The rivalry.
Yeah, and Brian's somewhere, Brian Watson, who's head of the Royal Air Force. He's a chief commander or whatever it is, you big man, yeah. But anyway, hope everything goes through well for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks very much.
Cheers now.
Thank you.
Catch you later.
Cheers, man. Thanks a lot.
During that interview, we saw a big spin for Rick Kerry.
Yes, he didn't go quite the way round, did he? Most of the way. Abbey.
Here we go, pick up the replay.
Up into Abbey. He just got caught out on the standing water. Simple as that. But he did very well to hang on to it and keep his foot in, keep those front wheels spinning, and kept him out of the barrier.
And meanwhile, down here, Marcus, while that was going on, Aaron Bailey had an off as well, so it might be a slightly slower lap.
A 2:51. That's brought Breakall Racing Heroes back to within 20 seconds. They were 27 seconds last time round. I don't know whether Lewis can get on top of the situation with the 47, the Cupra Racing team, as to say why that very, very short stint we saw for Carl Swift a few minutes ago. Certainly, it looks like the current driver now, Stuart Lyons, is safely into his session.
Guessing somebody's had an off at Copse because the marshals.
Yeah, there's some flashing lights round the corner, just frustratingly out of the way.
Like we say, that's the one bit we can't get sight on all the cameras on.
There'll be a lot of people saying we don't want a safety car right now, and a lot of people saying, do you know, can we have a safety car right now, please?
The two TCR cars together on the track. The Ferrari's off. Big spin for 51. Is that at Beckett? Yes, I can see that behind me.
That's beached, isn't it?
Just as we were talking about safety cars. That's Stuart Shield then that spun at Beckett's. That's right at the beginning of the corner. The brave marshals now going to it because it seems so many cars go off here already. So yellow flags down here. There's 4 marshals heading towards it. And because it's right on the edge of the gravel, so I guess if they give it a shove, they can get it back out.
37 minutes to go. There's flashing lights here, and
the Civic pulling off.
Are we going to see a safety car aboard?
There's a Civic pulling off as well. That's.
Yes, he's back on again.
Right. Is that Vic Hope, I think?
It's too far away for me to see, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's Vic Hope just heading through the picture there. Watching behind me, the Ferrari not being able to be shifted, I'm afraid. Marshall's giving it their best go. Of course, the Ferrari, pretty heavy car. That Caterham on the screen looked like it just had a moment as well. So conditions in this final hour, very tricky indeed. Sort of had all types of condition today. We started off in the dry, and then we had had a damp patch, and then it started to dry out again, and now it's got very wet indeed. Yeah, the Ferrari's not going anywhere. I expect the marshals are going to give up on that. Now you can see that back on the screens again. And yes, the marshals can do nothing to get that out. So Stuart Shield stuck in the gravel at Beckett. It's the Wells MR2 that went off at Copse. Great work there to get that. So Mike Wells off at Copse corner. That's been moved by the JCB. I guess after the JCB's done that, it's going to have to work its way down to Beckett's and get the Ferrari.
The Rick Kerry BMW's in the pits.
There's Mike Wells. Obviously went off before Copse, looking at the corner markers that have been destroyed.
Been through some polystyrene, that's for sure. The Cupra Racing team find themselves 1 minute and 11 ahead. And 13 seconds was the gap between the two Breakall Racing cars.
There's the Brooks Mini on the screen that's been managed by Phil Keane. Phil Keane building a car for Vicky Brooks for Club Enduro next year.
And it was last time through, it's Brokell Racing Heroes back up into second place, which is Eastwood, isn't it?
Right, so something's happened.
Well, that was that moment, I think, that the fall back from the moment that Aaron Bailey had, you talked about.
Right. Still yellows down here at Beckett as the marshals wait for some machinery.
A 3:16 was the lap for Bailey.
Caterham off at Abbey. Abbey's car 14, which is Alex Gurr in his Supersport spec machine. And he's going to get back on.
Flashing lights have stopped up at the top. There's a blue flashing light, but I can't see any more than that.
News from Lewis?
Yeah, thanks very much, Josh.
I've got Carl Swift here, and I've got Lee Deegan as well. But we'll talk to Carl. Carl, very short stint there. What was the problem?
All right, so I went out on the out lap and it was fine, came over the start-finish line, braked for the first corner, and I think I've done a CV. Massive vibration, lucky to get it back, really.
So that's the end of your day?
Yeah, so I had a short stint earlier on and I managed half a lap, but who cares? As long as we carry on and winning, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just looking at the timer screen. You're still number one?
Yeah, this rain's done as well, really, because I didn't realise that the radicals would have as much pace over us in the dry as they have.
Yeah, and they lose more than you do, percentage-wise, don't they?
Well, they shouldn't do, I wouldn't have thought. They've got more aero than us.
Yeah, and always that, you know. You're probably better drivers.
Wow.
Anyway, let me talk to Lee. Lee, good long stint there.
Yeah, really good. I mean, that was my first session in the wet. I tested yesterday on the dry, but some advice from this man from the TCR on how to drive these cars in the wet worked really well. It's good pace, and just got in a rhythm and kept it going. So.
Yeah, I don't know who it is. The other gentleman over there. Does he own the car? He just said he bought it from Italy.
Yeah, Area Motorsport owned the car. We've rented it this weekend for the double stint with me and my brother. So we've got Shane sat in the car now just in case Stuart has an issue. I was starting to get a bit of aquaplaning towards the end, which I thought maybe the tyres were starting to go with the long stint. The tyres don't look too bad, but to be fair, I was getting quite tired towards the end, and it was probably a safe stop, but we didn't plan on the CV issue with Kyle.
No, because I was talking to Stuart earlier, and the Radicals said they only had to do one more stop, and he said, right, we better adjust our strategy and do the same thing. But obviously, the mechanic there for Carl has sort of put that one into the boonies, but you're still in the lead.
That's it, yeah, we're still in the lead, and that's the best position to be in to the end. I think we've got about 40 minutes left now, so Stuart's just got to keep a consistent pace, stay on the track, and fingers crossed, we should have a win.
Yeah, okay, what are you going to do next year?
Well, if I can get a bit of sponsorship, I'd love to be in one of these. I mean, we've proved the pace between me and my brother that we can put these kind of cars around the track. So it's just finding the sponsorship because we haven't got the biggest budget.
I think was it Dad was telling me you'd like to do Brett car in one?
We would. That would be a good brother duo and be something different. A pair of brothers being out there. So we'd love to do it.
Okay, thanks very much, mate, and good luck to the pair of you for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While the Brokell Racing team has caught Brokell Racing Heroes on that last lap, and Wade Eastwood, who was ahead by 1.78, you can see the red car right behind him. This is a battle royal. No team orders here because they're under the same garage, but from different sides of the sides of the fence. Wade Eastwood in the orange car, and Aaron Bailey in the red one. Plenty of cars to negotiate.
Eastwood just put two cars between himself and the chaser, but then I think a better exit to the corner for Bailey, so he might be able to get back on him coming down towards Brooklands, but Eastwood holding on for now up the inside of a Civic for Bailey as they come back into the complex.
Yeah, this is the battle for second place in the 2018 Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance 70 Motor Club Birkett 6-hour team relay. It's going all the way to the flag, and second and third place these two Radicals, but it's the Seat out front in the hands of Stuart Lyons.
they're going to have to watch out as they come down to Beckett, because that's where the yellows is. At the moment, the Ferrari being put onto the end of the JCB. You see the yellow flags at the corner of your screen. So if Eastwood can get past the traffic before getting there, if he does, Aaron Bailey's going to have to wait to pass that BMW. So Wade Eastwood should be able to put a little bit of room between himself and his competitor.
Michelle Hayward out again for defibrillators. In 10th place, renowned wet weather maestro. Well, there are the two radicals. There are only 85 hundredths of a second between them over the line last time round. It stretched that little bit because, as you described, Eastwood was able to get a bit of a run down through Beckett's, where the Ferrari's being tugged out of the gravel.
That's been... Oh, they've got it.
There it is.
Yeah, they're just going to say they've just got it out of the gravel. However, the car's now stopped on the grass.
You can't see out of the window, that's the problem. Literally, he's rubbing the windscreen with the back of his glove. Oh, and there's one of the radicals off.
That's Bailey.
That's Bailey at Club, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bailey at Club, so that 127. I think that's resolved that one then, isn't it?
Looks that way.
Not that Eastwood's going to know in all probability. There'll be no rearward visibility.
Finally moving again, but lost a lot of time. Just as he gets back on, through the loop comes Eastwood, so there's a big gap really between the two. Now he's just got back going before a whole stream of cars come through Club, so he'll be pleased to go out before that lot. But a big mistake there, and the Ferrari driver just got the marshal to help him clear the screen and is on his way. So next time by, we should be green again down here at Beckett, which will be good.
It's the longest lap of the race, won't it?
Certainly. I don't think they've sent another car out either, have they?
Yes, the blue car's out.
Okay. So hopefully the driver, Stuart Shield, will bring that car back into the garage, otherwise they'll start getting penalised.
Yeah. So there goes Wade Eastwood. Breakaway Racing Heroes. 2:43. It was well quicker than the leader, but they're 79 seconds behind with 27 minutes to go.
That's a pretty big task now.
Too much. Too much. And
Stuart Lyons has got to keep it on the track, which team perhaps telling him that you don't need to push so hard, and that's why that time is up a bit.
Yeah, Bailey now 31 seconds behind as a result of that 3:14 lap.
Stuart Lyons just coming through the loop now. Half a lap ahead. Meanwhile into Beckett's goes Aaron Bailey, just behind the Royal Motorsport radical. On the road. A few laps up in the race though. Loads of water on the edge of the circuit there. There is Stuart Lyons, the leader, the maximum group. Sayat, Cupra, TCR machine. Stuart Lyons got on the podium of the final round of the UK Championship at Donington Park in what were pretty similar conditions actually. There he's sideways, Caterham out in front of him. The Revolution Racing Team, I think that was. But Stuart Lyons should be able to find his way through. And there's another car off at Beckett, straight off exactly where the Ferrari was. One of the Civics, and I shall look out the window to see who that is. Can't quite get some news though from Lewis first.
Josh. Hopefully you can hear me, but just to update you, here are the latest handicap positions after 5 hours. We've had a change. Podium preparations now fell down to 3rd position. So what we've got Reasonably Northerners, car 29 on 124 laps. Area Motorsport, which I think are another, they're just there, aren't they? They're the same, they're another one of the Honda teams in car 40, Team 48. They've done 123. Podium car, Team 60, also a third in 123. Red Rascals on 123, that's Team 33. Mostly Rusty two-seaters are fifth, they're 20 in Team 24, that's also 123. And rounding out the top six is Cooper Racing, they're on 122 laps. That's the latest. Back to you.
Yes, can't quite pick the number up on the Civic. It's rather too the window's rather not clear enough to pick it out.
Well, that time round, Brocal Racing Heroes made 15 seconds. It's down to 105 now. At 2:57 for the leader, probably where he was placed on the track, to a 2:42.
The double yellows down here with that car off. JCB's coming back now. Of course, it just left and probably got the call to return to pick the Civic up. I just can't quite tell who that is, unfortunately. Safety car, Marcus. The safety car's been called because of that. And where are the leaders? The car 3's been stuck behind it, but that means the top two will get much closer, and we could well have a grandstand end to the 2018 Birkett Relay.
So with 23 minutes to go, safety car comes out for the third time for that Honda down at Beckett's. Now, where are they relative to each other in the queue? That's the interesting thing, isn't it? We are at 5 hours and 37 minutes, nearly at 5 hours 38 now. And we'll see.
Well, the JCB's here already, so I guess this should be quite a short safety car period. All of them have been, really. A couple of laps.
Yeah, that's true. Two red SR3s together. That's the number 3 car in third place. Aaron Bailey for Brocal Racing. I saw the late Jeff Brakel competing here in Alfa Romeo, I think, in the back end of the 1960s. Long-time BRDC member, of course. Raced a Brabham BT8 and a Chevron at one point. So all the cars coming in, just using this opportunity to make their last stops.
There's Eastwood on the screen. Wade Eastwood for Brocal Racing Heroes. Just need to work out how many cars between he and Stuart Lyons.
This is going to potentially put the cat among the pigeons, isn't it?
Mm. And we know how difficult the conditions are now. As soon as the yellows went in here at Beckett's, another car went off. And you were mentioning about Stuart Lyons' lap times going out and the gap coming down quite significantly. Of course, in recent years, we've seen very close finishes. It was Tim Gray that won for Inspires a few years ago after a late change in the race.
It's 1 minute and 8 at the moment between them, and it was a slower lap for the Brocal car.
They're both going to have a lot of cars to lap when we restart, because Stuart Lyons is nowhere near the front of the queue, I don't think. It's the other TCR car, Steve Gales, that's at the front of it. So just coming past me now, the queue, and Stuart Lyons nowhere near the front, so they're both going to have plenty full of lappery to do. Stuart Lyons still not here now, I don't think, so plenty of cars. So basically he's in a group which isn't even keeping up with the safety car as it is. There he comes, he's coming into the loop now, is Stuart Lyons. Some news from Lewis?
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, yeah, the update is the battle actually for the Birkett relay race. The actual race itself is between Reasonably Northerners and Erie Motorsport, and they are the Honda Civic base teams. And here I've actually got Jason Ballantyne. Jason, at the 5-hour mark, which is about half an hour ago, you were in the lead, but you think that's probably changed by now. Come on, tell us the reason why.
Yeah, we think it's possibly changed now because we're still on our cut slicks, struggling away. The other guys have brought some wet tyres with them. We maybe slipped up a little bit there, but we're doing our best what we can with the tyres we've got, really.
No, the reason was, that, you're not really telling me this, off mic you were saying that's what you run in the Civic Cup.
Yeah, we run these MRF cut slicks in the Civic Cup, so we just brought them tyres with us. That's what we're supposed to run.
You run them wet and dry?
Yeah, we run them wet and dry.
as per your championship regulation, but your competitors have got a bit smarter, haven't they?
They have, yeah, they've outsmarted us this weekend, really. They brought along some wet tyres.
Yeah. Your team manager, who's standing here alongside, told me earlier, he says, we're a bit new to this, and it's showing, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah. These boys are maybe a little bit more experienced at the longer races than us, so we're trying our best.
Jason, have you enjoyed yourself?
Oh yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
I could tell with a big smile on your faces that you've had a good day.
I was out there in the rain before, couldn't see a thing, no grip, but yeah, still good fun. Yeah, great fun.
Yeah, first time, I believe.
I actually did it last year.
Did you really?
It's first time we've done it together as a team. So Dan, first time he's done it. Lewis, it's the first time he's done it. And then me and Dave, we did it last year. But got this team together this year for see what we could do.
Okay, well, we won't know the handicap result until a while after the checkered flag has gone. But good luck anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll see what happens. Cheers.
Cheers now. Thank you very much.
Well, we've had the lead car through for the 130th time, and of the there we go. It's the Hart Honda that was off, wasn't it? Here comes the chase car, and it's a long way back because the group he's in is tooling round.
I reckon it's about 30 cars as well between the two of them.
It's about 1 minute and 10 seconds now, and there's a bunch ahead of him who haven't made the gap up, haven't bridged the gap to the group in which the Cooper racing car of Stuart Lyons is in.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem. I think the safety car should be in this time because the clear up, like you say, done at here at Beckett's. So we've got a 20-minute sprint to the flag then.
Looks like it, yeah. Slightly less than that. We've got what about 17 minutes, something like that.
Okay, so probably by the time we get back, about 15, won't it? So probably a distance that more of these drivers are used to.
Look at that lump of standing water there.
This is what they've got to be careful of.
Down to Abbey. If you pop out of a car slipstream to make the pass into Abbey, you're going to go straight through that puddle.
I guess that might be what happened to Rick Kerry when we saw him.
Looked like it, didn't it? Yeah.
So a few of the drivers just popping out to see what it's like as well, by the looks of things. In case the problem now, we've had 10 or so minutes without the racing going on. That's what's caused some of the puddles to develop.
Yes, the water hasn't been displaced by the tyres as they go through. Yeah.
So it's one of the TCR. I noticed both the Ferraris, by the way, Marcus, are in this queue. So
both Ferraris.
Yes, because we saw the one go off, didn't we?
Yeah.
So I think
both the 51s.
Yes. So I think they might be getting some penalty.
Oh dear, they're running 14th at the moment.
Yeah, the blue one's at the front of it, and the other one I think near Stuart Lyons. So the safety car heading down the Wellington straight light should go off, and then we're going to have a fairly entertaining 15 minutes, I think. And I think some news from Lewis before the safety car goes in.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I've just got Mark Grice here from Area Motorsport, which is the rival team right next door to Northern Motorsport, battling it out for the Birkett relay race, the handicap section. I've got Mark Grice here. Mark, your rival says you've been a lot smarter than I have and brought a set of wet tyres with you.
Yeah, we've only brought one set though. We're having to. Some of us are having to sacrifice. I've had to sacrifice myself with what we've been doing because we've only got 4 with us. When someone comes in, the other car's going out for 1 lap, while we swap them over onto another car, and then the other car's having to go out. So yes, we are losing out, but because of the 5 to 7 seconds a lap quicker, so we're gaining on that, so it's worth doing. But some of us are like I've only had 20 minutes today out on track, but sacrifice it for the team. Let's play the team game.
Yeah, so you're not as smart as they actually thought you were. They credited you with being a lot smarter than that, but you've got one set. You think that's going to work, do you?
Yeah, it's working at the moment. I mean, yeah, to be fair, the area motorsport team boss, he's been saying to us all week, make sure you bring some rain sets, rain sports, so you can use them. And I was like, no, it's going to be sunny, it's going to be sunny. And all week it has been sunny. And then it turns out it's not.
I think you've got a bit of support with you, Mark.
Yeah, he's good friends of mine, yes.
Yeah, it's good. But that is what the Birkett's about, isn't it? It's about having fun.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's probably the best race of the season, really. I know we all go at a championship, and I finished second to Rob, who's in my team this year in the Civic Cup. So it's been a hard-fought race. That went down to the last race of the season the other week in the wet. So we come here and we have fun, and it's nice. There are all different cars out there, and we just enjoy it.
I'm glad of that. And are you going to be back next year?
I keep telling myself I'm having a year out, but something tells me I want to carry on doing something. But yeah, just want to say a big well done 750 Motor Club for putting a great event on here.
Thank you very much for that, and best of luck for the rest of the day. Obviously, we won't know the result of the handicap section until sometime after the checkered flag, but good luck anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Make sure they didn't contact another. The gap's come right down. It's 37.07 seconds between first and second. Cars 47, the Seat Cupra, Stuart Lyons, and car 2, the Braycourt Racing Heroes car, which is that of Wade Eastwood. Third place is number 3, Braycourt Racing.
However, the safety car didn't come in as we expected, which I don't know if the standing water we spoke of is becoming a problem, because I don't think there's any problem, any cars otherwise around the circuit. Getting pretty gloomy out there too. See what happens this lap, whether they let them go or not.
Yeah, at the moment, Braycourt Racing is in third place. It's a lap down, it hasn't just clicked timing for the 131st time. JPR Motorsport, the Sakers are 4th, 5th the Raw Motorsport Radicals, and 6th 33 Red Rascals.
Lights have gone out this time, Marcus, so we will get a restart.
So we have about 11.5 minutes to go.
That'll probably be 10 by the time the cars are back. So that's not going to be like 4 laps, won't it, in these conditions?
Yep.
If that. So the Renault Megane safety car, 750 Motor Club safety car, heading down the Wellington Straight with this long stream of cars, with the leader, Stuart Lyons, right in the middle of the queue, basically, and then the second place car towards the end of the queue of cars. There's going to be traffic all the way to the flag. In what are very tricky conditions. Steve Gales, that's going to be the first car to take the green flag as the safety car pulls to the right-hand side of the circuit and into the pits. As ace cars take the green flag, cars still streaming through the loop, and that includes the second place car of Wade Eastwood.
Yeah, and that's when you see the Braycourt Racing number 3 go on to 131 laps as well.
Well, that battered Super Cooper coming back, meanwhile, that we mentioned that was down the Hanger Straight, so maybe that's why we had an extra lap of safety car. In fact, the bonnet's just come loose, because don't look too much damage on that, about 68 coming back there. That's come back, but the race back underway then.
Leader over the line again. Now under the green.
Lots of cautious drivers through Beckett. I think, of course, the offs there recently. And the 2 Radicals have got to the front of the group. The Raw Motorsport car and the Braycourt Racing machine. Aaron Bailey, of course, there's Stuart Lyons then, turning his way through the Beckett's S's. And getting through there okay. And I guess shortly, Marcus, you'll see the gap first to second.
Yeah, 27.66 seconds.
So it's about half what it was before the safety car.
It was, yes, it was over a minute at one point. but that was again slightly artificial.
Well, Wade Eastwood's going to have a lot more traffic. Here he is, into Beckett. It's up the inside of a BMW and goes through okay. Around the outside of the occasion. So Eastwood really pushing on, coming through the cars. He's got a lot of cars to pass before he gets to Stuart Lines, but he's giving it a good go. Meanwhile, the two Radicals out front. The Royal Motorsport car there into Abbey. They're out front on the track anyway. But further down the overall order. There's Bailey in third position in the race. But we're now picking out, or trying to pick out, Eastwood in the orange Radical. There he comes on the outside line. Meanwhile, the rest of the field make their way into the loop. Shell Hayward, part of that in her Mallock, chasing down the two Radicals at the front.
Yeah, it's Barry Liversedge, isn't it, in the Raw car, which is 65C. There's Stuart Lines, the Maxwell Motorsport car, leader of the race with about 8 minutes to go.
Returns into the loop. The Sayat. Plenty cars still to get through, but he's got this gap. Doesn't really need to rush it too much, I don't think. And he heads on to the Wellington Straight. Into the complex now, into the loop comes Wade Eastwood in second place. Diving up the inside of a couple of tin tops, and he has to almost stop the car to avoid clattering one of them. He gets through okay in the end. So it's just over the length of the Wellington Straight, the gap from first to second, which I would guess is less than 27 seconds.
I'd say so. But there's a bunch of cars in the middle as well. Those two Ferraris still going round. It'll cost them a bunch of laps, as you say.
Stuart Lines completes another lap. How long to go?
7 minutes.
I should get 3 more laps in then, I'd think.
And there is Wade Eastwood going to put a lap on the Seika. Green car of Steve Harris. 17.78 seconds. He's certainly pushing it, isn't he? He's trying everything.
At that rate, with 3 laps to go, it's
possible. More than possible, particularly as Lines is being so cautious as he wants to preserve that advantage.
Perhaps the team might have to be getting on the radio to him and saying you need to push a bit harder.
Radio?
So he's heading down the Hangar Straight, and through the gloom our camera will try to pick him up. There he goes, up the inside of another car. There he is. And probably down the other end of the Hangar Straight is where the Radical of Eastwood is.
It's almost stationary, isn't it, through that little tight left at the end of the Vale, with so much traffic around.
This is the bit of track we were speaking of, where the standing water is off the line. So Stuart Lines just keeping to the racing line, turning through Abbey now. Gap was 17 seconds. Back to second place car, the Radical of Eastwell. Seeing if we can pick him out there.
Eastwood.
Sorry, yeah.
Not the Formula Ford plate.
So let's see. There he is. So there's basically, the gap has come down further because there's basically just a gap between the two hairpins between the two cars now. So Lines out onto the Wellington Straight as through the left-hander comes Eastwood. So they should be on the straight together this time, I reckon, Mark.
Yeah, it's kind of the infield complex. It was about covered it, didn't it? And we've got 4.5 minutes to go. 4.5 minutes to go. There's leader Stuart Lines in the 47C car.
They will get 2 more, the top 2 more laps.
Very, very ginger through there, and wisely so. Here it comes then, finishing lap 1:34. Has gone through 10.74 seconds. That's another 7 made up by Wade Eastwood, and the leader, a little bit of flashing lights. That's the Seat that was at the head of the queue behind the safety car. There's also one of the Red Rascal BMWs lurking about as well, and this is very, very tense for Team Cupra Racing.
Stuart Lynes, I think he's been racing probably for about a decade now. He former sidecar, motocross sidecar racer before that.
Lordy me.
Turning his way there through Stowe.
So this won't hold any fears then, will it?
You wouldn't have thought so. So let's see. He turns down to Vale, and then we should get... There's the Radical of Eastwood.
It's a length of Vale.
The gap continues to come down. It's going to go down to the last lap for sure.
It is, isn't it?
And there's Lynes then, out of Club Corner. Lapping, that's a Daniel Taylor M3. Another of the front runners in Club Enduro this year, and Lynes doesn't go up the inside, so stays behind it. And
there's the Radical.
Absolutely. Once again, it's great to have these pictures of the other side of the circuit, which we wouldn't usually be able to see. We're going to get.
We could do with those at the international circuit meeting as well.
Maybe next year. So both in the loop. This time, I don't think the gap come down quite as dramatically as the previous two, and there's not that much traffic now for Stuart Lynes. I don't know who that's going to help though, really. So
yeah, 253 played 246 last time through.
So both the cars, as Lynes goes under the bridge, Eastwood is on the straight, coming back towards you, Marcus, for the penultimate time.
Yep, here they come. There's the orange number 2 Radical, 2A, Wade Eastwood. Leader then coming through onto the final lap of the race, 1:35 down, and the Radicals up the inside of the almost lightless BMW, and the gap between them is 4.99 seconds, 4.99.
I guess that's basically what the gap came down by on that last lap.
Yes, well, it was 10.74, wasn't it? So it's
halved.
4.9, it's halved. They could finish absolutely together.
Watching out the window into Birkett. There's Stuart Lynes then. Turning through there, you can see that on the screen as well. There's one car, just one car between the two leaders. So Eastwood behind, and he dives up the inside of that car. Doesn't quite get there though. So if we keep this, there we go, side by side, out onto the hangar straight. Now there's no cars at all between the top two.
Clear sight, if there was clear sight. It wasn't raining.
Picking up the lights, of course no lights on the Radical to pick up down the hangar straight, but it is Stuart Lynes ahead there. I think you just see the blur go through there was the car in second place of Wade Eastwood. There's Michelle Hayward still going strong in the Mallock, but we're concentrating on the top two here on the final lap of the 68th run-in of the Birkett Relay.
In the presence of a car that won it for the first time, at least at the start of the race. And
Lynes in traffic now coming out of Club. He's up the inside on that wet line.
And there's the Radical in the background of Wade Eastwood tearing into that deficit. Doesn't want to get offline through there. He wants to really leave it to the Wellington Straight. Just make sure he gets that far.
Now can Lynes is trying to lap our Club Enduro champions, the Houston Nordic car, and he hasn't. So The BMW staying ahead of line, so that means the Radicals getting much closer. The two cars in the shot now. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and Stuart Lyons is running a bit wide out of the hairpin. He's got no grip there on the outside line, Marcus. It come down to the last couple of corners, and it could be either of them still.
This is absolutely sensational, isn't it? As they come on to the Wellington Straight for the final time, it is the Team Cupra Seat of Stuart Lyons by about 10 lengths, I would estimate, into the braking area. It's less than that now as they come down into Brooklands. Are they going to negotiate it safely? They do. Dab on the brakes for the leader. The Radical is right there, closing in on the run to the line as they accelerate out. There's more power in the Seat, more aero in the Radical, and as they come through Woodcote Corner for the final time, it's absolutely staggering. It's half a second in it, and Stuart Lyons hangs on to win the 2018 Grovendine Birkett 6-hour team relay race on scratch by half a second precisely over the line. What a stunning finish it was, and Stuart Lyons kept his nerve. Wade Eastwood just pressed every sinew of his body to get that Radical back in touch, and a wonderful finish to the race. Of course, we won't know the handicap race for a little bit. Something the BMW flashing lights, probably to thank the marshals, and let's hope so. The marshals have done an absolutely stellar job today, but there are our winners. And the Deegan brothers in there too, who won this race on handicap a few years back in their Citroën Saxos, have achieved that victory with the Maximum Motorsport and Area Motorsport boys. The number 47 team then, with Carl Swift and Stuart Lyons playing their parts as well. A brilliant race, and probably the closest finish on record, certainly without a change of places. That Tim Gray one you talked about was interesting when they were driving a few years ago with the Spire team in Spires, wasn't it?
What a great race to have our first live stream as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big thanks to Alpha Live and everybody that's tuned in at home, because that was fantastic. Went right down to the wire, and all the way through the race we had the battle to talk about up front. We normally get a great mix of cars to talk about, as we did, but we had a great battle on circuit as well that we got to enjoy.
And a surprise victor. They've achieved their ambition. They came here with the intention of trying to win it on scratch. Had the rain not come and affected the race, probably wouldn't have gone that way, but absolutely superb race.
And that ends another fantastic year of racing for the 750 Motor Club. It's been a great year in the championships throughout the season, and ending it in typical 750 Motor Club fashion with a really close finish at the end.
It was absolutely incredible, and you couldn't have asked for more. Some superb driving, thrills and spills down the way, but everyone seems to be home. The one or two cars creeping into the pit lane minus any kind of lights, which is quite something. Cupra Racing then 136 laps, Team 47. Brakel Racing Heroes 136 laps, half a second behind. Brakel Racing 136 laps, were nearly 3 minutes off the pace. In fourth place, the number 8 JPR Motorsport team, the Sakers. The 3 Sakers, all of which did a couple of stints, they were 2 laps down on 134. Further 2 laps down, Raw Motorsport with their Radicals, Team 65, they were on 132 laps. On 128 laps. In 6th place with the 33 team, winners of Class B. That was Red Rascals. Brakel Racing Heroes won Class D, and Cupra Racing, the overall winners, Class C. Behind them, 48, the Area Motorsport team that were coming up strongly with on handicap. It'll be a double for Area Motorsport this weekend. The 48 team, they won Class A in 126 laps. They were 55 seconds clear of LFP Motorsport. Team 55 in 9th place. The Defibrillators, a valiant effort by them with a depleted team on 125 laps. Also on 125, Team 63, WTR Motorsport GT. Team 26, Reasonably Northern, on 125 as well. On 124, in 12th place, 29, Norfolk Enchant, and the rest behind them. I can hear down there in the pits, there's scenes of jubilation, and amid them, of course, Lewis Beals.
Thank you very, very much, Marcus. Yeah, there's signs that, well, there's a lot of jubilation here. Half a second after just 6 hours of racing. You just couldn't make that up. And Stuart Lyons there being congratulated by the rest of the group. We've got the 3-2-1 here, and car number 3, or team 3 should we say, in 3rd position. Team 2 in 2nd position, and the first is car 47. But what we'll first of all do, we'll do this 3-2-1. Somehow we'll find looks like one of the Bailey boys. Let's have a look. Where's Aaron? Trying to find Aaron in 3rd position. Where's Aaron?
What a day, yeah? What a great day.
If it isn't Aaron, well, look as though it's is that Lee? Lee?
Sorry.
No, Lee.
Let me take this out, I can hear you.
Lee?
Hello.
Are you Lee?
No, I'm not Lee.
Which one? Sorry.
My name's Charles Graham. We've just come second for the 3rd time. My teammate is Wade, who was the guy in the orange Radical.
Yeah.
So I've been sitting in the car waiting.
Oh, you've been sitting in the car. Where? I'm looking for. Who finished in car number 3? That was Aaron, wasn't it? I'm looking for Aaron.
Aaron, wait a minute.
Yeah, where's
that? Aaron's over there.
Where's Aaron? Aaron, come on. Come on, Aaron, you got to have a chat here. Aaron, yeah. Oh, we're going the worst place we could, right underneath where all the water is. But anyway, congratulations, 3rd position. Not really what he wanted to be, but yeah, 3rd is better than non-finish.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's good to be on the podium again. It's a tough race towards the end with the weather conditions changing so much. So it's glad to the cars in one piece, and we got on the podium.
Yeah, you've had 3 wins, just couldn't quite squeeze that 4th.
No, I got close at one stage. I made a couple of mistakes myself, which messed me up a bit, and then I got caught behind the safety car, so that sort of put us back, and that was it.
Yeah, so along with Doug Carter, your dad Lee, Brian Murphy and Simon Garmiston, a good run.
Yeah, a really good run. Yeah, we had quite a clean race really, a couple of little things, but you know, if you want to win this, you've got to have a nice clean run from start to finish.
Not quite your year. Going to be back again next?
Hopefully, yeah, definitely.
Okay, Aaron, good to talk to you. Thank you very, very much. There we go, that's Aaron Bailey in 3rd. We'll try and find the 2nd place, guys. Let's squeeze our way through. Right, where's Wade? Where's Wade? Which one's Wade? Go with that. Wade.
Hello, mate.
Hello, congratulations, they say. Half a second. I mean, commiserations on that, but what a fantastic run you had there. Another lap, that's all you needed.
Yeah, I know. It was. I only saw it was him when he turned into Brooklands. I saw the number 47 on the side. I'm like, hang on. And,
that's him I'm supposed to be chasing.
But it was. I mean, I think I was 70 seconds behind when I went out for the last stint. So I closed the gap as much as I could to finish that close. You know, what was the gap? I think less.
Half a second.
Okay, so it was hard in this weather. It was dark as well. I could hardly see. So it was a hard drive, but what fun! What a great event.
Yeah, along with Robert Price. Do you know, I can't even see this. Ash Hickland and Charles Graham. A good team.
Great team. Yeah, great team. And the Birkett's just great fun. You know, what a 70-odd cars on the grid at Silverstone on the GP circuit. It sort of doesn't get much better than that, except for the sun. That would be nice.
Yeah, can you put an order in for next year?
I'll try.
Yeah, I'm going to say congratulations on 2nd place. So very, very close, nearly 1st. But you can always come back and have another go next year.
Definitely. I'll be back.
Thank you very much, Wade. Let's have a look, see if we can find Stuart Lyons. Where's Stuart? Stuart, yeah, we spoke to Stuart earlier. Let's see if we can find Stuart. And Stuart, along with Lee and Shane Deegan and Carl Swift. Come on, Stuart, we got to let's get underneath the cover here, shall we? Let's stop getting ourselves wet. Here we go. Talking to the winner of the 68th Birkett, sponsored by Groovendine. Many congratulations. Half a second, could hardly been closer, could it, Stuart?
Yeah, we were out on our feet then. The car was aquaplaning. The windscreen had steamed up. I couldn't see out of it, and the traffic, where I could maybe pick some people out. It was just I got balked quite a few times, but I suppose it was the same for everyone. But I don't know. Just when you're in the lead and you got someone chasing you, it's a bit tricky. I think I'd rather been the chaser, but we hung in there. You know, at the end of the day, it was point through. I just made it exciting for the people watching. You know, that needs to. You know, endurance racing is supposed to be boring, but obviously the last lap or two wasn't.
So when was the last time you won a race?
Well, I won a few Brit car this year, and I had a second in TCR, but I haven't won a sprint race. I'd call a sprint race since Volkswagen Cup days. So yeah, it's good to win this event. Yeah, and my teammates were unreal. You know what I mean? I mean, they've all been on the pace. They've all kept the car in one piece. No one's crashed it. You know, and we've used the strategy because, you know, in out-and-out speed, we haven't got the pace of the radicals, especially in the drive. But, you know, everyone that went in the car, you know, done fantastic.
Well, you do realise it's the first time in 68 runnings that a front-wheel drive car or a set of cars have won the event.
Oh, so we're going to go down in history?
Well, yeah, you always make history at the Birkett. Yeah, so okay, many congratulations. I'm going to have a chat with the other. Here's Lee. Here you go. Well done, Lee. Congratulations. You know, like you say, you won it on handicap a few years ago. Now you won it overall. That's a fair event, isn't it? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a pace difference last time because we were in Citroen Saxo 1.68 valves, so it's a little bit of a change to the driving style today. But
if I remember rightly, didn't you steal the handicap virtually in the last half an hour?
I believe we did, yes, and we actually had to do a gearbox change that day as well. To get the one car back out on track. So.
I remember Dad was in there throwing gearboxes and spanners out of everything.
That's it, yeah. Dad was laid on the floor, gearbox changed in half an hour. So I think it'll take him a little bit longer to change a gearbox in one of these TCR cars, but hopefully in the future, if we can get some sponsorship, maybe he'll have to start getting back on the tools on some TCRs.
Yeah. Where's Lee? Is that
Lee, that's Shane.
Oh, you're Lee.
Yeah. Shane.
And who?
No.
Oh, sorry. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. That was quite exciting at the end there. Can't believe how close that was, but wow, can't believe we actually did it.
Well, I was saying to your brother, you know, you stole the handicap a few years ago, and you just hung on for this one, so you've been in both sides of the story.
Yeah, I mean, this one feels a lot better to win it overall. We was talking about it before, but I don't think none of us believed we could actually do it, but we've done it. I mean, brilliant team, all of the 6 hours. There wasn't a bad decision that we made, and everything worked out for us. What a team as well. I thank the marshals as well.
Yeah. What you're supposed to do, anyway. Where's Carl? Sorry, is Carl about? Oh, here's Carl, yeah. Yes, Carl, there we go. Yeah, get underneath the drive. Congratulations, yeah, you know. You looked as though it could have been under threat when your car broke, but Stuart there came to the rescue.
He did, yeah, he hung in well there. He did it earlier on the year in Brit car with like canvas coming through on his tyres, so he's used to these conditions here. And that minute and a half we lost with my CV joint in the end, it wasn't enough for us to lose the race, so that's brilliant.
Well, it was about half a second, so, you know, he pushed it. But mind you, it's these radicals are really quick, aren't they?
Yeah, stupid quick. So to be winning these on scratch off the line, it's unreal. Weather's played into his hands and we've made no mistakes all day. Like I said, that one CV joint lost us 1.5 minutes and that's it. We had a minute and a half lead before that last safety car, which was a nice cushion, and that was down to 27 seconds when the safety car went in, so lost, 1 minute 10 there. We've won.
Not that you were counting.
First front-wheel drive to ever win it, apparently.
That is true, yeah, after 68 attempts, and so many congratulations, and, hope next year is as successful for you.
Yeah, great way to end the year. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. And there we go, that's the top 1, 2, 3 positions in the overall standings of the Groovendine-sponsored Birkett relay race here at Silverstone. The handicap result will be announced in the prize giving. So for me, Lewis Beals, it's good night, and back to Marcus and Josh.
Very much, Lewis. Fantastic job you've done down there in the most extraordinarily awful conditions as the afternoon has progressed. Well done for keeping us abreast. You've spoken to somebody from virtually every team, as is your want. So superb effort. Thanks to Josh Barrett as well, who's out there at Beckett's, got such a great view of the cars in different places. And thanks to Alpha Live for this super live screening as well, because that has helped us no end. Been a great end to the season, and enjoy the prize giving, and our next season of 70 Motor Club, a special one awaits. From me, Marcus Pye, on behalf of Josh and Lewis, good night.